Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. Good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery for the ordinary meeting of Tuesday, the 23rd of November 2021. It's my privilege to declare the meeting open, and in doing so to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet, and also on the lands that form the footprint of our great region. I pay respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and again congratulate them on their continued nurture of culture. Councillors, I note a full attendance of councillors and a full attendance of the executive team. There are no requests for leave of absence, so therefore there are also no apologies. We are joined today by Pastor James McCulloch to lead us in prayers, and of course James is with us digitally. Good morning, James. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, we're right to go?
Yes, we are.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors and all present. Let's just bow our heads. Dear Lord and loving Heavenly Father, we just thank you that we're able to represent the people in our district, and we just ask for wisdom from above, especially as we go through uncharted waters where it looks like different parts of society could be separated. As council, we represent everybody, regardless of what choices they're making in life. So, Father, we just ask for wisdom as we go forward and as we make decisions that affect the lives of people that live in our district. We thank you for all wisdom. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, James, for joining us. Appreciate those words, and you're welcome to continue to join us through the digital gallery, but I understand you also have a number of matters to attend to and would understand if you choose to move on.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay. Councillors, we come to item 5 in our agenda for today, which is declarations of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest. And I believe we have some identified. Councillor McGuinness, would you like to speak?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have two that I believed could be a conflict. I'm just getting 10.7, which is the development for material change of use at Harrisville, where I have a brother-in-law who is on the community representative on there, and also the 11.1 in confidential enterprise bargaining. I have a daughter that works for the council, so I will, as a result of my conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, I'll now leave the meeting room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to clarify, you're asking us to consider your conflict in both matters separately?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask while Councillor McGuinness is in the room?
Yes, have you any clarifications?
Just clarification for your brother-in-law's involvement in that particular item.
My understanding is that he, along with a number of other people, are community representatives for a number of years looking into this project. They're not on the board or anything like that. They're just a representative that has community input in there for the Uniting Church.
Can I just ask for clarification, as a part of a community group whose focus is purely on the development of the residential care facility, or are they a part of the wider church?
No, they're on. my understanding is it is just for this project that they were asked. I'm trying to think of the other representatives on there, but I think there's 3 local representatives on there that while they've been looking into this project over the last 4 years, 5 years, I suppose it is, the need for it and the not in the construction of it or anything like that, but just community input to
voice from the community.
From the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not. Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we deal with the matter concerning item 10.7 and the declared conflict. The question is really for the meeting, does that affect the ability for the councillor to participate? And if so, how would we propose to manage that? I would propose that the involvement of his brother-in-law is not commercial. It's not personal benefit. It is as community benefit, and therefore wouldn't impede Councillor McGuinness's ability to consider the item. And I would propose from the chair that for item 10.7, Councillor McGuinness be able to participate in the discussions and the voting of that matter.
I'd be happy to second that.
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will also agree with that assessment. We just put that to vote. Any further discussion?
No, I concur with your comments.
So I'll just put that to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you. And then we move to item 11.1, noting that the content of that is a confidential report, but it pertains to the progress of the enterprise bargaining for council, which rightly the council has identified his daughter as a beneficiary of, and that creates a properly declarable conflict, because it's not a normal business matter that would otherwise be exempt from consideration. Any observations or clarity now that it's been declared?
Mr. Mayor, I concur with the councillor's view that it is a conflict of interest, and I think it's appropriate that he not be in the meeting for the discussion on that item.
Thank you. So are you proposing a motion, councillor, to clarify this? You're proposing that for matter 11.1 that Councillor McGuinness not participate in the discussions or the consideration, discussions or voting on that matter?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor, any a seconder, and then we might see if there's any discussion.
I'm happy to second that.
Seconded, Councillor Westner. Any further discussion, thoughts to that matter?
No, I think that's appropriate.
If not, we just put that to vote. Those in favour of that? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, would you retrieve Councillor McGuinness? Thank you, Councillor, for your forbearance. The decision of the meeting is that for item 10.7, you're welcome to remain and participate in the full discussion and voting. And for item 11.1, we will, when we've moved into closed, and again, when we bring the matter back into voting and open, we will ask you to step out of the meeting for that consideration and not participate. Thank you. Righto, we move to item 6, councillors, announcements and Merrill Minute. I would open with a Merrill Minute, and you will know that I've been considering this for quite some time as an open comment. There'd been extensive conversation around issues relating to the Queensland coronavirus COVID-19 roadmap and related impacts. Councillors, I will read through the background that I've laid out for you today, just because this hasn't been available for those in the digital gallery. Councillors, last evening I had indicated that I would not proceed with this mayoral minute. That deferral was to be in recognition of the efforts that the Local Government Association of Queensland, LGAQ, are undertaking on our behalf. However, I've reconsidered the scope I had originally intended and believe it goes beyond what the LGAQ are able to address as it relates to our community, not just council. Today I table this mayoral minute for your consideration regarding concerns and potential impacts of Queensland's COVID-19 transition roadmap, including the COVID-19 vaccine plan to unite families. In its current form, this roadmap appears to present significant constraints and restrictions that will bring undesirable related impacts for our region, its residents and business communities. Many of these remain unresolved. The last 2 years have been challenging and have tested the resilience of our communities. I commend both the Queensland and Australian governments for their efforts that have prioritised the safety and well-being of citizens, while also attempting to protect our business communities from the most severe effects. Locally, Senigrim Regional Council has also played its part with targeted support packages and management of facilities. A hallmark of these early stages has been the evidence of respectful alignment necessary to give confidence to the wider community. Based on the options currently available, I have confidence in the medical evidence that widespread vaccination participation provides the best foundation for community wellbeing. I'll continue to advocate for community members to seek proper medical advice for their circumstance and engage with the vaccination opportunities accordingly. There is reliable evidence that they provide protections from serious symptoms and mitigate transmission. From personal dialogue and email communications with a number of our residents, I'm acutely aware that we have a significant population who are unable to receive a vaccine for genuine medical reasons. They and their families understandably have unresolved concerns for what their future challenges may be, as they will be reliant on the so-called herd immunity for a large part of their protection. I look forward to additional solutions becoming available to support them. It is also appropriate to clarify at this time that Council has not identified the requirement for nor being directed to implement total vaccine mandates within Council operations and facilities. Councillors, as I've stated in a number of settings, within the context of respectful coexistence, maintaining civilised society and not impinging on the reasonable rights of others, I respect the rights of individuals within our democracy to make informed decisions. I also respect that in doing so, they must also be accepting full accountability for the consequences of their decisions. The Australian and Queensland governments have the designated responsibilities to develop and administer well-informed policy and wise decisions to ensure the ongoing well-being of our communities. After all, they have access to the proper health, medical, scientific and risk management resources to inform such matters. We rely on such clarity to operate as a civilised modern society. It is therefore increasingly disappointing to me that given such access to export resources, we are witnessing increasingly diverse solutions being implemented. In our Queensland context, these present onerous burdens for many in our Senigrim communities. Councillors, I share significant concerns that the current dialogue and currently revealed pandemic transition pathway from here for Queensland seemingly have not been adequately considered and have not adequately balanced all risk considerations. From discussions and correspondence across our region, I have confirmed that current proposed restrictions and constraints pose a risk to our social fabric and participation, while also imposing unacceptable cost, physical and economic risk upon both individuals and business operators. Our Queensland transition will be progressing from a platform of high vaccination coverage and with access to a wide range of lessons learned from other jurisdictions, not just about the pandemic, but also about concurrent risks to social fabric, business confidence and economic recovery. This situation is made more complex by the nature of how South East Queensland works with high levels of mobility between local government areas for work, shopping, medical, social and recreational purposes. For us, this has the added complexity of being one of a number of border councils. Councillors, I believe there are a significant range of matters that should be re-examined by the Queensland Government, while there is still time ahead of the 17th of December 2021 reference date. I note that the significance of this date is the expectation of reaching or exceeding 80% double vaccinated community status. In that context, I will shortly propose a motion as follows: that Senigrim Regional Council authorises the Mayor to make representations to the Premier of Queensland as a matter of urgency regarding the following matters. 1. Senigrim Regional Council affirms its recognition that the Premier and Parliament of Queensland have the designated authority and responsibility to develop, communicate and implement a suitable plan in the current circumstances that maintains not just community safety, but also upholds our social fabric, respectful community existence and confidence for business operations. 2. Senigrim Regional Council requests that the Queensland Government take urgent steps to A. Reassess any proposed directives to ensure proper respect and balance concerning the extent of differentiation indicated between the vaccinated and unvaccinated, as the current approach does not appear to consider all available mitigation alternatives to limit risk and allow equitable participation. B. Reassess and limit the extent of locations, business types and role dimensions that require full vaccination on a total risk basis, including consideration of alternative solutions that may reliably mitigate health risk, allow equitable participation and address perceived inconsistencies. C. Reassess the practical impacts and burdens that any restriction or directives will impose on individuals, families, small, medium and large businesses, and consult more widely to ensure the foundations for a sustainable, confident society and economic performance are strengthened. D. Reassess protections for business owners and employees with regard to contingent issues, including insurances, managing mandates, health and safety of employees and legal liability to maintain confidence for these participants in the economies of our state and the Senigrim region. E. Reassess and develop pragmatic protocols for managing potential positive COVID-19 cases in workplaces where there is a foundation of high vaccination coverage to mitigate COVID-19 risks without crippling businesses and communities with impractical management mandates. And F. Provide more communication resources to both engage more widely and deliver a more complete evidence-based justification and explanation based on the outcomes of 2A to 2E above. Councillors, I've spent a very long time contemplating a very long list of messages. I'm sure you've had many of those same emails. I've had widespread dialogue with a wide range of businesses. The challenge we face is that there are many views that are polarised on the issues around moving forward, and that only creates uncertainty in our community, which is why I believe it's appropriate to call on the responsible authority, which is the Government of Queensland, to consider this differently. I will open the floor firstly for any clarifications to the content before you. Thank you. Then I will open. Sorry, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, can I move that we suspend standing orders for the debate of this motion, please?
Which part of standing orders, Councillor? I'm not prepared to suspend all of standing orders, or I lose the ability to properly regulate the behaviours of the meeting.
I want to have free, open and frank discussion on this motion, please, Mr Mayor, without being restricted.
Oh, sorry, Councillor. You can propose a motion, but I would caution you that you are still bound by the requirements of Code of Conduct, and I still have to exercise proper authority for the meeting in that regard. So you can propose a procedural motion. I am concerned about open slather for the consideration of this matter. I'm expressing it. You've proposed a procedural motion.
Proposed it.
Okay. You wish to speak in support of your procedural motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think this is an important issue within the community, and being silenced within this chamber from speaking frankly would not be doing our residents and ratepayers the benefit they deserve.
Other speakers? A speaker against? Councillor Enright.
Mayor, thank you. I agree with Councillor McConnell that this has raised some concerns in the community, and we've all received lots and lots of email correspondence, and I respect that people have certain views. I think we need to be mindful of the role that local government plays in this, and it is really very minor. It's not council's responsibility to provide health advice or the implementation of whatever measure. We are able to echo the comments from our community, which I believe your mayoral minute does. And as a result of that, I am also hesitant in removing the standing order procedures in this discussion, because it's really an area of input but not responsibility from council.
Speaker in favour? Councillor McGuinness?
No, probably just a comment without speaking for or against it. I can see where Councillor McConnell's coming from, and I just wonder whether we're better off proceeding with the motion as is, and if there's a time there that you believe your voice is not getting heard, we can't suspend standing orders, then I think there's a time there that you could call it out then. I think it is unwise to actually suspend standing orders completely, and I would much prefer to see it, if the situation arises, that you then speak up then.
Noted. Councillor Swanborough, you wish to speak? Did you?
Mr. Mayor, and my plug's just come out here. It's still working though. It sounds like, I don't know whether it's recording though, but look, I don't fear suspending standing orders. Clearly, the standing orders of council don't allow discussion. That's very, very clear in the standing orders.
Point of order, councillor, that's not correct. That is not correct. Standing orders clearly do allow discussion, and that opportunity is offered regularly to councillors, and it's not taken up.
No, that's not correct, Mr. Mayor.
Well, sorry, councillor.
Allow me to pause, and I'll.
Well, councillor, I'm not going to allow you to mislead the meeting, and you regularly, once a motion is put, and when a motion is first moved, councillor, there is opportunity for further questioning, and then there is opportunity for discussion, and that opportunity is called out quite regularly at this table and not taken up. For the matter at hand, for a mayoral minute, I had opened the floor. I don't believe I'd asked for clarification first and then was opening the floor for further comment, but clearly Councillor McConnell feels differently.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was just referring to item 17.1 of the standing orders, and I'll read those to you. A councillor may, at a council meeting, ask a question for reply by another councillor or an officer regarding any matter under consideration at the meeting, after the matter has become subject of a motion. Any question shall be asked categorically and without argument, and no discussion shall be permitted at the meeting of council in relation to a reply or a refusal to reply to a question. A councillor or officer to whom a question is asked without notice may request that the question be taken on notice for the next meeting.
Yeah, councillor, so you're allowed to raise your issues. I'm quite happy for you to. I'm sorry, councillor, you may not have heard that regularly I offer the opening for discussion. On nearly every agenda item, I try hard to remember it.
I never hear the word discussion with respect, Mr. Mayor, because
no,
just let me finish.
Sorry, councillor.
Is
Councillor, I'm
this
just
a point of
declaring
order?
This is a point of order. I'm clarifying to you. I very clearly use that word. I am clarifying to you. Now, that's not for dispute. I have made that offer quite regularly in the meeting. I try to make it on every item.
Mr. Mayor, I agree that you asked for clarification, but I don't believe that the word discussion is ever used. Councillor,
you need to go back and listen to the tapes, and then you need to come back and make a public apology.
Mr. Mayor, I've just read out the standing orders to you.
Councillor, you've accused me of lying. I have said to you that I have regularly, in meetings, and you can go back over the last 4 or 5 meetings, you will hear that I regularly propose that opportunity. Once it is moved, I seek for further discussion from council or between councillors.
I'm happy to accept your ruling, Mr. Mayor, but you need to advise me on under what section of the standing orders do you invite discussion?
Well, councillors, I invite it because I'm trying to deal to I'm exercising the discretion to allow open dialogue in the chamber, and no one takes it up. I know people go out and complain, but no one takes it up.
I don't believe that to be correct.
Mayor, can I just...
Well, councillor, for the purposes of this, I ask you to go back and listen carefully to another day, but we're dealing with a procedural motion, and I have a grave concern about the suspension of all standing orders. Councillor McConnell's put his case. You've spoken for. Do you have a point of...
I haven't spoken for it.
Sorry, well, you continue your speaking.
I was interrupted by a point of order, and I'd like to speak in favour of the motion. There should be open discussion on such an issue. This is a huge issue, and there's going to be so many different views around the table on this issue, and there needs to be the ability to respond to questions with further questions to the questioner. And as I've read out in those standing orders, that doesn't exist at the moment under the standing orders that we have at the moment. And so I speak in favour of this motion and order that all the views of all the people around this table can be sought, and they can clarify from each other as the discussion proceeds as to what they mean and where they're going with discussion on this particular issue.
Councillor, at the moment there is no motion moved. So the piece you're commenting on is in the context of a motion that has been moved.
Yeah.
But I note your comment. Are there any other speakers against?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. It's a procedural motion, and Councillor McConnell has moved the motion. There doesn't need to be a seconder.
So no, Councillor, I wasn't suggesting that at all. Again, you misinterpret what I say. Perhaps, again, it's a language piece between us. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I concur with the comments of Councillor McInnes, actually, that I think we should proceed with discussion regarding the motion. Maybe during it we may need to suspend standing orders. And I'm not quite sure what Councillor McConnell is proposing to discuss, but I know just as far as the emails that we've had, to my way of thinking, most of them that I have received have been about whether or not one should be vaccinated or not, and that I don't believe is an issue for us here at Council. It's more about our businesses and how we operate.
Councillor, we should discuss the issues when we get into the discussion. Any other comments for or against? Anything further to add, Councillor McConnell, it's your motion.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Those in favour of suspending standing orders, I said those in favour of suspending standing orders. Those against? The motion's defeated. Now, can we proceed to the discussion, councillors? And I open the floor for any...
Can we have a division on that, please?
Happy to note the division on that. Those in favour, divisions 1, 2 and 5. Those against, the Mayor, divisions 3, 4 and 6. Thank you. Now, wishing to speak regarding this mayoral minute. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak, and I commend you on the work and effort that's been put in to addressing a difficult situation for our society, but also in getting the language right around the responsibility of local government in this role, which in my view, and I believe accurately, that council's role is not in the health sphere. Council's role is providing services to our community, and we need to be able to, as a part of that, we need to be able to support our community in echoing the comments and representation of our community. And I believe that this mayoral minute provides the appropriate way forward for our council to ask the Queensland Government through the Premier to reassess some of the processes that are involved in the rollout of the COVID-19 roadmap, particularly addressing the unintended consequences that have potential impact on both our residents and our businesses. I can understand that the state has done exceptionally well in the past to keep our communities safe. We are moving into a different and more challenging area as our borders open up, pending 80% of our community being fully vaccinated. So we're moving into another unknown that we have been dealing with for the last 18, 20 months, a period of unknown. And I think it's appropriate that we as council, we as representative, provide some feedback to the state government to ask for a reassessment of the proposed directives so that the unintended consequences that appear that may impact on our residents and our businesses be given consideration.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's no secret either in this chamber or in the community that I am unvaccinated with an experimental COVID vaccine and will remain so. I've been overwhelmed with the support I've received from both unvaccinated as well as those who have been coerced into getting vaccinated just to be able to keep their jobs. People have suffered over the last 2 years, with many experiencing fear, anxiety, depression and a profound sense of isolation. To effectively make people social pariahs because they have chosen not to accept a medical procedure that is still experimental, still in experimental stages, is incorrigible. This is a vaccine where the big pharma companies have received indemnity for anything, any symptoms that come from it. In that the fully vaccinated can also contract and spread COVID, it seems illogical to separate them from the unvaccinated. For most of the pandemic, all Queenslanders have been able to participate in societal events together. During this time, everyone was unvaccinated at some point. Now that we're about to receive reach the 80% vaccination rate, we're about to exclude those that are unvaccinated. The state Palaszczuk government is implementing a COVID vaccine mandate that will discriminate and punish those citizens that prefer to have autonomy over their own bodies, which is a basic human right. This not only affects individuals, but also our important agritourism sector that may have valued unvaccinated workers that are required to keep their business operating, but more importantly, those much needed unvaccinated visitors to buy their products. The mandate now puts the financial policing of a government mandate onto businesses who can little afford the extra costs. Can I ask Councillor Enright whether he agrees with the mandate from the state government?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Connell. Again, I'll refer to how at this chamber, what we are responsible for.
It's a simple yes or no question.
And I'm not sure that I want to take that. I'll take that one on notice.
Sit on the fence.
I'll take that one on
Councillor,
notice.
respectful. Point of order, Councillor McConnell. Please remain respectful in your commentary to other councillors. The councillors.
Are we discussing or?
Well, Councillor, you're allowed to discuss, but not to make derogatory comments. And
derogatory comment.
The councillor has provided an answer. I'm interpreting your comment as not being respectful to him. So just limit those comments, please. Please continue.
Are you prepared to give a yes or no answer whether you agree with the mandate imposed upon the citizens of Queensland where unvaccinated people are rejected out of some societal places?
Councillor McConnell, as I was saying before you interrupted, I will take that one on notice. I won't answer that now, but what I will say is that I recognise the challenges that the roadmap for the transition roadmap out of once the borders are opened, the challenges that come through in our community, the impacts that it has on our residents and on our businesses. And that's why I believe that this mayoral minute provides an appropriate way forward to echo those comments through to the state government.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, if I could ask you a question, do you agree with the mandate that has been imposed by the Queensland government?
Well, Councillor, I actually choose to offer a wider answer because I reject some of your commentary and I do want to be able to provide my answer in a proper context. It's easy to sit as a non-qualified medical expert and claim things are experimental. It's easy to sit and quote a range of people who aren't those who've had to properly administer and oversee this both across Australia and around the world. What is very clearly seen, and the evidence is quite conclusive, that whilst there may be certain risks with some aspects of vaccines, those are far less than the risk imposed by rampant COVID. And that is the evidence that I was guided by from my medical practitioner, as well as from the advice through the Chief Health Officer, when I chose to accept the responsibility for being vaccinated, not just to protect myself, but to also take on that risk so that I was providing protection to the communities that I do have to move widely across, and that involve a number of people who are at risk. Whilst I know there's a lot of commentary about mandates at the moment, the mandates that I've seen at the moment, as opposed to the ones that are described in the roadmap, which aren't yet health directives, which is why it's timely to put forward this query, apply to particular roles, particular high-risk environments, whereby the provision of the certainty of vaccines reduces the risk, provides more confidence to those specific vulnerable communities, and specifically provides an additional layer of protection because it does clearly reduce the impact should someone become a positive case. That again is based on the evidence provided via the recognised health authorities. We don't have any of the skills at this table to dispute who are the right health authorities. The governments of our country and other countries have that oversight, and they've provided the clarity of that direction because that is actually their obligation, not ours. So I am supportive of mandatory requirements for vaccination for certain roles in specific context, and as I again allude to in my motion when I put it, that I believe there needs to be careful thought about the locations that applies as we move forward and as we consider what are the right and appropriate balancing solutions for the future. That is why now is the time to have that dialogue considered by the state in a more holistic way.
Thank you. I'd just like to note that the World Health Organization put out a table, I think it was last week. There have been more adverse reactions and deaths to the COVID vaccine than any other vaccine in the last 40 years. Over 2,500 reported.
Sorry,
also,
Councillor, can I just...
Speaking, if I could, please,
sorry,
Mr Mayor.
Councillor, can I just... Councillor, can I just ask a question?
No, you can't, Mr Mayor. I'm talking.
Sorry, Councillor, point of order. I am still the chair of the meeting, and when the chair asks to seek a clarification, you're not the chair. You are not the chair, much as you might not always understand. I'm just asking the clarification. You said the WHO published the table, was that correct?
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Just clarifying. Thank you.
Just a point of order.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes, Councillor Swanborough.
Mr. Mayor, as a role of the chair, I don't believe the standing orders allow you to interrupt another council by using interrupt the debate or discussion. I mean, I need to just remind everybody of what the standing orders say in relation to us. It says, no councillor who is speaking shall be interrupted except upon a point of order being raised either by the chairperson or by a councillor. I don't believe that even as you as chair have the ability to seek clarifications by interrupting someone when they're speaking, when you've invited them to speak. And I think, you know, that needs to be enforced in this meeting.
Your observations are noted. Councillor McConnell, please continue.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You said in your comments there that you got the vaccination to protect the others in the community. Are you saying that you can't transmit COVID?
Councillor, please, I will try to explain again. The clear advice from the proper, reputable medical advisors that inform our governments and therefore that we exist under is that the vaccination provides the best resilience for our community. It does not stop you becoming a positive case. It does mitigate your likelihood of doing so. It does mitigate your symptoms and it does mitigate your transmissibility. That's the advice that has been provided by the proper health authorities in Australia, which is the advice under which our administration operates. So does that clarify, Councillor? I don't for a moment, that is why That is why, even having had the vaccination, and as the vaccination was rolling out, there were other protections. That's why I was always sanitising and wearing the masks and following the social distancing rule. It's the reason why we continue to have social distancing in the chamber, because we recognise that there are foundations in vaccines, but there are other mitigations that still need to be in place until we reach a different threshold and there are other solutions. That's not our role to identify. That is actually the role of the senior governments of Australia, both federally and at a state level, the Queensland government. That's the practical structure. We don't get to create mandates that impose on the state or overrule the state. We follow their guidance. Sorry, Councillor West, did you wish to?
Look, Mayor, I don't believe that we're here this morning to debate who should be vaccinated and who shouldn't. That's certainly not for us to make the decisions, but in keeping with the motion, it's about so many of our local businesses who have said to us, how are we going to manage this? What about our insurance? What about the possible fines? There's so much that they are very concerned about. And especially, I probably mentioned the number of small cafes that we have who are always very busy, who have limited staff. The staff are very busy. A lot of their staff are younger people. And these are the concerns that they have about this roadmap being rolled out, where they feel they don't have enough information about it, how they're going to manage it. And my understanding is that is what the LGAQ are currently trying to sort out with the government, and I guess we need to really wait to see what their outcome is, which may hopefully be today.
So, Councillor, could I just provide an additional... the Local Government Association represents the member councils of Queensland, and therefore their representations with the government, whilst they will be very relevant to other aspects of our community, as I said in my opening, I did not believe that they have the charter to address some of the issues that go wider. And I would just like to draw attention to some of the components that rest before us today. And point E is one that is well beyond the thinking process and the debate about vaccinated, unvaccinated. This goes to an even more substantial concern. And that is about, as we've been told to expect the probability of COVID being active in our community. We have had random cases that have been traced and controlled under the current circumstances. So it's not unreasonable to expect that at some level the virus will re-enter our community. The issue that I call out in E goes to the operation of our businesses, that the current protocols would still, in a highly vaccinated world, impose the full shutdown of businesses were someone to test positive in that environment. I'm asking for that also to be reviewed, given the messaging and the reliance on the increasing level of vaccinations and the other protocols that we have evidenced give us success around hygiene and mask wearing and distancing and so forth, to ensure that as we move forward, all of those solutions are considered so that our businesses don't get crippled and that they have the certainty, because if they don't have that certainty, Councillor West, I share the concern that some of them will not be prepared to take on the risk to their employees, the risk to their customers who they know and value, and they may also not be able to operate in production areas that are important to our economy. So that is why I've called out that wide range of issues, not just about the debate about vaccinated, unvaccinated. There are more aspects to moving forward that need to be addressed now so that our businesses can have proper confidence. And those issues become very material to the certainty and planning and the availability of resources, the opportunity for people to make good decisions for their workplaces as well as for employees to make choices is very important.
Can I just ask a question to the CEO, if I could please, Mr Mayor?
You can ask a question, the CEO can decide to what he answers.
In one of the paragraphs on the second page of the Mayor's Mayoral Minute, it says, "It is appropriate to clarify at this time that Council has not identified the requirement nor been directed to implement total vaccine mandates within Council operations or facilities." We haven't mandated anyone within Council, our customer service staff or anyone, to take the vaccine.
Thank you for your question, Councillor McConnell. At this stage, we have no mandates in place in relation to requirements for any of our employees to be vaccinated.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to make a comment.
Certainly, Councillor Swanley.
Just in relation to mandates and, I just want to recall and relate the story of what happened to me a couple of years ago when we used to look after an elderly man in his 90s who lived next door to us who got whooping cough, and it wasn't a pretty sight for this man. And when taken into the nursing home and the hospital, whatever, we could not go down and see him unless we got vaccinated against whooping cough because of the threat of spreading the disease further. Now, that was a compulsory mandate, which I was happy to comply with and get vaccinated, and my wife at the same time. And I don't see this as too dissimilar to the whole COVID thing as well. And I think the only and the main message that should come from this council is that we support vaccination against COVID, because I believe that that is the only sound health advice that in a pandemic you should be taking, and that message is clear and unequivocal. But in relation to these other issues that are coming up, I almost see that they're out of our jurisdiction, and I just see that there are concerns, and I'm happy to have the debate about it today. And I think, the freedom of speech is paramount in these issues. But at the end of the day, they're all too complicated. We can only ask for, this Mayoral Minute asks for a reassessment of all these things and identifies all the questions. But we have no answers whatsoever, nor are we likely to offer any of the answers. And there's no understanding from my point of view whether the state hasn't already considered all of these matters, and they have come up with their response. And so I find that council's being put under very difficult circumstances by this debate, and for me, if the world hadn't dealt with the issues of smallpox, tuberculosis, measles, mumps, whooping cough, by vaccination, the world would be a very poor place at the moment. And we're facing a pandemic, and I think the main message out there to the community that I'd like to see in it, Mr Mayor, I think you correctly identified it on the first page of your Mayoral Minute in paragraph 4, totally support that approach. And if I was to want to put forward a resolution out of today's debate, it would be to encourage people in our community to get vaccinated, because what's going to happen on the 17th of December, when this world is opened up, and I was reading this advice in the newspaper this morning, is it's going to be a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And just as people could not put up with babies dying from whooping cough 40 years ago, I don't think that Queensland is going to be able to put up with the number of people who will be subject to dying from COVID, in the coming years, because this state will be opened up to COVID.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McGuinness, you've been waiting.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Could I just comment first of all on Councillor Swanborough's point? We don't know whether how much the state government have gone into this, and if by asking them to reassess, if they have assessed it and assessed it properly, I can appreciate that. But the fact is we don't know, and we should get them to double check it, in my opinion. There is no doubt in my mind that this is a very divisive issue amongst a number of people, and some of my good friends, including a doctor, who aren't going to get vaccinated. My wife and I, in spite of some health problems, have got vaccinated a number of months ago now, and there was no doubt in all the medical advice we had that it was the right thing to do and helped our health by doing it, not eliminating it. But and I suppose I have got, well, Councillor Swanburn, I agree with him, all the vaccinations we've been. I had a mother that lived with polio for 77 years, and I'm sure nobody sort of worried. There was a lot of time to research that, and it's virtually, thanks to Rotary clubs worldwide, have actually virtually have got rid of polio worldwide, apart from a small area of Pakistan, I believe. So it has saved so many lives, and I believe this will save so many lives too. And it is divisive. There's people who I respect greatly, don't believe they should be vaccinated, but that's their call. But the big majority of us are, and I think it's imperative that the big majority of us are vaccinated. And I commend the motion. I think it's getting the state to reassess there, and hopefully they do. I'm worried about the impact on businesses, like Councillor West said earlier. And some of our health services, there's a number of health people that don't believe in it and have lost their job because of it. But and that'll continue. But I think it's imperative, especially in hospitals and nursing homes, just like whether it's whooping cough, whether it's anything, that you should be vaccinated to go into those places. So I think what we've got on the table in front of us is somewhere close to the mark. It's a state government responsibility, and I think we should be asking them to reassess what they've done there because of the impact there, and at the same time encourage people, as many people as possible, to get vaccinated.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McConnell, you're waiting.
Yeah, if I could just ask Councillor Swanborough whether he's seen the COVID statistics for the 100% vaccinated state of Gibraltar at the moment.
No, I haven't seen those statistics.
There's a spike in Gibraltar and everyone is vaccinated. So it's not going to be a pandemic of the unvaccinated, just as likely to, from that statistics. The other one is I'm only 56 years of age. I'm healthy, I'm fit, other than my leg. The median age in Australia for deaths is 84 years of age. 84. So I eat healthy, I take vitamins. I'm not going to say which ones, everyone can have a look and consult their doctors, but I don't believe taking an experimental vaccine for everyone is the way to go. If I was 80 years of age, I'd probably get it, but I'm not, so I don't intend to get it.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm fully vaccinated. I was happy to do so. I do believe in vaccines. I think they've done a miraculous job over the last century, I guess. I think everyone should be encouraged to do so. I think this motion is a good one. I think we should always challenge the direction of the state to make sure that things are done correctly and implemented correctly, because they can miss the mark on quite a few occasions. So, I've got the same concerns about our local businesses as everyone else has stated already. And I also have concerns about our local residents, and even the ones that are choosing not to get vaccinated. I don't think they should be alienated either. We should have some solutions put in place for them as well. So, and be inclusive as we can be. So I'm supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just respond to something Councillor McGuinness said, councillors? I share, firstly, your comment about better transparency. For me, I didn't just sit down and knock this up in an hour or so. This is the genesis of multiple weeks of conversations with a number of agencies to try and find solutions, and regular participation in conference calls with the Premier and the Chief Health Officer, but also looking at the practical example of those things. And my frustration, part of it is also echoed in point F, 2F there, and goes to Councillor McGuinness's piece. A lot of what is breeding at the moment is in the vacuum of information that is being filled from too many variable sources and creating uncertainty. And I believe that is also one of the pieces to call out and call on the state to invest more effort in, that both above I've asked for better consultation, but also the provision of meaningful explanation. If they have done the assessment of these things, then explain to us why they've landed where they have and how that's not addressing the concerns of our community. Because we're being put in, I agree with Councillor McGuinness, we're in a position where we have the voices from both sides. We have the voices from those who want to know that the community vaccination coverage gives them support, but also keeps them safe, maybe because they're slightly more advanced than 60. But also we see our young people equally facing concern. I've had communication from someone who has a 21-year-old who's now overseas and is suffering chronic fatigue syndrome, probably for the rest of her days as a result of her exposure to COVID. So there will be stories of all forms. I also agree with Councillor Swamborough's observation, and I would have included calling out the need for vaccinations again if it wasn't already the position that we have publicly adopted, because it's part of the mandate. What I tried to focus on today is the things that we haven't called out before, and really focus on the things that need a different attention. So I'm fully committed to continuing to call out the importance of the vaccination support in our communities as the best foundation for defence at this time, knowing that there are other opportunities that may assist in the future, and that's a continuing research program. But I share the views of many at the table that the vaccinations over time, every vaccination in history has some form of risk for some parts of the community in which they're administered. Every vaccination has that. However, the alternate, just like smallpox or whooping cough, the alternate of unmitigated spread is just not a warranted risk. I'd also if we look at the international scene, I note in the last few days that a number of major countries in Central Europe and Western Europe have shifted their stance to be moving towards mandating vaccinations because they're in their fourth wave. And at the end of the day, we can quote the number of people who've died as a result of the vaccine, but that pales into insignificance compared to the number of people who've died as a result of the spread of COVID. And we don't know what that can look like in our communities. We've seen it in other states. We still see people dying in other states because COVID's still rampant. And that's not about fear. This is about trying to provide certainty for our community and asking the state to give us more certainty. Did you wish to speak again, Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, I do. I was wondering if I could ask Councillor McConnell a question more specifically about this motion and whether you disagree in total with this motion, or we understand your position on vaccinations, but do you actually, reading this motion, do you have some agreement in parts of that the government should be reassessing as many parts of it as they can?
Can I reply?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I don't think the motion goes far enough. I think we have a basic human right to decide what goes into our bodies. I don't agree with the assumption that this is equal to the smallpox or the whooping cough vaccine. It's a totally different vaccine. I recently just got the whooping cough and tetanus injection. Why? Because it's proven. This one has no long-term data. We started off with one vaccine. Now you've got to be double vaccinated. Now you've got to be double vaccinated with the booster. When's it stop? I agree that the businesses are the ones that are going to suffer here. And, you know, they're the ones that are going to have to implement. Again, we go to what was said, the feds have all the money, the state have all the power, and poor old council has to implement everything, all those at our level. I don't think businesses should have to implement this mandate to have someone standing at the door checking people's phones to see if they're vaccinated or unvaccinated. I hate to say it, but we're reliving the past. We always go back to Nazi Germany, just like they did with experimental vaccines on people. And I hate to say that, but yeah, I think there's a better way. The comorbidity rate within COVID is what the issue is. There's a lot of underlying conditions that people have, and I don't believe some of the figures where they died with COVID, not from COVID. I think we're being lied to by the corporate media, who also, you change the channel and they're all saying exactly the same wording. Everyone's on the same message. You must get the vaccine, you must get the vaccine. Well, how many boosters before you stop? It's now in open papers out there that it's only good for 2 to 3 months and wanes off after 6, which is why the boosters needed at 6-month mark. So I don't think it's going to be a vaccine of unvaccinated. I think there's a lot of other therapeutic drugs that are out there, as well as vitamins and minerals that are coming on the market. And should it go that way, then, you know, I'll look at some of those and I'll assess for myself how to keep myself healthy without having to implement and it is an experimental drug, because the FDA over in America, where Pfizer is only for emergency use. It hasn't been fully approved. TGA, which is Therapeutic Goods of Australia, have fully approved it for some reason. And if you have a look at the media reports over in America at the moment, the FDA got a Pfizer application, which is freedom of information, and they're saying it's going to take them 55 years to release the data from the vaccine. That's got to tell you something.
Not well. Anyway, thanks for your opinion, Councillor Swanton.
Mr. Mayor, look, just taking up a few points. I'm not an expert in this area, and I don't claim to be, and I'm just an observer of what I see. Yes, there certainly are human rights in the world, but those human rights are also limited under a lot of circumstances. You can't join the army and go overseas unless you've had certain inoculations, whatever. I fully support the government's mandate that health workers, for instance, should be vaccinated in order to deal with me when I go to hospital. I don't want to, you know, go to an unsafe place. So there is always going to be those grey areas which are entirely appropriate. I think the government is trying to, you know, take a very, very maybe overcautious approach to these mandates, because they've worked very, very hard to keep COVID out of the country, out of the state. And that's been terrific, and they should be commended for the work that they've done there. And but now they see that the other states are opening up. There is going to be pandemic on our doorstep, and there's a window of opportunity to get to that herd immunity. And I think all these issues of liability that we've addressed in the Mayoral Minute, which is quite appropriate, those things are going to disappear a fair bit when we reach herd immunity. And this country has never mandated compulsory immunisations, as far as I know. You still can choose if you if you don't want a polio vaccination or a measles or a mumps vaccination, but if you get those diseases, it's going to have implications, and they're infectious, and you have to deal with them appropriately. So, look, I'm listening to the debate, and I believe that I can support this motion. I think it's only going to be a short-term thing, because I think that once we get to that, and there's talk of Queensland reaching 90% vaccination in the new year, that being the case, that could be enough to get herd immunity, and the population will be protected. And I feel that it's my responsibility as an individual to help reach that goal, and that's why I encourage people to get vaccinated, so for the benefit of the majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McConnell.
Can I ask you what you understand herd immunity to be?
Yeah, look, I understand herd immunity to be at a certain level of protection within the community, such that the transmission of the disease is prevented. So the spread of the disease is prevented because there are less hosts in order to get it.
Thank you. Councillor, I think there are other comments. I would just add one observation. I try diligently, and have for many years, to get the updated flu vaccine each year, because the vaccine continues to be updated and progressed, and that's updated because these viruses. So a virologist friend has advised these things are very clever, and they continue to transform themselves to be able to bypass the protections that effectively build in the human immune system and come again. So I do expect that there's a likelihood of an ongoing pattern of this, that we will continue to see further vaccines rolled out. And fortunately, that is well outside the remit of us as council to have to manage, design or problem solve, because it's beyond our capacity or our skill set, certainly at this table. I'll admit that. Councillor McGuinness.
Mayor, I move the motion be put, please. I think we've had sufficient debate on it.
Councillor, I was just going to call for last comments before I propose the motion. As I previously read out, does the chamber require me to read it again, or are you satisfied with that initial reading? Okay. For the benefit of the audience, for those who haven't got it in front of them yet, righto, Councillor. I therefore propose the following motion arising from the mayoral minute. That Senigrim Regional Council authorises the Mayor to make representations to the Premier of Queensland as a matter of urgency regarding the following matters. 1. Senigrim Regional Council affirms its recognition that the Premier and Parliament of Queensland have the designated authority and responsibility to develop, communicate and implement a suitable plan in the current circumstances that maintains not just community safety but also upholds our social fabric, respect for community existence and confidence for business operations. 2. Senigrim Regional Council requests that the Queensland Government take urgent steps to A. Reassess any proposed directives to ensure proper respect and balance concerning the extent of differentiation indicated between the vaccinated and unvaccinated, as the current approach does not appear to consider all available mitigation alternatives to limit risk and allow equitable participation. B. Reassess and limit the extent of locations, business types and role dimensions that require full vaccination on a total risk basis, including consideration of alternative solutions that may reliably mitigate health risk, allow equitable participation and address perceived inconsistencies. C. Reassess the practical impacts and burdens that any restrictions or directives will impose on individuals, families, small, medium and large businesses, and consult more widely to ensure the foundations for a sustainable, confident society and economic performance are strengthened again. D, reassess protections for business owners and employees with regard to contingent issues including insurances, managing mandates, health and safety of employees and legal liability to maintain confidence for these participants in the economies of our state and the Senigrim region. E, reassess and develop pragmatic protocols for managing potential positive COVID-19 cases in workplaces where there is a foundation of high vaccination coverage to mitigate COVID-19 risks without crippling businesses and communities with impractical management mandates. And F, provide more communication resources to both engage more widely and deliver a more complete evidence-based justification and explanation based on the outcomes of 2A to 2E above. Thank you. Councillors, as a mayoral minute doesn't need a seconder, but I will ask for a seconder nonetheless. Councillor Enright. I don't think I need to speak to it anymore. Is anyone wishing to speak against the motion?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion.
I'm happy to consider one, Councillor.
Thank you. I'd just like to have number 3, that in the motion will read the council encourages all residents of Senigrim to seek medical advice and be vaccinated against COVID-19.
Councillor, I'm happy to accept a point 3 with a slight modification that council will continue. Okay. The council continues to encourage.
I'm happy to change my amendment.
So I'm happy to include that, noting that it's, as I said earlier, it's a foundation we've already set. So moved by Councillor Swamborough, seconded by Councillor McGuinness. You wish to speak any further, Councillor?
No, Miss.
You wish to speak against, Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, I'm a bit perplexed. I thought we weren't medical experts. I thought this was a purview of the state and federal government.
That's why the resolution, Mr Mayor, says that they should seek their own medical advice.
Then that should be it. You're encouraging people to get the vaccine, so that's what I'm saying. So we've gone from...
Yes, subject to them getting their own medical advice.
So
I'll be now. I'm not against people getting the vaccine. If you want to get the vaccine, you go right ahead. You make your own choice. That's your human right. But we shouldn't be forcing people or coercing people to get it.
Sorry, Councillor, this does not talk about, just to clarify, Councillor Swamborough, I don't believe your wording intends to coerce anybody. I believe it's consistent with the directive of the state, and it is just affirming the position. I'm interpreting that you're, as per my wording above, you're affirming the position of council. Thank you. Councillor Swamborough's nodding his head for those not in the room. So, anyone wishing to speak for? Yes.
Mayor, so in spite of seconding it, I take Councillor McConnell's point, and I think if there were a couple of words after medical advice, and if positive, not something to say. Yeah.
Perhaps
something like that. I think it covered it, and then you're not actually.
Perhaps
it's really not saying. It's saying there, if you get medical advice, no matter what that medical advice is, you go and get vaccinated.
Well, let's include the words "as advised"
so
at the end of the recommendation.
Councillor, could I suggest? I was thoughtful with the phrasing that I had put in my description, which included seek medical advice for their circumstance and engage with the vaccination opportunities accordingly.
Yeah, and if I add the words "as advised" on the end of that, as proposed, that will cover that, what you've just said.
I'm, Councillor, we've got a motion there, and we're comfortable with that. Duncan, yeah, I know I'm trying to get his head. You're comfortable with that as the seconder? Councillor Swanborough is happy?
Yeah, the only problem I've got as advised by whom
I was talking about seeking medical advice. So it's related to medical advice.
yeah, okay.
I think we're finessing the head of a pin, councillors, I suggest. And I'd suggest we have enough clarity there. There is a clear direction overarching of this from the state that our encouragement is couched in. Now, we'd had a speaker against, we've had a clarification. Do we have another speaker for? Anyone else wishing to speak additionally? We'll vote on the amendment to include a point 3. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Now we move back. I'm happy to continue with my original motion, including point 3 as an amendment. Councillor Enright, are you happy to second accordingly?
Thank you, Mayor, I am.
Thank you. Then, councillors, we return to the original motion, and I'm just little digressions where we were in the sequence of speaking for and against. I think I've spoken for, and I'll hold to close. Anyone speaking against the motion? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy to second the Merrill Minute. I think this is a very appropriate way forward for a local government to provide feedback to our state government, who are ultimately responsible for dealing with issues such as health. As representatives of our community, it is fair that we put forward a request for the state to reassess their processes that will have unintended consequences on our residents and on our businesses, which I believe we have the right to ask for the state government to review and reassess their planned rollout so that the impacts are considered on a wider scale.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Oh, Councillor McConnell, sorry.
As I've said before, I'm not against anyone getting the vaccination if they so wish. I will support the motion, however, I still believe it doesn't go far enough. It's a bit of a fence sitting, getting to the state government to reassess, which basically says they didn't do a good enough job the first time. I think it should be opposed any vaccine mandate and any lockdown. We are way behind everyone else, and I just can't believe the state this government is in. Thank you.
Councillor Swanborough, do you wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look, I believe that there wouldn't be a person in this room who wasn't concerned about the impact of these mandates. We all live in a society now that recognises and protects individual rights, whether it be discrimination, harassment, you name it. And that's a sign of a society that's moved on to become more sophisticated, and it does grate against people when they're set down and these individual rights are threatened in some way, and we are uncomfortable with it, and I'm uncomfortable with it. However, we often don't put enough emphasis on our responsibilities, And our responsibilities are something which are optional, I guess, and everybody determines what their level of responsibility is. And I think, you know, it is the responsible thing to get vaccinated in a worldwide pandemic. And so I think sometimes responsibilities can override individual rights.
Thank you. If there's no one else wishing to speak, I will just close out on this before we put the vote. I spent a long time contemplating getting the balance right in this. It would have been easy to have assembled a motion that was aggressive and demanding, but that would have been, it might have made us popular in some quarters, but it wouldn't have had the balance of providing guidance to the state of what we believe can provide a way forward. In calling out the pieces I've called out in this today, I believe it's providing a framework for addressing the concerns of wide range of views in our community, not just about vaccinated, unvaccinated, but most importantly about the part each of us needs to play in keeping our community safe. That's one of the obligations in a democracy, is to be a contributor to that overarching outcome and not whilst you have democratic freedoms, there are consequences for every choice we make. And our democratic freedoms always rest within a requirement for civilised coexistence. In putting this together, councillors, I've thought long and hard about the range of issues and trying to put, I don't know whether the state's assessed many of these things, as Councillor McGuinness alluded to before. The reality is we don't have visibility on many of those issues. And this is really calling for better visibility to provide a more informed conversation, which is an essential piece of a civilised society, the opportunity to engage in that and to engage in it and not get lost in the debate about which is the last piece of news sitting on a website somewhere. To engage in it, really, this is not a conversation about that. This is a conversation about how we now move forward together in a strong way to secure a good future for our communities, for our business communities, and for our children to see us behaving properly and responsibly in working together to cement a future. I certainly commend the motion. I now put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Appreciate the effervescent and passionate contributions to that dialogue. Given it is 10:42, we will actually just quickly, just to provide anything further, we go through item 6, item 7, and there's no deputations for today. There's no petitions I've been advised of. Councillors, you've had access to the minutes from the prior meeting. I'm not aware of any request for amendments, but if we're all comfortable, there is a motion that I would read to the room that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 9th of November 2021 be adopted. I would seek a mover. Councillor West. Any questions to those minutes? Any points for clarification, councillors? Any additional discussion of those minutes? Not a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Before we move now, there's no business arising today from those prior minutes. We are going to adjourn for a short break because when we return, we'll be considering 10.1, the progress report for Q1 of the operational plan. And therefore, we will, conscious that we did invest some time there, but I believe a worthwhile conversation. We'll return at 11:05, allow you to recharge. That's 11:05 on my clock, which is pretty close to that one on the wall. And I'll just adjourn the meeting. And to those in the gallery, please take a comfort stop, get a cup of tea, and we'll see you back shortly. Thank you, councillors, and welcome back to our digital gallery. And we now progress with the business of the meeting, and we turn to item 10.1. We ask the GM People and Strategy to introduce this item. And councillors, in doing that, just again refer you to, and for those who may be following the public agenda, that the document supporting this item 10.1 is actually I'm sure distributed as an attachment to that separately, so that we can follow along. Thank you, GM.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors, fellow exec, officers in the room, and to those listening in the gallery. It's my pleasure to present the first quarter's progress report against the current 2021-2022 operational plan today. What you see is two attachments against the paper, as is our usual process. The first attachment will have highlighted any proposed changes to the operational plan with commentary around that change. And the second attachment is the same document with those changes accepted and highlights removed. The second document will be that which is published on adoption of the quarterly report. So it's been a very successful quarter in spite of a number, continuing challenges for the organisation. I will draw your attention to the executive summary, which highlights key achievements and progress updates on a number of notable items contained under each of the 7 community themes. I will also draw your attention, for those listening in the gallery particularly, to the appendix of the document located on page 73, I think. No, 76. 77, which highlights activities as a part of our usual day-to-day service provision. As you know, our operational plan is about discrete projects deliverable within the financial year that will take council towards its strategic vision. In addition to those discrete projects, council has a day-to-day service delivery program which is significant, and the statistics and highlights presented in Appendix A really identifies the level of effort by council officers on a day-to-day basis in delivering the standards of service that we deliver for our community. Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Councillors, maybe we work from the, just to try and have a level of order and not be bouncing backwards and forwards around with your forbearance. We might go from the, we might work from the track change version, so you can see those components. And we'll progress through on a page by page so that I can find that we can all follow through rather than flipping around. So I'm on page 9 of 181 at the moment, starting with the executive summary. Moving to page 2, page 10, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a question there, if I may.
Yes.
Excuse me. It was the biodiversity across the region being protected and the amazing increase in the new properties secured for habitat protection. which has almost reached the target for the whole year. I just wondered, was that with extra promotion by the officers or about general concern from our community and interest?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor West. I will pass that on to the General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity.
Thanks for your question, Councillor. It's a combination of two things. I think the two things you identified, there are dedicated officers working on that program, as you know, and I think in recent times, staff have been working their way through all of those properties that had been a part of that habitat protection program previously, and re-engaging with them and then working on whether they're going to continue in the program or not. And there'd been a number of properties that people that have made inquiries about that program, and the officers have been facilitating those discussions and now signing those back up, or signing some new ones up. So I think the target of 20 is very encouraging.
Amazing. Yes, thank you. It's certainly very positive.
Yeah, and sorry, just to reiterate Councillor West's comments, that comment is relating to a key performance indicator against biodiversity across the region is protected, and that indicator is number of new properties secured under the Habitat Protection Program by the end of this financial year. Our target for the financial year was 7. And we've actually achieved 20 in the quarter. Oh, sorry, but target for the quarter is 7.
Thank you. Page 11 of 181, still in the executive summary. Then to page 12. Now we start into page 13 of 181, and that's the spectacular scenery, healthy environment.
Mayor, I have a question, if I may. And first of all, may I congratulate and thank the CEO and the general managers, the managers and the council officers on the achievements of the first year quarter report. I would like to just ask a question regarding the spectacular scenery and healthy environment. And particularly regarding the biodiversity strategy. And I'm wondering what outcomes have been achieved in biodiversity across the region so far.
Thanks, Councillor Enright. Again, I'll pass that question to the General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity.
Thanks for your question, Councillor. How long have you got for me to answer this question? Because we're 5 years into a 10-year plan, which was adopted in 2015. Recently, officers presented a briefing to councillors, a bit of a report card on the first 5 years, the 2015 to 2020 component. And it is our intention to bring that report back and publicly table that report. So it lists hundreds and hundreds of different actions and outcomes that the council has, through its officers, worked with many of the local organisations and individuals across the region. I was going to mention the Habitat program, but Councillor West has already questioned on that. I think that's a great indication of the acceptance of the need for protection of the wonderful environment that we're in. I think the other opportunities just to mention today is around, the level of environmental education that staff do with locals across the region. We work on many other programs like Resilient Rivers, the Million Trees program, and of course we also deliver the environmental grants which assist organisations to emulate what is the aspirations of the Senigrim biodiversity strategy. So there's lots of other outcomes that have been achieved, Councillor, and as people would know, this is around protecting the natural environment in which we operate in, and particularly around the industries that are codependent on that level of environment, being agriculture, tourism and the like. And so we're trying to strike a balance, and as Council knows, we're also working on the climate change interim statement of intent, and we'll be bringing more information back to the council on that in the near future.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Anything more on page 13, or I move to 14? Nothing on 14. I'll move on to 15.
These probably relate, Mayor, to the previous question in regards to some of the activities being delivered as part of the biodiversity strategy.
Thank you. If not, we move to page 16 of 181.
If I can just ask about activity 1, development of the Senigrim climate change statement of intent in date 31st of December.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. So, as has been previously discussed, the interim statement of intent can be found on Council's website. Officers have formed an internal task force in order for us to do some auditing of our own council operations. That group has formed and has met, and there is another meeting coming up, and it is our desire that we will bring back the further discussion around the Senigrim climate change statement of intent after we've reviewed it both internally and with some key stakeholders. At this point in time, I'm hopeful of it coming back before that date on the 31st of December. I'm just mindful that there's only one meeting of council in that month. So unfortunately, you may not be meeting when we bring it back to you. No, just kidding. So if we aren't able to bring it back by the 31st of December, we will have it back to council in the early part of the new year. Just wanting to make sure we review it properly and thoroughly before representing it.
Thank you. Can I just maybe a query generally that everyone's familiar with what's in the current interim and whether that's certainly a piece to maybe provide to councillors just to refresh in advance of that coming forward might be useful.
I'm happy to provide that again to councillors, yes.
Anything else on page 16? If not, I move to page 17.
Again, Mr Mayor, it's got a end date of 31st of December for item 1 or activity 1.
Thanks, Councillor McConnell. Yes, the target for the Queensland Emergency Risk Management Framework to be endorsed by the Local Disaster Management Group is the 31st of December.
Wait, no, we're on page 18.
Page 17 I'm still on at the moment.
Oh, you're
sorry,
17.
I was still on 17 of 181, sorry.
Oh, it doesn't change it, yeah.
With the actual result indicating a level of preparedness in terms of that framework, I will pass to the General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity to comment on the meetings of the Local Disaster Management Group and when that endorsement may occur.
So councillors, there's been a lot of work that has occurred in partnership with key organisations on preparation and review of the risk management framework. There is to be some further workshops to be held to finalise the development of that, and they're not going ahead towards the end of this year. I doubt that the framework will be adopted by the 31st of December by the LDMG. I've just got an officer in the room that I'm querying that with.
Thank you, GM. We've just recently had a workshop with LDMG around that framework, and it is just being finalised by BMT, and then when it has been finalised, it will come back to LDMG probably in the new year. But for all intents and purposes, the draft is there. It just needs to be finalised. And the local disaster management plan will be hinged around that risk management framework as well. So that'll come after that for updating.
So just as chair, I can confirm those two, but observe that our next meeting's not clearly until a couple of months into 2022. Hopeful that we're not having other emergency reasons to meet in the meantime, and if we are, we certainly won't be focusing on this. So the next structured meeting is, so we just need to look at the date for that. But that's correct, those workshops have been productive.
So you're talking about the next local disaster management group meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess where I was going is we won't meet that deadline, Councillor McConnell, by the 31st of December, because it requires the endorsement of the local disaster management group. So as Mayor said, earlier into the new year.
Thank you.
So now we move to page 18 of 181.
And same again, end date of 31st December for item 1, activity 1, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, thanks, Councillor McConnell. I'll just pass to the General Manager, Asset and Environmental Sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. The reality of it is this relates to the building of new structures. We certainly do review, and whenever we do build structures, we actually follow current design standards. Item 2 is also relates to the 31st of December, and that's where we actually take on local conditions and where we may want to enhance those design standards. So we certainly, given that there's a reasonable amount of work involved in that, we've certainly looked at what we've got, and we're fairly comfortable with how we approach our design of particular buildings. It's probably a better investment in time that when individual buildings are assessed, that we actually make sure that the guidelines that we have are fit for purpose for that particular site. So for an example, and I'm reaching at a reasonably interesting example, we'd certainly look at Tambourine Mountain, known for potential high winds, and certainly we might want to choose a slightly different class or high class for the wind rating on structures that actually other than what would normally be within the design standards. So that's certainly the reasoning behind this particular item. So that high level review has been undertaken, but a better investment in time would be when the specifics are actually carried out.
So just a supplementary question to that. That's important dialogue. Can we just consider then how we reflect that in the reporting of this item and reset what's the appropriate end date? Point 2's a little different. It's got a longer end date, but that one for point 1 probably just needs to have a different dialogue around it. If we could note that for...
Yeah, I would believe that we've reconciled our design standards by this time. So really when I was talking more to point 2, I read a 1 instead of a 2 on the end date on that one. So I do apologise on that particular comment. So given the longer time frame, so we'll meet that. That deadline has already been met.
So you will meet that for quarter 2 reporting.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the clarification I think we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that the clarification you're after, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Page 19.
Can I just ask, just to clarify, the LED lights under our budget actual comments, the 25, 25, 25, that's percentage or number of lights?
It's number of lights.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it's number of lights, Councillor.
Move to page 20, councillors. Page 21. Page 22. Move into the next category here. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. More of a general comment rather than specifically when we're talking about the sustainable and prosperous economy. And my question is, what outcomes have been achieved through the engagement, productive partnerships and knowledge sharing with local businesses and industries?
Refer that to the GM
of
Customer Regional Prosperity, I'm presuming, please.
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor. Again, this is very broad. There's a range of activities that relate to the regional prosperity strategies implementation. But to your question in particular, there's quite a number of partnerships that are very proactively being in place, and some of those include the Chambers of Commerce and the various meetings that the team support. Recently, there was a meeting of the Chambers of Commerce with officers to discuss a number of strategic projects that we're working on. I think the other great thing is the business breakfast that we've been holding, and there's been a couple of those lately that have been very, very well attended, including the one last Friday, where we focused around waste and talked trash. And the other significant partnership where we've worked with Chambers of Commerce in the business community is the recent Business Excellence Awards that were held a couple of weeks ago. And we had record attendance at that event, some 220 people, and there was a range of wonderful businesses across the region recognised for their excellence in their operations, and the spread of wins, from right across the region. Through Tambury Mountain, but it was just incredible to see the scale of businesses that were recognised that night. I think the other really productive partnership that is in place is the work we're doing with Destination Senigrim and the tourism industry. We can continue to deliver a range of programs and projects that are fully funded through, some of them are fully funded through the grants that we've been able to achieve over the last 18 months to 2 years. And we're really starting to see some traction out of those relationships as well. This week, we're also holding, next week, the 30th, we're holding an events workshop to work with local event providers. That's an action within, building capacity within the regional prosperity strategy aims. And we are hosting that. I think that was announced in the media yesterday for anyone who operates and delivers regional events to have some opportunity to learn and to grow in that. And I think most importantly, after being nominated and named as one of the world's top 10 destinations by the Lonely Planet, the Senigrim Council was awarded a gold for the best tourism marketing campaign with the Welcome to the Richest Place on Earth in Australia initiative that was recognised at the Queensland Tourism Awards just recently. And as you know, tourism and all the work we're doing with agri-tourism and agribusiness is a key pillar underneath the regional prosperity strategy. And I think some of the partnerships that we've formed with those businesses are really starting to bear fruit in terms of the implementation of that strategy.
Thank you.
Further questions on page 22? We move to page 23 of 181. Move forward to page 24. Page 25. Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I please just ask for a quick update on the Biodiversity Enterprise precinct? Thank you.
Yes, the update would be that at the time of this report being put together, which is a quarterly report at the end of 30th of September, we were still meeting our projected timelines to be substantially completed by Christmas. Unfortunately, with the recent wet weather, that certainly has delayed that progress, and we won't be reaching that target of the 31st of December at this time. So, and there's very little we can do to expedite that. We've got additional staff on site and additional contractors doing some of the work where possible, but with continued rain and the site conditions, it's just not being able, we're just not in a position to be able to accelerate to get that completed. As far as budget goes, we're still within budget, so so that's probably the bright side of the conversation. But I think last report was around 90-something days of influence by weather conditions, with a forecast with the current El Nino, is it La Nina? Yeah, one of those. Yes, impacts, that we actually could be seeing another 51 impacted days. So the reality of it is that we're certainly working through a program with those number of days, given the site conditions. I think I've mentioned it previously that it's not only the day it rains, it's the couple of days after that you're just not able to safely undertake certain activities. It seemed once we get out of the subgrade and start building the road, we'll be able to get into work reasonably quickly after a weather event. But just at the moment, it is what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you. Also, what work's been done behind the scenes to attract businesses to that precinct?
I'm happy to take that question, Councillor. So there's been a formal process put in place where we sought a panel of real estate agents and have selected an agent to work with officers on the development of a prospectus to attract businesses to the site. There are a number of businesses within the site, within the first stage of the Biodiversity Enterprise Precinct that are indicating they're looking to expand. And so we've been working with those on the size of lot that they might look to expand their business to. We're fielding inquiries and been working with those businesses. In fact, I think there was another 2 inquiries last week. So we're doing everything we can to be ready. The second Chris says to push go, that we can release the investment prospectus and start marketing the sites. But in the absence of having the site finished, we're still fielding those inquiries and working with those people who are looking to either expand or buy into there as those inquiries come in. It's just difficult at the moment because of the wet weather and that it's a construction site. We're not able to take people onto the site, but I also understand there's been some aerial footage taken so we can sort of show that to people that are interested.
Have you finished, Councillor Chalk?
Just a supplementary question on that issue. Are purchasers able to purchase one of these blocks off the plan?
Not at this point in time, but there is a process that needs to be followed for that to be able to occur. So that will certainly be coming to council in the near future.
Further questions, Councillor Chalk, were you?
Yeah, on the same lines. I was just wondering, is there any work being done in the Western Corridor around the same lines of industrial businesses?
Not at this point in time. Council does, however, have a land holding in the Western region, not far from its current transfer station at Boona, that it has in its possession. But at this point in time, there's no appetite or moving forward, but there's certainly that land there available if council so choose to invest in something at that site.
Thank you, Councillor Chalk. That satisfied? Councillor McConnell, did you want to ask a question?
Just a clarification, the Senigrim Strategic Coordination Group meetings, is that the Brommelton SDA group?
So that's a group that we've established with our state government partners, which includes strategic sites across the region, so one of which is the Brommelton State Development Area. We're in those discussions, we're addressing with them all manner of projects and opportunities, including inland rail. We've talked about an agricultural precinct that's purported to be established over in the west, and so there's really a broad range. We talk about Mount Lindesay Highway development. We raise any issues that we think are affecting, you know, from progressing the region or where we need assistance. The Office of the Coordinator General, the Department of Main Roads and the Department of State Development meet with the Regional Prosperity Economic Development Officers and our planning officers and myself on a very regular basis, and where necessary we brief on other matters like the recent waste strategy that was adopted.
Thank you.
Just a
Sorry,
question.
Councillor Swanborough.
Question on that particular issue. I understand as a PwC, we're doing a report on the feasibility of Brommelton going forward. Is that report, you know, seeing the light of day at this point in time, or is it still under review?
The report was commissioned by the Office of the Coordinator General, and at the strategic coordination meeting, I think 2 or 3 ago, the findings of that report were presented by PwC to the strategic coordination group. I've officially requested that report be released to Council, and at the last meeting, officers of the Coordinator General's office had indicated to me that the Coordinator General supported Council receiving a copy of the report, but at this point in time it has not been made public.
Further questions, councillors? Otherwise we shall move on. Perhaps this overlaps onto page, the next page anyway, page 26. Move to page 27. Move to page 28.
Councillors, I'll draw your attention there on page 28 to a amendment to the annual target against the fourth key performance indicator, business development programs, workshops held for phase 2 with an annual target of 2 rather than what was originally defined as 6.
Can I just clarify from the commentary, there were 6 in all, but 4 were in the prior?
Sure. So you're right, Mr Mayor. The justification for that was that 6 is certainly the target for the phase 2. However, 4 of those were conducted in the previous financial year.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillors, move to page 29. Move to page 30. We move.
Just a question on the.
Sorry, Councillor.
Question on the
Swanborough.
Senigrim website. Is that going to be completed by the 31st of December as well?
Are you inquiring about the Visit Senigrim project? No, that definitely won't be finished by that date. Because we've been working so closely with industry on that, it has taken a little bit longer than we first anticipated. At the last briefing I had from officers, I'm expecting that to be finished probably around February, March of next year. And we have an industry-based working group that has been shadowing officers on that project. And so it has just taken a little bit longer than we first anticipated. It's still within the budget parameters, but there's been more work that we've needed to do in the background in order to build the new site.
Thank you. Back forward to page 30. To 31. Page 32. Page 33.
Councillors, I'll draw your attention again to a further amendment which doesn't actually change the annual target. I'm referring to the key performance indicator, increase in positive customer feedback. Because of the way we operationally measure customer feedback, which is about number, we included for transparency the number of increases that we were targeting that equates to a 15% increase from the previous financial year. So the amendment there is simply to increase transparency.
Thank you for that clarification. Anything further on page 33? Page 34. Councillor Swanborough, can I just ask you to turn your microphone off so that if someone else is wanting to ask a question, I can see the light. Thank you. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Sorry, page 35. Councillor
we've got an end date of this year on optimise the council's customer request system.
I'll take that question, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your question, Councillor McConnell. Yeah, we have a indicative date there by the end of, I guess, 31st December. It is taking time to plan that. It's understanding where council's situated at the moment in terms of how we've utilised the current request system to suit other areas. Now, in order to allow the implementation of that across the board of a solution out of the box, it's understanding those workarounds that we've had to incorporate and ensure that those features or those services that those particular areas require are still going to be existing. But part of this project, the gauging at the moment, is still scoping out and working closely with Tech One, or our vendor, to ensure pure understanding of that. We don't want to certainly turn those off and disrupt sections of the organisation that are currently using that ability. But we need to be mindful that it's got to service the whole organisation.
Thank you. On the key milestones, the annual is finished at the 30th of September 2021 with only 20% actual of 100.
Yeah, there's been, obviously, with the starting delayed start of the new manager, IT, that certainly put us on the back foot. He's still got some understanding to get around the systems, and then obviously to then work with the appropriate project management coordination of that to ensure, there's been some big emphasis on our current project to finalise the transition of HRP into the CI anywhere environment, and that's causing, or that's required some considerable resources that we don't want to bite off more than we can chew in providing a half-hearted sort of solution. So I know that the guys are busily trying to get that to a stage where there's a plan that's elevated to be reported up to the executive. So we're still holding out, being hopeful. That's a project plan by September. We're still sort of looking to develop that at some stage.
So just to further clarify the matter, we're at the end of September reporting. There'll be an update for us of the December quarter.
Yes.
Can we just ask that the clarity of any proposals for revised dates actually shows what the original was and what the proposed revised is, and what the confidence around that from the revised project plan is? We understand the challenge around resourcing as per the comments at the bottom of the page. I think behind the question, without putting words in Councillor McConnell's mouth, it's actually having the clarity. There are a whole heap of reasons why targets must change. We just, as soon as we identify the likelihood of that, can we make sure we're reporting it up for visibility and planning understanding, I think is the concern generally.
Exactly those words, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just a question in relation to that matter. Is it within the scope of this project that the public will be able to lodge customer requests from home directly into council system?
That's ultimately the intent, is to expand the breach of or the capabilities of how customers can interact with council, and one of those, not just the request, but also abilities streamline the processes to facilitate payments and other activities within council.
Councillors, it's probably worth noting that this project has certain dependencies with other systems implementation projects. So there are a number of systems implementation projects that are planned currently, and there's a complexity around understanding the dependencies between projects so that we implement them in an order and in a coordinated way that gets the most efficiency out of our investment. So there is work underway, as Oliver mentioned, in planning that, but what we hadn't anticipated was the complexity of the program management of a number of those projects. So we are looking at that program management now. Out of that, the project plan will be the next step for this particular implementation. Timing for that is at this point probably early 2022.
Just at the risk, Councillor, if I can play back as close to a layperson comment as I can to make sure there's a lot of pieces that need to be remedied. There are some of them that it's recognised councillors are passionate about having activated. However, before the activation of those can start, there may be some other foundations that need to be properly relayed. And that's now being investigated to properly inform what the right time frame is for other pieces. Is that a reasonable decode of that?
That's an excellent decode, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. With that in mind, it's perhaps timely for an overarching briefing for us with our new IT lead and the reference group to provide that understanding so that councillors perhaps aren't as frustrated by comments and understand what that timing is. Would that be a reasonable?
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that would be a good idea.
Thank you.
I just noticed, I note that Technology One certainly sell their product on the basis that, when it's supposed to be developed to a level where the back-end transactions, whether it be to the different modules, including payments and things, are all built into the system to automate, the processing of a customer request as it comes in. So I hope that it can live up to the promises that they have in relation to the functionality that's provided.
Thanks, Councillor. The work that's underway at the moment is around the project schedule, the timing, reporting back on budget for each of the different elements, which at the moment we're on target for, we're working towards our existing budget. So it's certainly worth noting that we'll have that information to present back to Council at a future meeting, and noted.
Thank you. Perhaps otherwise we'll get ourselves into trying to target that design without the evidence. Thank you. We move to page 36, councillors.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes,
I may ask a question to General Manager of Customer and Regional Prosperity, and in regard to enhanced communication with our customers and other stakeholders through the implementation of our communication strategy. My question is, what level of engagement has occurred over the first quarter in line with our communication strategy?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. I think very pleasing is some of the statistics that are sitting reported there against the milestones, particularly media releases. There were 50 actual media releases distributed in the first quarter against the target of 30. There's been continual communication with staff internally, 17 opportunities for CEO updates against a target of 6, and the number of advertisements that we've continued to advertised in the local newspaper network has been 51 against the target of 30, and our social media and the way we've developed content schedules has continued to be delivered quite diligently by the marketing and communications team. The other things I'd like to probably point out is there's a range of other within the strategy, and there'll be briefings and opportunities for the milestones against that strategy as an individual strategy to come forward. I think some of the other milestones is around the brand strategy and guidelines and the development of the new brand, which is rolling out as on low cost and no cost opportunities as they arise. The council's website has been reskinned and been updated to a much more user-friendly format to enable people to interact with us, much more simply. We have also had a number of engagements, including on the Tamborine Mountain Library, the Gallery Walk project, and the Community and Culture Plan, where we've actively sought input for the community on those important projects. We've developed a range of communication plans for various projects that are happening across the region to ensure that we have consistent methods of reporting back to our community. We've introduced media briefings, so at the end of council meetings and on other important occasions like the budget, we hold invitations briefings to the media to keep directly into our interface with our local media. The other important piece that we're working on at the moment and we'll be bringing back to council in the next few weeks is also the establishment of a new engagement portal that will be a community interface with us as an organisation. People will be able to subscribe to that as members, and they will receive, and they can subscribe to individual projects. They will be invited to make comments on particular projects and programs, and including our customer surveys that we have talked about at length in association with our customer experience strategy. This new portal will be launched early in the new year, and people will be able to subscribe, and they'll be able to subscribe directly to something that interests them, and they'll receive real-time updates on those projects. So they're just some examples of how the team has been progressing with the communication strategy. And of course, I should also just mention we did have some staff leave us during that time, and I'm pleased to say that Leanne O'Brien, who's been appointed as the Principal Specialist Communications Marketing, has joined the organisation, and so we'll see even more things being delivered now we are back to having our full staff in place.
Thank you. Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Swan.
Yes, just a question in relation to the update of Council's website. The criticism I often get, and sometimes it's my own criticism, is when I'm searching the Council website, I come up with outdated versions of documents, all sorts of things like that. I can never be 100% sure that I'm looking at the latest version of a document. So, and people doing Google searches are telling me the same thing. They get, a policy which is out of date, and et cetera, et cetera. What work is being done in order to cull out the old irrelevant information or provide a history to that information, and so that the public and councillors themselves can have confidence that when we search the council website, we get the latest information, or we are aware that it's the latest information?
GM.
Thanks, Councillor Stromber. It's a technical question. Council utilises a platform called Jadu that's supplied to us by LJQ, and they host certainly a lot of the other websites. The issue, and it's been a report issue that we've had in the past, similar to that, is that it actually searches within documents, like it does a meta search within the documents itself, and it doesn't necessarily. We've asked that we broach a topic of getting them to rewrite the languaging to pick the most relevant, but it actually does these meta searches and picks up the documents. It doesn't base on on headlines and other aspects, not necessarily by the latest. So it's a continued criticism of the platform and the provider. There's nothing at this stage that's been or firm or concrete that they've given us in terms of rectifying the matter. We can certainly bring the matter up continually again with them.
And I guess.
Sorry. Just. I know this is a question that had a number of thoughts. I know the CEO has some thoughts on this.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Councillor Swanborough, a lot of the information that's drawn from the website is linked to council minutes of the past. We can't delete those, so those documents will always be there, even if they're a draft, a version of a policy that might be 10 years old, still sits in our systems because it has to, because it's a record of the organisation and its previous activities. As the General Manager's indicated, it's around the language or the search function, how the Jardoo system finds which document that you're looking for. That's the unfortunate part, and the best we can do really is indicate to people when you use our system and you're searching for something and a document comes up, just make sure from the dates of that document that it would appear to be the most recent one, because that's probably the best advice that we can give at this point.
Is it time to look for a different system, would be my question, because this system doesn't appear to satisfy the needs of the user.
I'm sorry, if I just answered, that is the new system that was put in place about 3 years ago.
So we may need to consider that in a different forum, perhaps not a question for the quarterly update. Take it on notice, CEO.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, we can do. I guess the other thing is that, you know, people search systems different ways. If I'm looking for a policy within council's website, I go into the website, I go into policies, and then I go into the place where all the policies and procedures are stored, and then I make sure that I find the most recent one. I don't use the search function within the website to do that. So I've narrowed my focus, and I know other people do it that way. Everybody searches differently, so depending on how the methods that people choose how to search will locate different documents, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Mayor and Councillor, sorry, just back to the document itself, I'll draw your attention to the highlighted change again. Now, this was an interesting one in that we had initially looked at a performance measure around council's performance or council's responsiveness against our own benchmark or our own standard, and the challenge with that is that our aspiration is actually to meet the expectations of media, is to be responsive to media and not to not against our own measures. So we've changed the key performance indicator, the wording there around that instead of providing responses to media inquiries within our own prescribed deadlines, that it's within their requested deadlines. That's our goal always. Having said that, the media isn't always accommodating in terms of the timeframes it provides. You know, our ability to respond in a timely way is dependent on the accessibility of our spokespeople, on the accessibility of the information to our media people. So there's obviously a process there. That's necessitated the need to decrease the annual target in order for it to be achievable. So you'll see those changes there highlighted in yellow.
Can I ask a supplementary question, perhaps for consideration and report back? With that change, could we consider at a future time, if you're not ready today, what the resource implication would be of trying to meet the 90% target against the requested deadlines versus what resource we currently have? That probably is a piece of information that would be beneficial at the table.
I will take that on notice and do further work, but I can tell you anecdotally off the top of my head, Mayor, I think we'd need at least another 2 to 3 people to try and manage the volume of those requests and the timeframes that are currently requested of us. And we're doing our very, very best with the resources that we have to be timely in those responses, but that one team, of which is reasonably small, covering media for the entire region, for the entire council, and is not just one stream of responding to media requests. So all the generation of reports and the like that happen across all the different channels is all coming out of that one team. So we can come back as a part of a report back in the communication strategy to address that issue.
So thank you. So just noting the change of a target rather than understanding the resource constraint, I think we should be deciding that transition accordingly. Page 37, councillors. Councillor McGuinness, were you waiting to ask something?
Yeah, I was on 36.
36,
Mayor.
sorry, councillor, I just saw your microphone.
Media releases, and that were almost twice as many as what the target was. And maybe it's an unanswerable question, but is when is it too many? And people become blasé about it. That's one every second day, or higher than one every second day. Do people take them for granted? Are they hitting the mark? And maybe a question involved in that, how many of those releases actually get taken up by the media?
Thank you for your question, councillor. So I understand what you're talking about, potential fatigue, and I acknowledge that is something to be concerned about. The releases are a combination of things though, so they're either particular around project delivery and changes to road conditions or other things that are relative at that point in time. They're around projects that are being delivered and opportunities for people to be engaged. Some of them are around the good news stories, around our recent Lonely Planet announcement, the recent Gold Award that we won for a marketing campaign, beating all other councils in Queensland, just saying. And also things like, workshops that we're inviting businesses to, encouraging people to participate in Business Excellence Awards. So I guess it depends on the time. We may not reach that target in the next quarter because the need isn't there. So I guess it is a bit of a moving feast. I understand the back end of your question was...
Most of the press releases picked up by at least one media outlet or two media outlets. You can't expect everyone doing
everyone. No, I think it's fair to say most of our releases are picked up by one or more of the media outlets in our region, but also by the Courier Mail, by papers based on the Gold Coast Bulletin and Ipswich as well. And we have a media monitoring process that comes through on a daily basis to tell the councillors what articles appear where. And I think if you were to look at those, you would see that by and large, I would be fairly comfortable in saying I think just about every single release gets picked up in some way. A lot of our social media posts, because some of those releases are repeated in the socials, and I see a range of the community pages across the region posting those for those individual groups. I see that often in the Coralban community pages, for example, where they're reposting information, to share within their own community groups. So I'm reasonably confident that there is a strong take-up.
Thank you. It's a challenge. Move on to page 37.
Councillors, again, there's an amendment in relation to the indicative annual budget. It's important to note that neither the operational plan nor the quarterly progress reports thereagainst contain source information around Council's operating budget. The figures included in these reports are indicative only, and as the annual operating budget amendments are progressed, we will make every effort to ensure that these documents reflect current information in the annual budget. I would encourage any members of our community or councillors to refer to the annual operating budget as our source information when it comes to council's budget. So in this item, in fact, this particular action is deliverable within our existing operational budget, rather than requiring additional materials and services expense.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillors? Yeah, Councillor Enright.
Mayor, if I may just ask for a little bit of clarification, further clarification on that point from General Manager People and Strategy. Would that then mean that if a particular budget item exceeds the existing budget, then that would be advised as a line item in our operational plan, be it quarterly or annually? Is that sort of the intention of, rather than having a dollar figure, just a statement whether it fits within the existing budget or outside?
Thanks for your question, Councillor. Yeah, the short answer is yes. What you'll see there in the quarterly report is indicative figures around the planned expenses and then the actual expenses for that quarter. Where actual expenses exceed what is planned within the budget, you'll note that there is a comments section underneath that. We will always indicate why that is the case. We will indicate whether or not it's simply a budget phasing issue, whether, for example, it's early expenditure for which we've budgeted in a future quarter. So I would try to indicate whether we still anticipate that we'll come in on budget, or the comment may suggest that this will be amended in the future as part of a future budget amendment process. So, but again, I would always, this is simply, the contents of this report relating to budget is simply for your information only. There will always be a process outside of this document that reflects any amendments to budget.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor. Page 38. Councillor McConnell.
Sorry, the key milestone for the first one, community engagement, 31st of December. For the GM.
The framework you're referring to?
Yep.
Yes, so thank you for the question. The community engagement framework, including that action plan, I understand will be presented to the 8th of December council meeting for adoption.
Thank you.
And thank you for that clarification. Page 39, councillors. Page 40. Oh, Councillor McConnell, did you have something on page 39?
Yes, please. The key milestone submission of addendum. Oh, yeah, no, that's done. Thank you. All good.
Okay, thank you. So page 40. Page 41. Councillors, I go to page 42. And now 43. Move into relaxed living and rural lifestyle on page 44. And 45.
Just on 44.
Use your microphone, councillor, just keep the...
Yes, on 44, 6-monthly update to our Queensland and Australian governments. In what forms that? Is that staff doing that? Am I reading something into that, or is that what I'm...
I can confirm that in this last quarter, staff have, staff out of Regional Prosperity and Communications, both out of the Communications team and the Economic Development team, and on occasion, including myself, whereby we need to, we're meeting with representatives, the local government representatives, to provide updates. I'm not sure if Mayor wishes to comment more broadly on other members of both.
So this is, councillors, just mindful, these are very much in the context of the reference group, and in particular then moving into the discussions around both the SEQ regional plan, as well as then the development potentially around city deals. So those conversations are happening at multiple levels. Particularly the local government working group to look at the regional planning committee, those conversations are pretty extensive. Councillor Enright did delegate at one of the recent forums, as I was had a conflicted schedule. But there is certainly progress being made in those forums around items that have been outstanding for a number of years. And it's waiting for the ability to give an update to councillors around some of those items. But we are, of course, in the lead-in now to the next SEQ regional plan development. And that overlaps with a range of exciting discussions around city deals and a 2032 Olympics expectation of South East Queensland as well, which is making those conversations highly entertaining of both Queensland and Australian governments. Move to page 45. On to 46. Page 47. Councillor McCollum.
This is, it's becoming more relevant, I think, because there's a lot on social media. People are unhappy with the extent of their digital connectivity, or their lack of it within our region, which is stifling our business growth severely with the work from home and home business. So what work on internal and external stakeholders are we able to do? Because it's getting worse and worse. I don't know whether these companies are shaping what's happening within the speeds within the Senigrim, but it seems to be more prevalent now around certain areas. No, it's a shaping that comes to your to certain areas.
I'll turn to GM Council Sustainability first, then the GM Customer Regional Prosperity, and perhaps then add a comment.
I can't add any opinion around what external telcos do when it comes to their customer service. However, the body of work that we're doing at the moment, the only thing that we can sort of assist and progress and assist the community with is obviously preparedness for the upcoming round of mobile black spot funding. In the background, we have been working with Telstra to identify so that we do have key locations. I know everyone's got a location, but you know, there's not enough money in the pot to solve the whole of Australia's connectivity concerns, let alone I think from last count the 200 registered black spots within the Senigrim itself. Yeah. So it's going in with an application toward the mobile black spot that's backed up with a trusted or qualified people to provide the data and analytics around where that area of concern, so that we can you know, have a targeted approach to at least attesting to some of the issues around it. And this is on the back of obviously the back of the disaster, the known concerns around connectivity when it came to addressing the bushfires and the like. And that was, given the weighting around that, there was some emphasis around the potential identification of those. But that's not to say you know, we're parlaying that against all the other mobile black spots. It's just we've got to work on the battles that we can progress with, and then have all those others in readiness as well. But
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I can also confirm that the Regional Prosperity team consistently meet with providers to assist businesses where they can. And Grant Hicks, who's the Community Engagement Manager for Southern Queensland NBN Local, actually attended the business breakfast on Friday and then met with officers afterwards. And those and you know, he attends those meetings so that he can then interact with our business community and hear what the challenges are. And they've tried to come to most of those breakfasts that we've held. And the team are continually representing business the issues that they're facing to those types of providers to try and solve them.
Sorry, Councillor
Just a
Swanborough.
question on that. There seems to be two issues here. One's mobile phone coverage, but I think what Councillor McConnell was talking about was really internet coverage. I mean, the NBN's been rolled out and presumably finished for a long time now, and yet we still, you know, have complaints about speed and whatever, which could be, you know, the shaping that occurs with the providers. You know, how do we find out, you know, about those particular policies, or is it a matter of, you know, let the buyer beware and choose a telco that's, or not a telco, but an ISP, you know, that, and I've just gone off, but I don't know why. Maybe it's self-selection.
Have we lost the whole system?
But the question is, I think it's probably still, you know, going out to the digital audience. But the question is, how do we understand the problem of this?
So, councillors, I will add a comment because I have had a chance to talk to Mr. Hicks. Mobile coverage will continue to be a challenge in a world where there are competitive controllers of towers. That's a different footprint, and that's a commercial. The NBN is a different piece because they're providing a platform that provides access for a whole range of providers on a standardised platform. Unfortunately, the challenge in our region is that they're no different to mobile, but we have large tracts that are wireless or even satellite only. I have had a briefing, a verbal briefing recently from Mr. Hicks that gave me great encouragement that they've resolved some of the battle scars from their early days on the satellite world. But it may well be timely for a briefing to councillors.
Yes, so Mr. Hicks has indicated that he will come and do a briefing with councillors in not too distant future.
And that may be a different story to what the providers then put in a price bracket. That is a different conversation. I think my footnote to it is his conversation to me was quite clear. Some people want to pay peanuts and expect premium and don't understand why they get bumped. And apparently there is a phenomenon known as children on holidays and movie watching. That is significant impairment to what's available for real transactions. So I think if we leave it there, councillors, if that's okay, and we look for that update. But I was encouraged by the conversation that's literally in the last week. Arrange that briefing to come forward. We move to 48.
Councillors, draw your attention here to an amended target date for the adoption by Council of the Senigrim Smart Region Strategy 2021 to 2024, with that target date being moved out to the 28th of February based on the fact that final design work for the strategy is currently underway. As a result of that, the implementation of the planned year one actions will roll out in the
Thank you. Page, anything further on that page, councillors? Move to page 49. Nothing on 49, move to 50. Councillor Enright, we have entered vibrant active towns and villages.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is, I would head direct to GM of Customer and Regional Prosperity, and it refers to the next few pages under a vibrant active towns and villages, in particular in relation to how we engage our arts community in assisting and preserving our cultural and heritage elements in the region.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. One of the ways we do that is the Regional Arts Group, which I understand you're chair of at the moment, and they participate in a range of opportunities in conjunction with the relevant officers, be that the Regional Arts Development Fund and assessing applications to that, or other projects that the team are delivering. The other mechanisms are the consultation that occurs in conjunction with our colleagues in assets and environmental sustainability in relation to arts projects that are targeted on public art for the inclusion of the VATV precinct projects. And one example of that would be the Bowie Hub, where there's been recent consultation to develop the art, both with our First Nations and other community members, to develop the art that will be part of the public art contributions for the Bow Desert Town Centre revitalisation. And that occurs in other settings as well, as it did in Boona and the like, for the projects that are over there. The other aspect is that our arts officer also works with a range of our museums across the region, and also in conjunction with Queensland Museum. There's a whole raft of consultation that occurs in relation to projects that they can work on collectively. And to the points that are made here in the report, the story marker projects that are waiting for fabrication. So, you know, the final designs of those are done and we're just waiting for them to be fabricated. And I guess the other important project is the project that's been delivered through the library services around the integration of Indigenous language with English, and the range of sign holders that have been displayed, that have been installed in both in three libraries actually, Tamborine Mountain, Bow Desert and Canungra, and also the recent launch of the Indigenous language book that was developed in conjunction with local schools and relevant other partners, and the dual Yugambeh and English language projects that have been delivered have been very well received by the community, and I acknowledge Deborah Moore and Karen Brooker, who are here this morning, who have played active roles in delivering those projects.
Thank you.
Councillor, that's on page 50 still?
Yes, page 50. Just a question in relation to that area of focus. There's no budget put forward there yet. We're implementing story trails, markers. We're putting heritage and public art in the towns and villages. I personally believe that we should be able to be transparent and advise, how much that's costing as a function.
So we've consistently been transparent with that, Councillor. The notation there says the carry forward of applicable budget is to be processed in the first quarter, and my learned colleague on the left has put that through the organisation, and once those figures then appear in the budget, those notations will be adjusted into this report moving forward. And those projects are, as Caroline pointed out earlier, easily identified in the operational budgets that Council approves annually. And the projects around public art that are included in the VATV projects won't be listed on this page because they're sitting in a different budget. Those projects are funded from those relevant VATV projects. And I don't know whether Chris wishes to make any comments about the transparency of those figures.
Question is, are we going to have it in the operational plan report?
Well, if we... Sorry, are we going to have what in the operational report?
Are we going to have the allocated budgets?
I thought I answered that, Councillor, but I'm happy to repeat it. As you can see on page 50, it says indicative annual budget, carry forward of applicable budget to be processed following first quarter. The report you're looking at is the first quarter. Following the first quarter, you will see that carry forward budget applied to those projects, because those projects are carrying over from when they commenced in the last financial year, and the VATV projects are contained elsewhere in the operational report.
Thank you for the answer, but I'm not talking about actuals. I'm talking about budget, and budget is an indication or an estimate of the cost. And that's what I'm asking, is that going to be provided in the report?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm a little confused. Are you talking about where it says indicative annual budget to appear in here? And the GM has provided the clarification that that will be updated after in the next quarter report, because we had to wait for the carry forward budget to be reviewed and approved by council before those numbers could be updated in here. That's what I've heard the GM try to explain. That's why there's not a number there at the moment, because that process hadn't been finalised when this report was asked to be prepared.
Sorry, Councillor, I think I understand your question. And what I can say is, when we talk about indicative annual budget in the context of this report, we are talking about aligning our budget to our adopted budget. So it's not an indicative expenditure. What do we anticipate spending in the year? It is what portion of our adopted budget is represented in this item. Does that answer your question?
Look, I understand the issue of carry forwards, but it is November. It's halfway through the year almost. So. Yeah.
So just to comment on the timing of the process around budget carry forwards, this is a report on the progress up till the 30th of September. You'll know that the financial report that came to council on carryovers happened after the 30th of September. Happened in October, Oliver, in October, and so you'll see these. This is accurate as at the 30th of September, but you'll see in the Q2 progress report that it will reflect the new budget based on that carryover. Yes.
Thank you. It's important, I think, councillors, a few times today we've just lost track of the timing of the reference timing for this report versus other timings that we're seeing on the page. So we just press forward, page 51. Page 52. Note there's another amendment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, we've increased the indicative annual budget based on an analysis of the planned programs that would fall into this deliverable. We've endeavoured to make more accurate the proportion of the annual operating budget that is represented here. So you'll see it's moved upwards slightly to $90,000 odd.
Thank you for those clarifications. It's worth observing that there have been some excellent exhibits, and was there any summary of community or participant feedback from those exhibits? It's on page 52.
Are you referring, Mayor, to belonging and the woven and regeneration? I don't have any figures at hand. That's likely to come forward in the next community and culture update that Deborah and her team provide. What I can say is they've been received amazingly well by the community, and in fact I've received, I see Councillor McConnell's even nodding, some wonderful feedback even from Councillor McConnell when he was down recently looking at at the regeneration installation, and that regeneration bushfire recovery project at Beachmont and the delivery of the 5 murals that have been completed is just an amazing outcome of what has become a very community-driven project. So I think these add a wonderful value to the lifestyle and livability of the region, but we'll be able to report more fully when those reports come back to council.
Thank you.
Councillor West. It was just rather opportune when the Coordinator General was visiting the area that he was able to see the regeneration exhibition and was certainly very impressed. A number of the artists were there as well, which was even better.
Thank you. Move on to page 53. Page 54. Accessible and serviced region. Page 55. Page 56. Page 57. Page 58.
Councillors, you'll just note a minor amendment to the wording in the activity there to reflect the title of that strategy, and also the ability within the KPI to report on progress rather than the milestone delivery date. So proportion of the camping facility strategy developed and endorsed by council with an actual of 50% for the quarter.
Page 59. Page 60. Page 61. Page 62. Page 63. Page 64, noting we have some further amendments.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, you'll note that we have amended the end date for a number of those activities to align to our progress to date, with the activity around undertaking review of council land holdings now has an end target date at the end of the financial year. Similarly, development of the suite of standardised leasing templates, we are targeting the end of the third quarter. Again, you'll see those things reflected within the KPIs and annual targets.
Councillor McConnell.
Given the suite of standardised leasing only met a 10% of the 50, do you think by the end of this year, which is the end of quarter 2, you're supposed to have done 100%, do you think that'll be achievable?
Sorry, just so that we've now moved that timeline out to the end of the third quarter.
It's not reflected in the...
Yes, it is.
I see, yeah. Apologies for that. So,
yeah, you mean in terms of the
quarter 1
allocation of activities across the 3 quarters?
Okay.
That'll be updated in the next quarter.
Given that we still only did 10% of 33%, are we still looking to be able to make the March?
I'll pass to the General Manager, Asset and Environmental Sustainability to respond to that.
At this point in time, hence the chat moving, because it was allocated to be 50 and 50. We've got 10%. It'll be closer to 40 odd % over this quarter to then align it back to where we need to be to achieve it by end of March.
Okay, thank you.
Page 65. Page 66. These are some ongoing works. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just a key milestone. We're looking at the first one, the list of existing roadside public transport infrastructure by the end of this year. So at the end of Q2.
Are you asking for a prognosis?
Are we still on target, Chris, GM?
Yes, we are. We do have that list. It's more around understanding the condition of those facilities at this point in time. We have had a former strategy in place on how to enhance those facilities and structures and to modernise them. And there'll be a report coming to council at a later date around what is now the updated version of that.
Thank you.
Page 67. Councillor Enright?
Yes, Mayor. My question regarding the implementation of the Senigrim Regional Council Waste Management and Resource Recovery Strategy. Question to GM of Asset and Environmental Sustainability. What has been the focus area of Council since the adoption of the Waste Management and Resource Recovery Strategy?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Enright. I will try and answer this question based around this being a quarterly review, but the reality of it is some of these things have progressed past initiation stage. So some of the things that we've been involved in, you may be aware that we've entered into a new waste collection contract, and as part of that contract, we're actually able to facilitate the wrapping of our trucks that service the region and we utilise the wrapping to actually provide some level of education. There's certainly been waste education also undertaken within the first quarter. There's also been the planning for the business breakfast, which has actually occurred in this quarter. Planning also for the regime of waste booklet, which is in draft form at the moment, will come to council shortly to have for review, and also a poster competition to encourage younger folk to be aware of their needs or understanding of what is recycling and waste for the future. From an operational point of view, there's been some work done on reviewing the current master plan for our Bromwell landfill, and also the initial planning on how we undertake waste stream analysis. They've undertaken an understanding of what resourcing is required to actually achieve that. There's also been some background work done on our landfill cost modelling moving forward to ensure that we're actually on the right pricing path with regard to how we manage that facility. Yes, and I've already mentioned that we're first quarter of the 10 years of the new waste contract. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thanks, Chris. GM?
Councillors, I'll also draw your attention to an amendment there against that action on the indicative annual budget, which has been revised downwards to reflect the adopted annual budget, operating budget.
Thank you. Councillors, it's just been brought to my attention that it's timely for your health and well-being that we adjourn so that you can appropriately engage with gaining nourishment. And we will return to page 68 of this attachment to continue this detailed analysis. I know it's taking some time, but I think as we're going through, we're getting a chance to consider each page. That's fruitful, and we've got a few big pages ahead, so we want to be clear and focused for that. We still do have a big agenda, so I would ask councillors that we will nominally be adjourning now and returning at 1:10 to allow you time to refresh. We will adjourn, and to those in the gallery, again, we encourage you to take some nourishment, and we'll see you back at 1:10. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors and executive, and welcome back to those joining us in the digital gallery. We're on page 68 of 181 in attachment under separate cover to the ordinary meeting agenda item 10.1. Proceeding on page 68, councillors, any additional questions? Obviously, in the next quarter report, we will have the update around what's progressed since that time and what that will tie in with our plan in terms of the state endorsement of that plan. Page 69, we're into healthy, engaged, resourceful communities. Page 70. Page 70.
Can I just
question page? Yep.
You go. You're first.
Page 70.
I was just going to mention to the General Manager that we had under the indicative annual budget, we had an updated section there. Were you going to?
Page 71.
Yes.
We're on 70. Are we on 70?
My apologies.
So we're on 60.
Well,
so we're back on. So we're on page 70, which is the commentary extension of the prior page. Yeah. Yes, Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just wanted to ask about the mobile library and where we're at with that. Where are we?
That's a full report to council following this operational plan update. So would you rather we hold it till then so we don't discuss it twice?
Thank you.
No. Good idea. Why didn't I think of that?
Thank you. We move forward to page 71.
Councillors, just drawing your attention to an amendment to the operational plan. In the indicative annual budget section of this item, we have noted that this action is delivered within our existing resources, noting that the operational plan details costs for materials and services only, not labour or overheads.
Thank you. We move forward to page 72. So again, when we see the Q2 report, we may well have some questions about the progress to that timeline. Just look for that as we get that next update. Page 73.
Similarly to the last item, Mr Mayor, you'll note that there's an amendment to the indicative annual budget there and that this item is to be delivered within existing resources. Also, we have increased the targeted number of issues of the newsletter to improve communication with local community groups and build increased capacity and resilience. We are now aiming to deliver a newsletter per quarter with a total of 4 for annual target.
Thank you. Move to page 74.
Yes, Mayor. In reference to strengthened community volunteerism through targeted initiatives and projects, my question to General Manager of Customer and Regional Prosperity is in what areas have Council been able to encourage participation of local volunteers?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. I think probably the primary example of how the community development team and the disaster management team have been able to elicit some community volunteerism is through the implementation of the Community Disaster Volunteers Program. And I know we've provided overviews of that in the past, but I think of note is the fact that Deborah Moore advised me this morning there are 45 volunteers that have signed up to that program, and there's been a range of training that has been delivered. I think some councillors and mayor have attended those, and you would have seen at those workshops just how keenly everyone who's involved was keen to participate and to undertake that training to prepare for at such point in time in the future where we may call on that cohort to assist when we are in disaster. And I think it's a great example of just how many people are out there in the community that are wanting to volunteer. I suppose the other great examples of just the number of community groups that we have across the Scenic Rim, I think there's some over 380 community groups, of which I think it'd be fair to say probably 95.5% of those are volunteer based. And I think it just goes to show the depth of support we have across the community for a range of organisations, not just in settings that council facilitates.
GM,
Thank you, GM. Can I just do a bit of a shout out to the Coralvin community? I did attend the community volunteers workshop out there a few months ago, and it was the biggest response out of all of the workshops in the region, and it's an amazing community out there, and they've certainly taken this on board. So it's a wonderful project, and I thank them for their participation.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, and that's probably answered my question to some extent. No, I was just wondering with COVID whether it's actually helped or hindered community involvement, but in this particular instance it's evidently helped. It gets blamed for everything, of course, COVID, but I think in some areas it's actually helped bring communities together, but it's maybe my perception. Jim?
I think you're right. I think from the perspective of community organisations having the capacity to fundraise, which they rely on, we've acknowledged in the Economic Stimulus Package 3 the difficulty that a lot of community groups have suffered, and Council introducing that one-off grant, the community grant, which we've released a round 2 on. So for any community groups listening, please apply. But I think from the flip side, where now groups are able to gather back together, and we're seeing events being held and activities, I think we're seeing probably a greater level of support, to your point, where I think on that basis it's probably helped people support others in the community, and neighbours supporting neighbours, or people that have not been able to help themselves during the COVID period. I think we've probably seen a lot of other acts of kindness that we're not aware of that have emerged just as a necessity of what people have experienced during the COVID period of time.
Thank you. Page 75. Page 76. Move forward to page 77. Page 78, we now move into the business unit statistics more generally. Still provided here as attachment to the report. So we're on page 78. Councillors, any points for clarification?
Councillors, you'll note that we have in this quarterly report, it is now structured according to those organisational units and business areas. So it's actually a fascinating read in terms of the statistics. The first item being waste and recycling, and we are identifying the number of tonnes of waste disposed to landfill, tonnes of general waste to from curbside collection. So it really gives a very strong and clear picture of our services delivered.
Certainly brings some clarity to those projects and strategic opportunities, and those who are at the Talk and Trash forum the other morning, heard some good dialogue in that regard.
And what I agree, GM, while it's interesting reading the total tonnes and everything, I just wonder if we knew what last time's was, where it's changed, or just a 10% up or whatever it might be, it actually gives us, in each category, it would make it more relevant, I believe.
Noted, councillor. Some business areas have been doing that for some time, and for some, this is the first time they've presented those statistics. So we will refine this this area of the report as an appendix in order to be able to show some trending statistics.
Whether the GM was getting ready to comment, but I would add, Councillor, just because this is an area that I've probably spent a fair bit of time researching, and one of the things that will be in place is to be able to actually track and quantify the movement in various waste families, so that we know we're on track to achieve our commitments over the next 10 years as part of South East Queensland. Whether that appears in here might be a different thing, or whether it appears in a more detailed separate report would be a point for further contemplation.
Just a question on the road maintenance and corridor management.
Still on page 78.
Yeah. Just a property access request, 76 received and only 5 approved. Was there a lot of late ones in the quarter, or?
It all depends on timing. I don't have the actual dates of when they were actually received. The issue sometimes is if they come in towards the end of the quarter reporting and they're complex, they will take some time to process. So I can certainly take that question on notice and
pick it up on the next one.
And pick it up. Yes, okay. I'll make sure I pay a bit more attention to that particular aspect so I can answer your question.
Thank you.
Move on to page 79. And then on to 80. On to 81. Perhaps for just a comment generally for a separate briefing at a future time is whether we understand the long-term context of our LTI profile in the safety space, and whether there's some long-term common, whilst we might have a large number of incidents, whether there's some long-term commonalities that, and what that overarching trend analysis would be a useful conversation for councillors to understand.
Thank you, Mayor. Noted. I will comment that from a analysis perspective around our safety statistics, we continue to analyse safety statistics in terms of injury type or illness type. From that, we haven't identified any particular trends. We always use that data to inform our actions from a training and workplace health and safety compliance perspective. Probably more telling is the near misses rather than the ones that actually do happen. The only thing that we've noticed is a couple of incidents around trips and falls as people are getting out of vehicles. So the ability to have, or the need to have 3 points of contact as they exit the vehicle has been reiterated.
Thank you. Page 82. Page 83. Sorry,
Going back.
Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, sorry, page 82, business systems analysis. The vaccination tracker for Tech One.
Yeah, so that's part of the functionality of our human resources and payroll module in our enterprise system. And essentially what that does enables us to track the currency of vaccinations for employees where that's required as part of their role.
Thank you.
You're talking different vaccinations, different people.
Different vaccinations for different people, Councillor, and it's a significant business process improvement for us. In the past, we've managed that via a spreadsheet, and this is via our system, which, you know, enables us to give people reminders or to plan those vaccinations, booster shots as they're required.
Page 83. Some busy workloads in some of these. Page 84.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Swanborough.
just a question on the previous page. When it talked about the review of financial delegations, 21st of August, when is the next review of those delegations, do we know?
The financial delegations are actually reviewed when required. So they're separate to the normal delegations. You're referring to the normal delegations from council to CEO and then to officers. So that's a 6-monthly process. We rely on a assistance from LJQ. So LJQ provide the mechanism. They review obviously the legislation and provide the templates that councils can utilise if there are any changes, and then we'll undertake the necessary review on those delegations. However, the financial delegations, they're just assigned to the dollars in terms of people's ability to procure. So,
Page 84. Page 85, councillors. Email numbers are scary. Days I feel most of those are in mine.
Seems to be a significant increase in colour on the printing. 25% increase.
I think
Would that be
probably it's
budget
worth
stuff?
noting that's also dependent on the number of people who are in the office. So we've had in the quarter probably significantly, you know, people returning to a more balanced presence in the office.
Thank you.
Oliver, do you have any
More
other
printing.
I was just going to add, and it will be the printing of the budget papers and also the annual report that was printed for councillors for adoption.
Councillor McGuinness, did you have a? Thank you. Page 86. It's a new additional. Interesting to understand. Page 87.
If I could, Mayor, at the bottom of page 87, it points out the number of people that attended the launches for the 2 art exhibitions you mentioned earlier, but as for the full patronage, those figures aren't contained in here as yet.
Just a question on that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Swanborough.
Has there been any movement in doing a cull of the non-active members on in the libraries?
Well, fortunately, our regional librarian has been sitting here for most of this item, so I'm happy to ask Karen if she would like to talk about how they handle that.
Certainly. So what happened after the last meeting was we went back, the numbers that I reported were active borrowers, active memberships at that point in time. I talked about the fact that we had a 5-year period for members in the library, and after 5 years we would talk with them and update their details. That's now been moved to a 3-year period. So we will be making contact with them every 3 years to update their details and ensure that they remain borrowers in the library.
So when is that approach going to be made from this point in time?
It was made shortly after the council meeting that I presented at several months ago. After your questioning, I went back and looked up state library guidelines and made further inquiries based upon that and changed at that point. So we have been doing it for a number of months now.
So I wonder if you could share the results of that update.
I certainly can at a future point in time. I don't have that detail with me today. But certainly very, very willing to do that.
Thank you. So page 88.
I probably wouldn't mind just drawing attention, Mayor, to the bottom of page 88 there, the social media platforms and the percentage of increase on followers for the socials that Council has charge of. It's good to see further engagement, I guess, to the earlier question around engaging with community that Councillor Enright posed.
Thank you. Councillor Swanborough?
Yeah, just a question. I know there was a grant for some air conditioning at the Vunda Youngman Community Centre. Has that been installed yet at the centre, or what's the progress on that?
Do you want to respond to that, Deborah? I know the project's a work in progress at the moment.
The project is a work in progress. We've put a lot of the work out to expressions of interest and had prices back on them, and we're just finalising all that and start dates for all those projects, because that project had to be divided up into several phases due to different contractors being needed for them. So that work will all be done at this stage by the end of June.
Thank you. Page 89. Page 90. And last page.
Oh, sorry, could I just make a comment? Just on that page. Oh, sorry, were you going to?
So go ahead, first GM, and then we'll get a question from Councillor McGill.
Okay, I just wanted to draw attention on page 90 there, the statistics around the applications received for planning, and show there's a steady, there's a big volume and steady growth in that area comparatively to the previous year. We're really seeing some strong representation through applications received and being processed by the team, which is encouraging.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Just going to say, Mayor, we do get these in our updates, to quarterly at any rate. So not on
monthly. So it's, thank you. And then 91. Quite surprised with the number of cats impounded and rehomed and so forth. That's surprising. Noting that. Okay, and we're on to page 92. A lot of active action and activity.
Yes, I would just like to draw your attention again to the building approvals and plumbing approvals. We're seeing increases exponentially in these two areas, and it's certainly got our team on our toes trying to keep up, but I guess it's great to see the development and growth in the region.
Thank you. Councillors, the rest of that report or that attachment is actually the duplicate without the markups. So if we return into the agenda proper.
Mr Mayor, I have one more question.
Sorry, yes, Councillor, I missed that.
Look, it's just in relation to on page 6 of that report. It's in the table of contents, and it reads, encourage the community's engagement with activities that celebrate the region's heritage. And that's under the heading relaxed living and lifestyle. But when I go into this report, I cannot see that heading. I could be missing it, but I'd like to know whether, that particular activity has been removed or not from our plan.
The heritage section is in the back end of the operational plan. Maybe Caroline can see is just quickly looking through, unless Deborah has anything she would like to add to that.
Read that.
Just reviewing, you're right, that does seem to be an anomaly. I know that there, I will just do a quick check of the operational plan. I know that at one point we removed an item that actually was over and above surplus to the the adopted operational plan, so it had come through as a draft item and hadn't been adopted. So it may be one of those, but Councillor, can I take your question on notice, and I'll make sure that it's that the error is fixed in the plan that's published to the internet.
I was just waiting to ask a question on that particular topic and it didn't come up. But my question would have been if we could have an update on the progress of the heritage, the action Council is taking in the Planning and Environment Court in relation to the pig and calf sale yards.
This is the item about heritage, but it doesn't relate to that.
No, I just think so. My question was about an omission which has been admitted to, and that's my question. Was waiting for that section to ask the question.
I'll be guided as to whether, because that's an active matter, whether it can be commented on.
Yeah, it is an active matter. I can only talk to those things that are publicly available. Unfortunately, the proceedings were halted recently as a result of a medical issue with regard to one of the participants in that court hearing. So the reality of it is we're waiting for a re-established court date for those proceedings to continue. That's about all I can say that's publicly available at this point in time. And it would be inappropriate for me to make any comment further than that.
Look, I'm not asking for any confidential information to be divulged, but what is public was that Council were advised that there was opportunity to withdraw from the appeal at some stage. Has that withdrawal been put back to Council or not a possibility?
No, that withdrawal hasn't been put back to Council. We're running on the resolution that Council provided.
Thank you.
Councillors, on that note, I will draw your attention. There is another item that a councillor has identified, another error in the table of contents. So I will go back and just quickly review that table of contents. With your latitude, when I put forward the recommendations, it will be with these amendments included that the document be adopted and published to the website.
Thank you. Councillor, I think we now return to the agenda. Page 6 of the agenda. Worked our way diligently through that report. We have a recommendation in two parts noting the further queries that are still outstanding will be returned at a future date. GM, would you care to introduce the recommendations?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation is that 1, Council adopts amendments to the Operational Plan 2021 and 2022 as contained within the Draft Operational Plan 2021-2022 Quarter 1 Progress Report. And 2, Council endorses the Operational Plan 2021-2022 Quarter 1 Progress Report.
So, firstly, seek a mover. Councillor Enright, any additional questions now to the report? Councillor Swanborough.
I just wonder, Mayor, whether we should just make a note of, with the administrative errors corrected as advised.
I'm happy to. Well, I think there are a couple of matters to confirm whether they're errors or clarifications. So we just be careful of the wording, and but we want to put a footnote to this rather than a point 3 be adopted, noting further administrative clarifications to be provided.
Or administrative corrections to be made, perhaps, or amendments to be made.
Oh, well, whatever wording you want to put, whatever you're comfortable to take on, and that needs to be reported back to councillors. Yes. No. Just to be provided for councillors' information. Not a further update of the operational report. It's just specific matters. Thank you. We have a mover. We've got a clarification. Any other questions? Any other discussion? Councillors, yes.
May I just ask a clarification? We've got the General Manager of Council Sustainability's recommendation. Should that be General Manager of People and Strategy?
In the report, you mean? In the report, the Executive Officer for the report.
No, in the recommendation.
Sorry, I was trying to. Yes, that's right. It changed over when she came back. Thank you. Any other questions to the report? Any other discussion concerning the report? I'll seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak further, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I do. I think this is a very valuable tool for us as council and as well for our residents, business owners, members of our Senigrim community to see the hundreds of things that are done through this quarter. And I do congratulate and thank the CEO, general managers and council officers who helped deliver so many achievements in this first quarter. It's remarkable when you start looking through the amount of things that council do deliver. It is commendable that they continue to be able to do that, and I thank them for that.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone wish to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? just speak additionally and endorse those observations. What a busy period of time. It's a very challenging program, very challenging landscape. We're going to continue to see challenging landscape as per some of our discussion this morning, but also the weather challenges to some of our programs. And the clarity and focus of the organisation, the officers, is to be commended. And we will continue to face such challenges and thank them for that continued focus on delivery. Back to you, Councillor Enright. Anything further?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Right. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Move to item 10.2, page 9 of the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Item 10.2 today is regarding an update we want to provide to councillors on the mobile library van and a new click and collect outreach service that's been established. And I'm going to ask our regional librarian, Karen Brooker, if she would like to speak to the report and perhaps go through the understanding has been read by council, go through the highlights.
I'm not very used to this. Thank you very much. And I must apologise for my coughing fit just a few moments ago. The intention today is to talk about the mobile library van and about our outreach click and collect service that we've just implemented. So the mobile library van is at the point of having the layout finalised. There's certainly a very strong need from the community for our mobile library van, and we're hoping to get that out as soon as possible. Fleet have advised that they expect that a potential date for having that out would be around March, April of this year. In the meantime,
next year.
Oh, sorry, next year. My apologies. In the meantime, to try to meet the demand that we're receiving from the outreach communities, we've implemented a click and collect outreach program. It started on the 15th of November, so it's only been running for a week. We've found that that has been extremely successful in the week that it's operated at this stage, and that the response we're getting from the community in the week that it's run has been extremely positive. There's certainly a lot of demand there to get the mobile library van out and running, and in the meantime, hopefully the click and collect service will provide some service to the outreach communities. I'm happy to answer any questions people may have.
Councillors, any clarifications for the GM of the officer? Councillor West.
Thank you, Karen. I was just wondering, I know with specific reference to Beechmont, where they don't have a local newspaper and they've been very reliant on the mobile library for a long time with the click and collect, are you phoning some of those residents directly? Because some of them are older and they don't use
Yes, we before we started the click and collect service, the mobile librarian Jan contacted all of the contacts that we had from the mobile library service. So she spoke individually to them all. During the last week, we've had 106 books borrowed. We've had 2 digital assistance sessions. We've had 1 booking for a digital assistance session at Tambourine Mountain for next week when the van goes out, 9 customer inquiries and 5 customers requesting books. So the service is, for only being a week old, is actually running much more effectively than we thought potentially in the first week. But all the customers have been contacted and are aware of the click and collect service. Plus we've had the media releases and we sent emails to all of our mobile library customers as well.
Thank you for that, Karen.
Thank you. Councillor Enright, and then it looks like Councillor McInnes.
Thank you, Mayor. A question to Karen, and thank you for this report. Just clarification, I note on page 11, the second last paragraph, refers to utilising the existing library courier van and library vehicle. So is that's 2 vehicles?
Correct.
Yep, okay. And that assists in delivering the program across the region.
So the library courier van currently goes to all libraries on a Tuesday and a Thursday. That's a regular service which moves the books around the libraries. On Monday, Wednesday and Friday, the library car is available for that service. So the van the other way around. The courier van goes out on a Monday, Wednesday and a Friday on the click and collect service, and the library car will go out on a Tuesday and a Thursday. So the service runs 5 days a week on a fortnightly rotation, and it's using the same timetable as the mobile library van will use. So when we change over, the only thing we're changing over is the van, not the times or locations or anything.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Karen, yeah, good report. And I just wonder how many people, what usage do we really have now? It's been a long process and a long, I'm sure you share our frustration too with COVID and this and that and everything else. And the community's even more frustrated, I think. Have we lost, and I know of a number of customers that have just given it away. Is that anecdote? And that purely is anecdotal from my point of view, but how many customers, percentage-wise, would we have lost?
Look, I think it's a case of us just re-establishing ourselves and reaching back out to them again. And I think those numbers for 1 week of use is very, very indicative that we will get our customers back again. Jan is making contact, I'm making contact with those customers, and the initial thoughts are that people are very, very happy to return to either the click and collect outreach service for the time being, or the mobile library when it's back up and running. The demand is certainly there, and what our customers are saying are, please hurry up and bring it back out to us because we're very keen to be using it.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Chor.
Yeah, thank you. Under the budget and financial implications, it's got the fit out at 113,957. Can I get a bit of a background on why that was, how much it is?
I might need to refer to, I don't have historical context here, so I might need to refer to Deborah Moore to help to answer that question.
So the current van that we've got is just a normal courier van with a high ceiling or roof in it, but there's nothing in that van. So we've actually got to put all the shelving, shutters, and all the infrastructure in there to be able to operate the service out of. So there's no shelving or anything. It's just a straight empty van that needs to be fitted out. So the contractor that's fitting it out has been approved, and we're just working on design with what that might look like, because we've also got to make sure we get the right weight within that for work health and safety reasons.
Could I just clarify that the expenses outlined in the report are for the new mobile library van, not the click and collect courier?
That's correct. So what's in there is purely the purchase of the library van and the fit out, and then the wrap as well.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you. And the fit out includes all of the in sundry, not just shelving and computer wiring. So it's laptops, iPads.
No, it doesn't include the laptops or iPads. It's got to be wired as well for electrical. It's also got an air conditioner in it that needs to be wired up. And there's also at the back, there'll be a ramp at the back as well. So there's quite a bit to put in there.
Ramp.
We already have that other equipment, councillor. So that other supplementary equipment's already in our possession.
Just seemed to be a high cost, 113 for a fit out. I know the ramps probably pricey, but just seemed to be, yeah. What's the term of life? Not term of life. What's the lifespan of the vehicle once it's operational?
I can only go on what I would think would be a rough estimate. I think on a vehicle of this type, we'd certainly look at 8 years. So the reality of it is, though, we'd reassess that at 5 or 6 years to see if that was still an appropriate time to replace. But that's certainly the timeline on which we'd be looking at this point in time. Not to say that aspects of what's being incorporated within the fit out couldn't be reused in a new vehicle. So really it'd be based on the kilometres that the vehicle has actually travelled, and you get to a point where your investment in maintenance on the actual vehicle is not worth what is more. It's better money spent on purchasing a new vehicle, but you'd certainly look at whatever could be reused in a new vehicle.
Thank you.
Just a question on that topic. Is it Is it a petrol vehicle or a diesel vehicle? And how many kilometres are you envisaging till it gets to that point of changeover?
Both questions I'll have to take on notice. I'm not sure. I believe it is diesel, but rather than actually say I believe it is diesel and it ends up being petrol, I'd rather get back to you. And also on the kilometres, assuming it'd be diesel, diesels seem to run a fair few extra Ks than, and I'm basing the eight years on it being a diesel vehicle. And that's generally what we run some of our larger vehicles out at, particularly those that aren't how would you say, treated in or in an environment that is a rough environment. Being a library van, it's certainly not going to be flogged up and down gravel roads carrying a load of gravel, if that makes sense either.
Thank you.
And just a second question is, what is the book capacity of this new van compared to the book capacity of the old mobile library?
The new mobile library is able to carry 450 kilos of books. I can't tell you what the capacity of the old library was. I'm not aware of that. I wasn't here then. Certainly we weighed 450 kilos of books to ensure that we had suitable space and coverage of all our genres and our books. So that's what the mobile library van will run with. Oh gosh, it depends how the actual size and thickness.
Depends on your genres.
And it also,
it really does.
It was a very important process to the points asked about the fit out, because we need the shelving and the shutters for safety, for travel, and bearing in mind this vehicle, as the report says, will be used for other educative purposes as well, through community engagement opportunities, waste education, environmental education days. So, you know, the fit out takes on board the multiple uses and the work health and safety requirements to be able to travel and not have obstacles flying around the vehicle at the time.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, councillors, ask for introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. The recommendation before you for consideration today is that 1, council note the update on the progress of the commissioning of the mobile library van and reinstatement of the mobile library service, and 2, that council acknowledge the introduction of an interim click and collect service. There's 2 services there, Sharon, we might need to remove one of those. The interim click and collect outreach service that commenced from 15 November 2021 until the new mobile library van is commissioned and operating.
Thank you. Councillor, I seek a mover. Councillor West. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? I want to seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness, wish to speak. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say this is some very welcome news that after 2 years we will at last have a mobile library van getting a little closer for our communities. Also very positive, thank you, that the click and collect in the meantime is going so positively, and good that this van will be very much more versatile than the previous one that we had, which was much larger.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.3, page 14 of your agendas.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Item 10.3 today is in relation to the Beachmont Area Progress Association Headmasters Cafe liquor licence request and the petition that was recently presented to council in relation to this matter. And we have 2 officers with us today, Deborah Moore and Justin Cinnamon. I'm going to ask Deborah to introduce this item.
Thank you, GM. So the Beachmont Area Progress Association submitted a petition to council around a liquor licence, asking council if they would consider approving them to have a liquor licence over the cafe. As part of that consideration, at the moment they have a management agreement with council, So we are now looking at giving them a deed of agreement, which will give them a little more certainty over their area of operation and enable us to work with them to have a liquor licence for that area. And I'm happy to take any questions if you need clarification.
Questions for further clarifications? Fair bit in the report, councillors. Councillor Swanborough.
Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if this is some type of precedent. It's basically a community facility, and we're going to issue a liquor licence. Does that mean that community centres and other places could also potentially have liquor licences?
Sorry, councillor, just a point of clarification. My understanding is we don't get to issue a liquor licence. We'll be providing support for them to access a liquor licence, just for the benefit of the gallery to understand the proper mechanics here.
That's correct, Mayor. They're asking for landowners' consent and the ability for the state government to issue that licence.
Yeah, but the precedent question is still relevant.
Yes, and that is correct. And you may find that there's probably other community organisations already out there that are on council land, such as some sporting organisations that may already have a community liquor licence in place. So there is the ability for others to seek a licence, and you may find that others already have one.
And those licences have been considered under the planning approvals for that site and meeting the state government requirements for that liquor licence. So there's a number of points that need to be addressed, and Beachmont Area Progress Association has worked through council and officers have sought input from the planning area in relation to this. So it's not a carte blanche approval. It would be case by case that council as a landowner would or wouldn't grant that, grant that acceptance of them applying for a liquor licence.
Can I just ask about the budget then? There's a budget of 3,300 to prepare the deed. If they already have the approval and they're just seeking landowners' agreements.
No, there's two parts to it.
Yeah.
So Deborah mentioned that they currently have a management agreement in place to operate that site.
Yeah.
And as a part of the ability for council as a landowner to consent, we need a different type of agreement in place to enable that consent to go ahead, and that's the deed that Deborah is talking about. And I understand the legal costs associated, Justin, are associated with the preparation of that new agreement that needs to be put in place.
Thank you for that clarification.
Can I ask a further question to the legal costs for establishing this deed? Is it usual that council would cover the costs of this deed, or is there some opportunity for some of this cost to be shared by the applicant?
The short answer is, as part of our leasing review, we're certainly looking at, a majority of our community leases are based on a peppercorn arrangement. We are looking at what other councils do. I'd rather leave that discussion to when we've got all the information together. However, if I go back in recent history, the majority of our lease agreements, council has borne the cost of putting them together. So the reality of it is moving forward, that may not be the case. However, we've based the process that we've currently got on what has historically been done without preempting what may be the end result of any future discussions around how we manage leases into the future.
Further to that, if I may, is the process to establish a deed more onerous than a normal lease agreement? Is that...
So to understand, the agreement at the moment is a management agreement, not a lease agreement. And so to actually, the deed actually covers off not only council's interest, but also the association's interest as well with regard to well, without going into all the detail of what's contained within the deed, there was some issues with regards to the amount of risk council may actually be taking on by actually allowing the liquor licence to proceed if the deed was not in place. So that's some of the background of why the need for or the management agreement wasn't adequate enough for a council to allow a liquor licence to be in place.
So the deed is more about understanding the risks, or perhaps potentially ensuring the risks are minimised to council.
Yes, and also outlines the aspects on which the actual liquor licence does actually is involved in. So it only is more around the cafe facility and doesn't include the rest of the site. So it's still covered under the management agreement. So for want of better words, it's like an appendix to what is the management agreement.
So, Councillor McConnell has been waiting. Yes.
Just a quick one. In the recommendations, it's all council note, not council approved. Is this already a delegation to the CEO?
Did you want to?
I believe that there are delegations in place where issuing of certain documents can be undertaken by council officers, and hence the wording within the report.
Wouldn't we usually put delegated to the CEO in this? Already delegated? Would we already note that?
The delegation already exists.
Yeah.
That was the point I think Chris was making. So those delegations have already been affected, which under normal circumstances, officers then, this is an operational issue for them to issue the deed of agreement.
So is that mentioned anywhere in the report that it's already delegated? Sorry, it's already delegated to the CEO?
Well, I think it goes to the earlier point when Oliver was questioned about the delegations that already exist. They're already in place as a part of an adopted. Do you want to comment any further on that, Oliver? There's not a need to repeat them each time in every action that we undertake.
No, that's right. I guess if there's a query, that's we can always double check to make sure that it does exist. But by default, unless council places a condition when those original delegations are put forward, then by default it's provided to the CEO.
And I guess it's important to note the other purpose for this report was to close out the petition. You'll see that there was a previous resolution when this was presented, and there is an obligation for us to bring petitions back and close them out at an ordinary meeting, and that's the other purpose for this report as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, Mr Mayor, just the question was in relation to conditions that council have placed on the facility. Do we know the operating times? Can they operate at night? Do we know can they play loud music at night? All the things that go with the liquor licence, are those going to be regulated by this council, or are they going to be regulated by the Liquor Licensing Commission?
Deborah Jula, I can't see you. I'm assuming you're ready to answer that question.
Thank you. So any licence that comes back to us must sit within the planning scheme, and we have some times over a 7-day period of what they may be according to our planning scheme, and they have been forward to BAPA to also submit as part of their licence. And then it is not regulated. That licence is then regulated by Office of Local OLGR, and the only reason it would come back to us is if there'd been some complaints around that liquor licence, and then they would seek the landholders' comment around those complaints, and then they would make a ruling on whether that liquor licence stays in place or not.
So, Councillor Swanborough, you have further?
Yeah, just a further question. It's a little bit unusual for council to have town planning approval for over one of its community facilities. So Is there a development application being lodged and approved for this facility, either by ourselves or by the applicants, or just how did that come about that they had a planning approval?
It's not. Can you turn off the microphone, please, Councillor?
Just need a couple of microphones off, thanks. Your plug's out.
Thank you. Right, they're interlinked. The planning scheme allows for the hours of operation. It's not that they need planning approval for it, but they must operate within certain hours that are already contained in the planning scheme.
And can I just...
I assume by that that's a code accessible thing we're talking about here?
So can I just add to that, Councillor, that site has a development application over it, and when there was some recent improvements with main roads on the car park, and I don't know whether Chris wants to comment, they had to be done in conjunction with the approvals underneath the DA that covers that site. So there is a DA covering that site.
Sorry, just for clarity, that's a pre-existing development approval on the site. And if I'm just trying to connect the dots because the language I think is getting a little crossed over. The time frames for operation regarding a liquor licence weren't contained in the original development approval because there wasn't one, but they exist within the planning scheme and are a requirement that for them to comply with when they put forward for their liquor licence.
I was just wondering if we could be advised what those operating hours would be for this site.
I'll take that on notice. Back, or I can...
Councillor West, you were wishing to add a comment?
Oh, look, I think it's been talked about now. It's just that I was going to mention that some years ago this group did in fact fund a development application on site so that they could run the cafe and do a few other things on site. It was there for the long term, and even though they had some of their the funding was reduced, they still had to pay to get the planning done and all that sort of thing. So it has set them in good stead for the future. So certainly there's an approval there for that cafe.
So was there planning approval to operate as a cafe, and presumably this was after Binnabara burnt down? Is that how it worked or not?
Not at all, Councillor. That approval has been in place many, many years before Binnabara burnt down. And then this is a subsequent request. So each time they're wanting to do anything there, it has to be within their planning approvals, and their planning approval had some conditions, one of which was upgrading the car park. And as a result of a lot of the work that happened after the bushfires, Main Roads, in fact, was doing some drainage and road works, and they worked with BAPA to upgrade that car park at no cost to the association. And that negotiation happened through our engineering team and our planning team so that it actually met the approvals within their development application. So it's been in place for quite some time, and they're very aware of the conditions that they must operate within.
I was just going to add that they don't operate every day anyway, and they don't operate at night. It's just that they would like to operate Friday and Saturday evenings until 8:30, but the rest of the time they don't. It's not an every night type of affair.
Thank you. Further clarifications, queries, councillors? Not, we return to the recommendation for this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for your consideration as a recommendation that one, Council note the contents of the letter submitted by Beachmont Area Progress Association Incorporated, dated 14 August 2021, which was tabled at the ordinary meeting held on 17 August 2021 in support of a liquor licence for the Headmasters Cafe. 2, that Council note that an additional deed of agreement is being negotiated with Beachmont Area Progress Association Incorporated covering the Headmasters Cafe. And 3, that Council note the landowner's consent will be provided by Council to enable the Office of Liquor and Gaming Regulation to issue a liquor licence to the Beachmont Progress Association Incorporated for the Headmasters Cafe.
you. Councillors, I first seek a mover. Councillor West. Any additional questions, councillors? Councillor Chop.
Yeah, I've just got one question. In number 1 there, we are acknowledging the letter. Should we also be acknowledging the petition that got tabled? As it was mentioned that the petition was going to had to be brought back to us in the meeting, but doesn't state the petition, just states the letter that was attached with the petition.
It was in a letter form. I guess that's the way the officers have written it, but I'm happy to say, because if you look at the previous resolutions just down further and see that it's mentioned there as a petition, so I'm happy to say letter and petition, if you'd like to add that to the recommendation.
I'd say letter and then in brackets including petition.
Including petition. That's how it was presented to us, yeah.
I think your point's well made, Councillor, just to down the track someone lose sight of what that meant. Still comfortable to move, Councillor? Any further questions for this matter, councillors? Any further discussion? Seconder, Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak, Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to mention that BAPA certainly take their management agreement very seriously, and they're very aware that they have a very old building up there, which requires a lot of maintenance and a lot of work to be spent on it. And this is why they are very keen. Over the years, they've have raised lots of money so they can assist in upgrading, and they've applied for lots of grants. I can say that the cafe, since the events of the last couple of years, has really become very, very busy with visitation up there. So, and they are able to feed that rent money back into the building. So I see this as a positive move for the meantime.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what Councillor West said. It's always good when community groups who take ownership of a community building in the local area seek to have a organisation where they can raise funds to be able to maintain and improve the building. It takes some of the onus off council, and I congratulate them for trying to be self-sufficient in their endeavours up there, so well done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, I'll just pause for a moment. I believe the GM is able to provide clarity on the hours of operation just to give you that visibility.
Thanks to our Manager of Planning who's listening in. He has provided to me the hours of operation which is approved under the DA. The food establishment and reception centre can operate Sunday 7 a.m. to 4 p.m, Monday to Thursday 7 a.m. to 8 p.m, and Friday and Saturday 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. For public worship, Monday to Sunday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. For markets, festivals and the like, Saturday and Sunday 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. As a tourist facility, Monday to Friday 9 a.m. to 4, Saturday and Sunday 9 a.m. to 4, and indoor sports, recreation and entertainment, Sunday to Thursday 9 a.m. to 4, Friday to Saturday 9 a.m. till 10 p.m.
Thank you for those clarifications. Anyone else wishing to speak additionally? Not we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you very much for the work on getting us through the delicate footpath of this. And we turn to item 10.4, councillors, page 18 of today's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Item 10.4 is the Regional Skills Investment Strategy Reference Group, August 2021 meeting minutes. I have an apology today from the Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications, Brenda Walker, but with us today are two very capable officers, our Principal Specialist Regional Prosperity, Sue-Ann Chapman, and our Economic Development Officer, Business and Industry, Cameron Thomas. So I'd ask Sue-Ann if she would like to take us through the highlights of this report.
Thank you for having me here this afternoon. I'm excited to announce the final meeting minutes that we will be presenting as part of the Regional Skills Investment Strategy Reference Group. which was held in August 2021. As you're aware, the project was funded by DESBIT, the Department of Employment, Small Business and Training, from 2019 and concluded July 2021 with the officer finishing his term at the end of June 2021. This final meeting was a wrap-up of that particular group, and we were very pleased to see such a strong outturning in our three principal focus industries, which was agriculture and agribusiness, health and allied services, and tourism and hospitality. I will take that the minutes were read, and we'll answer any questions anyone has on this particular report.
Councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Sue-Ann. Just a general question, what value would you put on the input and knowledge provided by the businesses, industry and community representatives?
Extensive value. What outcomes have generated because of that group have been numerous, and we have reported on them through Workshop and Ordinary over the last couple of years. The opportunities for providing connections for employment, which is one of our main remit in regional prosperity, is creating valuable jobs for locals. So to have at the coalface those industry members in that room talking with the service providers through DESI and through DESBIT has been incredible, and we've seen a number of employment opportunities being fulfilled or extended as a consequence of that.
And if I could just add to that great summary, Councillor, I think the other part it's like the gift that keeps on giving, I think, is the education of the business community, of the training that is available for them to access through the department, and fundamentally core to the reason why the department put these because there were 18 of these grants given across the state, was to expose business industry to the training pathways for both themselves as business operators and for their staff. And there have been a number of grants that have been afforded to this region, and many valuable hours of training provided. And I think that's probably one of the unsung heroes of this project. Those businesses are now plugged in to those opportunities and now know who to go to seek training for their staff. And as we've seen, that training through the annual vocational education training investment plan, that training is invaluable, and has many of those operators around the table at these meetings have indicated the value that that's brought them by keeping their people engaged and being able to advance their skills and create a much more skilled local workforce than what they had before this was established.
Thank you. That's great.
Councillor, further questions? Not, we'll introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you for consideration is the recommendation that Council endorse the Regional Skills Investment Strategy Reference Group minutes of meeting held on 26 August 2021.
Second mover, Councillor McConnell. Further questions? Further discussion? Councillors, I'd just like to add to the discussion and observe there were 18 of these, but feedback from DESBIT, the team have been quite modest, but we've heard in the past many of the others did not achieve anywhere near the success this program has in our region. That's definitely due to the calibre of the person we got on the ground and his ability to, Mitch played a great role in connecting with businesses, connecting with individuals. We saw an incredible success in employment outcomes as well as upskilling outcomes, and that real engagement of our business community in investing in their people. And that will continue to reap rewards, I think, as they come through these next challenges that we faced. And that should not go unnoticed in the closeout of this process, that the state have been befuddled by how our success was so strong compared with some of the other programs. So well done to all involved. particularly to our business community, for buying into that conversation and discovering those delights.
And to that end, Mayor, I can confirm the officers have been able to acquit the funding, and we've been successfully able to acquit that.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further discussion, councillors? Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, I endorse those comments too, Mayor. There was good input there and congratulations to the staff involved. Probably the only downside I thought in some ways was that you can't get horses to lead them to drink all the time, but yeah, geographically there probably wasn't the spread of people, but it is what it is, and we don't always, people won't come, you can't make them come, but it's probably that's what I maybe think the committee may have lacked a little bit, just to have to future probably more try to get more of a geographical. I know you did try in certain cases, but it's unfortunate that there wasn't a bit more spread.
Thank you, councillor. Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor West, you wish to speak, councillor?
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate council officers and especially the project coordinator, Mitch Ryan, who was instrumental in the success of the project. It was great to see the involvement of the businesses across the region, and I think it's put us in really good stead for the next item and moving forward from here. So again, really congratulate Mitch on the work that he did for this. That's put us now in good stead to lead forward. So thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a proxy on that committee, I also would just like to concur and support what Councillor McConnell said, and thank you to our staff for all the hard work they put into it, and to Mitch Ryan, who's not with us anymore, but it's moved to other positions. But this has been so beneficial for our business community, who I think before this were kind of floundering and feeling like they weren't involved as much, but now they're totally involved, and this is fantastic.
Thank you. No one else? Anybody else wish to say anything further to close, councillor? We put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much for following that through, and we turn now to item 10.5, page 28 of your agendas, councillors.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and councillors, this item 10.5 is the establishment of the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance. As a part of the Regional Prosperity Strategy, and I'm going to ask officers to make further comment on this, I'd just like to do a small introduction to this item myself. The intention in the Regional Prosperity Strategy, when it was adopted, was to establish a leadership alliance for the region to keep connected to our business community, business and industry right across the region, to provide us with some strategic advice and recommendations on regional economic development and key strategies that we're working on. As it would happen in the timeframe when we were bringing that strategy forward, the government offered us an opportunity to apply for the funding that we've just discussed in the Regional Skills Investment Strategy project. As part of that commitment to the state government, we had to form that project group, and that reference group has been instrumental in guiding the efforts of Mitch and the other team in many of the projects as we've just discussed. The Leadership Alliance Aspiration and the Regional Prosperity Strategy, rather than doubling up and establishing that earlier, we've enabled the current reference group as formed to operate and not to cloud the two agendas. And so strategically, the team held back on establishing the Leadership Alliance that was a strategy underneath the Regional Prosperity Plan, in order to give that reference group that we've just discussed opportunity to provide us guidance. It is now our intention to seek your approval today to morph that Regional Skills Investment Strategy Project reference group into establishing our first ever Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance. And today presented before you are the terms of reference, and I'm happy for Sue-Ann if she has anything else she would like to add in relation to what we're trying to achieve and how we're proposing to do this. But I thought it was important for you to understand that this is one of our key intentions that we're now realising on the back of the success of the program we've just discussed.
Thank you, Deborah. The only points that I would like to add in reference to Councillor McInnes's comments earlier was the geographic spread of the members of the group. That is something that we identified when we reviewed the new terms of reference for this, for the Alliance, was that the spread of geography and also of industry, that we would expand beyond our 3 core industries that we looked at under the RISES program.
There are a couple of important points before we take any questions, Mayor. As a part of Council's typical appointment of councillors to different committees and reference groups that happens annually, there were councillors appointed to the RISES group, and Councillor McInnes and Councillor McConnell with a proxy of Councillor West. Underneath the terms of reference, in order to keep the momentum going, it's our proposal today that in adopting these terms of reference that those councillors maintain representation on the new Leadership Alliance, and at a point in time in future, which generally seems to occur around the May 2022, that council would then consider the representation at that point in time in the future. I was the chair, I had the privilege of being the chair of the RISES reference group, and the difference in these terms of reference before you for consideration today is that we're proposing that the Mayor take on the chair of this group for its first 12 months, after which time the chair would be appointed by the Leadership Alliance from its membership. And to evolve, the other point that is slightly different is why we have a complex set of recommendations before you today, because fundamentally the terms of reference speak to the notion of an expression of interest and people then nominating to be a part of the leadership group, and to Sue-Ann's points about then hoping to get a wider representation from right across the region from different industries, because the point Sue-Ann made earlier, the RISES project had 3, we were only appointed by the state government to work with 3 groups. That was hospitality, tourism hospitality, health and allied services, and agriculture. It is our intention, and you'll see by the broadening of the Leadership Alliance terms of reference, that we will now expand to work more broadly with many other industries such as construction, professional services, retail, or whoever chooses to nominate. But for the purposes of establishing the group today, we're proposing to recognise the value of those members of the reference group that have worked with us over the last 2 years, and proposing that they be appointed directly to the Leadership Alliance and its establishment. And then we will conduct the standard process of expressions of interest to broaden the group's representation under the leadership of the Mayor and officers that are listed. The terms of reference also cites a number of government organisations and agencies, and it will be, there's a number that we're proposing to invite to be members, and I think councillors who have come to those past meetings would attest the value of having our colleagues from state and federal government sitting with us in the room each meeting, alerting us to the opportunities and offering to work more closely with us on almost a daily basis has been invaluable. And it is our intention to have some standard organisations as members, and then from time to time we will invite other Queensland and Australian government organisations, departments and the like to participate as observers at meetings to assist us on whatever peculiar projects. The other part of the terms of reference, it gives an opportunity for us to form some working groups from time to time where there are specific issues that we might wish to address, like workforce or skilled labour market issues as one example. And so we're presenting to you today quite a comprehensive set of terms of reference. It is our intention that this group operate at least through to the timeframe of the Regional Prosperity Strategy, which, as you know, has the term 2020 to 2025. And at a point in time in the future, then we can review its effectiveness and then present alternatives to Council should it not be delivering on what the aspirations are.
Thank you. Councillors, questions? A lot in there. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just a quick one to the GM. under the RISIS, we received government funding for the project coordinator. We won't have that with the new alliance, Leadership Alliance. How much of an impact is that going to have on the workload for council officers to make up that shortfall of what was an exceptional?
Well, the Leadership Alliance was always an action within the Regional Prosperity Strategy, so it would have been within the remit of the Economic Development team. And the meetings as such, I don't think are particularly onerous, other than perhaps some note-taking and distribution of minutes and a calling of meetings, etc. Generally, the whole idea of getting the strategic input is to inform and help direct the efforts of officers in the implementation of that strategy, and any emerging issues that might need to be addressed. So I don't see it as particularly onerous. In fact, I think in some instances it can be quite valuable, ensuring that our efforts are directed where they need to be and that we get the best value out of that time and effort committed by officers. I think the other important part is by having the Queensland and Australian governments partnered with us in the delivery of this, there are likely to emerge over that period of time other funding streams and opportunities that we will not necessarily be aware of, and that we could then look to secure and particularly address then issues that emerge as a result of the advice and information that has been provided to us by the members of that group.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions? Councillor Inver first and then Councillor Chaw.
Thank you, Mayor, and fully support what's proposed and recognise the great efforts that have been contributed to by the wide business community and value that of the involvements of a fairly wide set of industry representatives. And looking at that, I wondered if there may be a bit of a gap and whether our First Nations people could be considered at some stage, and I'm thinking more of the business managers part of our Indigenous First Nations people, and if there's some potential for inclusion in tourism, land management, education creation, cultural initiatives. Should this be included specifically or considered as part of an expression of interest process?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. We would welcome any business operators of any culture, to be honest. We have a very multicultural society, and any person who considers that they could add value or specifically wanting to see direct our efforts in one particular stream, then we would welcome when the expressions interest open for anybody to nominate. So be that from any nationality, but any business and industry type across the region. I don't necessarily see value in, calling that out as specific, because I think it's highly likely if there's an Indigenous business operator, they're likely to be in that tourism, hospitality, or arts and culture and the like. And as you know, we also have a reconciliation action plan that is yet to be developed by the council, and I think we could pick up the focus of some areas of focus there when that is developed. And I suppose also acknowledging that the Queensland Tourism Industry Council, in conjunction with the Department of Tourism and Tourism and Events Queensland, have declared this year a second year of Indigenous tourism, and our staff look to capitalise on those opportunities as they emerge as well. So I can only give you a guarantee that we will look at every expression of interest fair and equitably, and certainly we're hoping to form a skills-based reference group, and I don't think it will preclude anyone putting their hat in the ring.
Thank you. That's great.
Councillor Chaw.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This looks fantastic, but I'm just wondering how, and you've mentioned a couple strategies how to manage this, but being so broad and trying to tap into so many different areas, how are we going to get real success in trying to, achieve key things, and how are we going to manage, which area that we focus on, so not to exclude everybody. So.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I guess it is a much more expanded format, and I've worked under a similar format as this when we established a leadership alliance in Mackay Regional Council when I was there some years ago. And it's interesting, what actually occurred there was, as the issues were put on the table and discussed, from time to time, I think as I mentioned before, they formed specific working groups, and those working groups would meet on perhaps a more regular basis than the Leadership Alliance and work on those specific issues. At the time in Mackay, the example was the boom and bust of mining, and so they would then work specifically on that area with the agency, the other local government stakeholders, to address those issues. I think there will be a crawl before we walk type step process to put this in place, because we're also asking that reference group, and I think councillors that attended that last meeting that Sue-Ann presented earlier, they were 100% behind forming this and staying involved in it because they're seeing the value. And I think the importance for us will be to make sure that the other industries in the region get airtime, because we have focused our areas on, we haven't excluded other businesses to work with other industries, but we had to, for the purposes of the grant, direct our efforts to those 3 industries. So I think as a part of establishing the group, getting the agenda in place, understanding and auditing what we think are the issues, I think will be an issue of prioritisation, and then we can systematically work with those subsets on those issues as they emerge. And we may not be able to address everything up front, but I would imagine it'll take us sort of 12 months for us to find our feet, take off the training wheels, get all the new people on board and expand our thinking, and then gradually get more traction as this develops and grows.
Yeah, thank you for that. Next question is just how will this be brought back to council to update us on how things are progressing and outcomes of this group?
Thank you for your question. The same way we have with the RISIS group, where we have brought minutes back to this council and presented them to them, not dissimilar how we do for the Northern Rivers group that Councillor McConnell is a representative of. We will continue to present those back. The terms of reference, if you've taken a look at those, the terms of reference speak to the fact that it's not a decision-making forum as such, but rather a group that will make recommendations back to council. So if there's a specific issue they want council to address, that will come back to this table for consideration. Now, there might be monetary consideration or reprogramming of works or whatever it might be, and that'll be for the decision of council to implement any of those requests.
Just the last question. I know there's some nominated councillors on there, and the mayor's nominated for the chairperson. Will it be open to other councillors to attend this as well, if they're interested?
Absolutely, we would welcome any councillor to attend, to bring forward even ideas or issues or concerns within your areas, your business community. This is really meant to be, as it says, a regional prosperity leadership alliance. So we would welcome attendance from anyone, and we're happy to put all the dates in councillors' diaries so they can attend. I guess the strategy of transitioning the 3 councillors that are currently appointed to it was just a cleaner way midstream of applying, of ensuring that we had councillor representation. I would imagine the councillors that have been involved with this would have found it really valuable speaking directly with the businesses about the specific issues. And I think the other thing that was a surprising byproduct of the RISIS group was the collaboration between industries. We saw job shortages or labour shortages in the healthcare industry, for example, not able to get servers in their dining rooms and chefs. And as a result of the groups coming together, we saw tourism and hospitality businesses then offer up chefs who would work the morning shift in the cafe and then the night shift in the retirement village, and staff that would work a split shift in the morning serving lunch and then serve dinner in the retirement village. Now, that sounds like a simple collaboration, but it was actually really complex, and it just goes to show the level of collaboration that can happen by getting around the table and hearing each other's issues and concerns.
Yeah, just on page 37, just details the membership, but it doesn't actually detail who should be on the voting membership that you've got there, and the quorum is 1/2 + 1. Now, under dot point 4, which is I think what you may be alluding to is the core membership, there's 17 people, which would mean you need 9
to attend.
To make a quorum.
That's correct.
Do you think that's achievable?
Yes, I do.
Some of that you do?
Yes, I do. I really do think it is because, with the exception of maybe a recent time with a meeting where some people got a bit confused about the date, but you know the commitment with which that by and large, on balance, almost everybody turned up to almost every meeting, and if they didn't, some dialed in, and so I think for us to get this right, to get it established and to be fair and equitable, I think we need to start, that we might revise these terms of reference if it doesn't work, but this was really a very deliberate attempt in ensuring we have proper representation of the businesses on this group to guide the efforts of our staff.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanborough, you had a question?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I think it'd be a step forward, as Councillor Chalk has said, to have all councillors as ex officio members, just like the staff are, under the terms of reference. I'd like to see those terms of reference modified, if we're to vote on them today, to allow that sort of level of councillor involvement, if they so choose, to go along to one of these meetings, that they'd be welcome and able to attend each meeting. I also think that the terms of reference probably would benefit if we didn't give the impression that this committee was there in perpetuity, certainly for the length of the prosperity thing. I think it needs to be reviewed on an annual basis by council to see whether it's meeting objectives and going forward. I'd like to see that also put in the terms of reference. I'd like also to see in the terms of reference that you know, a certain level of minute taking is done with this committee. I do have concerns that it's a super committee. It's dealing with just about everything that is industry, makes money in Senigrim and is economic development. So it's a massive committee with talking about big picture things that affect everybody in the Senigrim, and I just think that there needs to be a certain level of accountability and transparency for it. Otherwise, someone's going to perceive it as council abrogating its responsibilities to another group, even though they make recommendations, and I understand all that, but the deliberative processes sometimes and the knowledge that's learned won't necessarily be there for all councillors to learn when this sort of function is outsourced to a larger, bigger group. I would suggest that it'd be a novel idea if this committee's operations and meetings, seeing it's going to be held in this building, would be open to the public, that the public could come in and listen to the deliberations of our business leaders, of our state and federal you know, liaison people and whatever, and even the press for that matter. If they came in, they can report on what's being considered and what are the issues out there in the community. And I think that'd send a very good message to the community that you know, it was an advisory committee and it's doing this great work, and there are all these issues in the community that could be reported on. It would only be beneficial, in my view, to do that. I also think in the terms of reference that the appointment of people to the committee really should be something that is reversed a little bit than what's proposed. I think it should be the council's prerogative to consider the expressions of interest from people who want to be involved, and then to make recommendations back to the committee as to, you know, what who the councillors think should be on the particular committee, rather than, you know, the opposite way round, where we're, you know, just being asked to endorse people that are put on the committee. That way it gives a signal to the community that, you know, the council's actually controlling this committee, and it's not the tail wagging the dog, or the it's the dog wagging the tail, I suppose, is the opposite. So I think they would be some recommendations that I would put forward with the terms of reference. I also would like to talk about...
Can you pause for breath?
Yes, sir.
Can you pause for breath, because you were supposed to be asking for clarifications, but I've been very gracious and let you rattle off a whole heap of comments of totally changing the thing, and I'm just going to pull you up and ask that you respectfully pause. You've
I could do the one at a time if you like.
So you've verbaled a whole heap of things that are driving this into a different forum, and I just hear some alarm bells in the way your thinking is about what this purpose serves. And I'll just ask the DM to respond to what you can remember of the first however many items that you've tabled.
In terms of the minute taking, it's very clear in here under the Secretariat section that there will be minutes of every meeting taken, and I answered that question earlier when I said that they will be presented to Council for adoption. So to your query or your statement around transparency and community having access to the discussions and or media, that will be very publicly put forward through ordinary meetings. I am happy to add a review of the terms of reference maybe at a year 2 point, because it's about halfway between now and the timeframe that I suggested before this would operate. To your other point, the executive is listed on the top of page, sorry, I've just got to find that. I thought it was page 37. Thank you, CEO. Is it 37 or 38? Sorry, I'm just scrolling. It's top of page 38. Other members of Council Executive Team shall act as ex officio members of the acronym and attend as and when required. If it's the will of this meeting, we could add and councillors can be ex officio members. So that's not not cumbersome. As for your assumption that the meetings will all be held in this room, that is not likely to be the case. The RISIS meetings were held in many and varied venues. They were held in industry venues. We've held them, in a raft of different places, and in some occasions they've been peculiar to other things occurring, so that the members could experience other parts across the region. So I think that that is catered for. Under the membership query, I'm just making sure I'm going through the list that you rattled off there. The expression of interest, if I'm not mistaken, it speaks the fact that will be brought back before Council to appoint those committee members. My point before is officers will conduct the expression of interest, but I'm just trying to find it. Can you find it in the page there, Sue-Ann? It talks about that will be... So yes, thank you. On page 37, that they'll be secured through an expression of interest by submittal of qualifications and interest statement. Business community representative shall serve a 2-year term, so that enables us to refresh the committee, and that the initial membership would be drawn from those RISIS members, as we stated. But I believe elsewhere in the document it talks about that it will be appointed by resolution of Council. I'm just quickly scrolling through to try and find that. So it says on page 30, I think it's 38, dot point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, initial membership will be endorsed by Council. Membership decisions thereafter will be through expression of interest and recommended by the group to Council for endorsement. So I think I've addressed all of what you have raised there, maybe with the exception of making them open in public meetings. I don't support that theory. The minutes of the meetings will be made public. They're not doctored when they're made public. They are presented. You've seen all of the NRJEO, you've seen all the Tourism Advisory Committee meetings, you've seen all the RISIS meetings. there are often times when very sensitive business-related matters are discussed around the table, employment issues, skills-based issues, turnover issues, tendering, contracts that people are trying to access. And if we want this to operate, you know, in an autonomous way, and for the people involved to give us the level of strategic input and advice that we would be seeking from them in relation to their business and industry, I don't believe doing that in a public forum is the right method, when particularly we want people to be very open and honest and very candid in their feedback to direct the efforts of officers and of our programs and where we focus our time. And given that it will come back publicly to a council meeting, I think it will stifle the discussion, Councillor, and I disagree with that as a suggestion.
Yeah,
Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, if I can just add, having been on the RISIS, the relationship we were able to build with the business owners out there was extremely productive, where they felt comfortable relaying some of the information that really they probably shouldn't have. If they were in a public setting, they would definitely not have shared half of the stuff. They were very open about what their projected operations and future projects that they wanted to do. So I'd be against having a public one, because it would, so it'd be nice to have it open and public, but it would stifle the frank discussion and the fantastic openness that the business owners and the state government representatives let us in. So that's the only one that I'd be against.
And can I just add, Mayor, here's one I prepared earlier on page 40 of the report. I thought it was in here, but I hadn't found it. So thank you for making that comment, Councillor McConnell. You've given me time to search. It says Council, in consultation with the SRRPLA, will review these terms of reference every 2 years if required, or as often as it considers necessary. So I think, Councillor, apart from making them public, I think I may have addressed all of the concerns you put forward there.
Yeah. Councillor Swanborough, you have further
there was
clarification, or you want to continue?
No, there was. I'll just continue on, Mr. Mayor.
Well, no, you might wait until we've seen any other clarifications, please, Councillor. I've been very gracious to let you go totally out of whack, but
it is a clarification
of everyone else's ability to think about what was before them by doing that. So,
well, this is a clarification, Mr. Mayor. Clarification is, in the terms of reference, you talk about voting rights.
Just reference the page you're talking about, Councillor, so it's easy to...
I don't have that open with me. I'm just referring to my notes at the moment. But in the terms of reference, it clearly talks about some people will have voting rights and some people won't have voting rights. Is that correct?
Yes, so that refers to those that are considered ex officio.
Yes, that's correct. So but I also mentioned, it also mentioned in the terms of reference, according to my notes that when I was reading them last night, that you're saying that the meeting will determine things by consensus. And I was just wondering how the two would operate. Are you going to take a vote on recommendations to be put to council, or is there going to be just consensus?
I think that's a bit of a rhetorical question. Generally, by getting a vote, you're getting consensus out of the meeting as to whether they agree or disagree to something. Mayor will be the chair. It's a bit similar to what we have done with the RISIS group, where we've asked where they would, if there's an issue raised and they want it addressed, then there's by mutual agreement and consensus, or the majority of the people in the room believe it's an issue, then we've documented that and brought that forward and had discussions with whatever relevant agency. So is it the terminology that concerns you, or some? I think by asking people their opinions on something, you're seeking a consensus to move forward on an issue.
I mean, you can get a consensus if it's 100% people agree with you. That's when you would move forward on a consensus. But if people have voting rights, you really need to vote and record how people have voted in relation to a certain issue. And I think, you know, to me, when that comes back to council with recommendations, I'd like to know, you know, what the vote was in relation to things that are forwarded to council to see what level of support there was. But if you just call it a consensus where the majority, we think the majority, you know, agreed to this, but there was dissenting viewpoints. I really want to know what those dissenting viewpoints
well, under
are.
parliamentary procedure, councillor, which you're very familiar with, we do it in here every ordinary meeting. Once a vote is taken and the majority vote is there, then that is agreed to, and that would be put forward in the minutes and then presented to council for consideration. So, I mean, the chair will run the meeting through normal meeting procedure.
And it won't be council standing orders. It'll be this is a dialogue that'll have some delicacy to it, because a lot of those ex officio roles will be there to contribute information or to go away and research things to bring back to support the conversation. And you know, I expect this to be a different forum to what was there before it. And probably to understand that, you have to have spent time looking at the Regional Prosperity Strategy to understand the components of that. So I would observe that. But Councillor McGuinness, I see you waiting patiently.
Yeah, I actually agree with Councillor Swanborough on this case. There is a difference between consensus and having a vote. I've been on plenty of boards where there's virtually never a vote taken, but the chairman reads it that there's a consensus of that meeting without taking a vote. Now, if you either take a vote, there is quite a difference. There's a marked difference between consensus and taking a vote. If you're there to have a vote, you do that. If you're not, you can have consensus, might be majority, but most chairmen will, if they think it's going to be close, they'll end up taking a vote. So I take your point, actually.
I'm happy to adjust, Mayor, the bottom point there on page 38 above quorum, member voting to be something else.
So, well, I think their point is there's a whole heap of ex officio roles that are there to provide information, not to participate in determining the direction. And the group that are there to participate in informing the direction, there will inevitably be some differing views that in my mind, I'm sort of Councillor Chalk, I think there'll be some knocking corners off in some of the first meetings because we open this up to a wider audience. There will be some diversity of agendas that people want to then get, and you'll have to prioritise. You have to go through a process of some form to reach those conclusions, to provide them as, remember, this is advisory, not advisory to council for council to still determine. And therefore, the information that comes forward will in fact have to provide sufficient for council to be able to consider what's being discussed.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, my questioning was along the exact line that you just said, because when things get brought back to us, we've got to have the clarity of the information to make the final decision. So, you know, I probably prefer to attend the meeting so I could witness it myself, so that when I'm in the chamber, I can actually make an informed decision, because otherwise you've got to rely on whether it was a vote or whether it was a majority or whatever. So it makes it really hard in this chair to make that call. So that was, you know, that put into words what I was thinking.
We can clarify that bottom point, member voting by eligible voting members. We'll work clarity in there so that it's clear.
Look, and my view, this is, my view for what it's worth, I'm the same settings as Duncan. You hear a range of opinions and you take, what you bring forward will have a range of that commentary to it, and what was heard as the dominant direction with addressing issues that sit beside it, that then coming to a decision process. That's pretty common in this sort of forum.
I'm happy to make 2 adjustments from what I heard from that discussion, Mayor, to the terms of reference, which I can add to, perhaps we can add to the recommendation under maybe item 3. One that speaks to adding councillors as ex officio members, and the second one to clarify the voting.
Mr. Mayor, just clarification with, when the committee reports back to council, would it be possible to, if there is a division in the voting, that we could have the case for and the case against, the dissenting case, when we're being asked to review recommendations for council decisions? That, to me, that would just be a lot easier if you're not attending all the meetings, to understand what the opposing arguments were when it gets to that.
Personally, Councillor, I suspect you're creating a different interpretation of how this will work to what I think it will work like. There will be, there might be some challenges in this forum around the sequencing and priorities, and that won't be about fors and against. That will be about benefits and detractors of the sequencing and timing. But nothing's going to be, this isn't going to be about picking a winner and having an adversarial process in the forum. This will be about understanding those issues, and it'll take time to get to those things. That's what it took with the RISES, and the councillors who were in there saw that. It took some time to get to that place in the dialogue for that acceleration to happen. Initially, it really carried off of a set of conversations from MIT in the context of that scope. That created that strength of engagement and allowed that conversation that Councillor McConnell alluded to before. And we'll have to go through that whole process again. So Councillor McConnell, I don't know whether you, from your experience in there, whether you agree that it's not that sort of a process.
Yeah, totally agree, Mr. Mayor. It's not a cut and dried. It's something that we want to bring back to council, a concept, a project, not a we want this to happen. And then council get to decide on what we're going to do. And we're not getting a recommendation from a group of people saying you need to implement this. This is the direction we'd like it to go. This is what we'd like you to investigate. This is, can you have a look at this? And then we come to council and go, well, do we have the funds for that? Do we have, this is our purview? And that's the way we look at it. It's not a cut and dried, like the council officer saying, we need to go in this direction, or, this is what we need to do. It's more a broad-based. And just as another one, I think it's great that other councillors want to jump in and sit on things. As you know, I come to a few that I'm not invited to, because I think it's good to get that that concept. And I think this is a big one. I wouldn't be surprised if all the councillors turn up to sit and listen. It's actually probably one of the best committees that I sit on, and that's just the RISES. This is the next step up. So this will be one of the key ones for outside of council.
Councillor Enright?
Yeah, just taking this a slightly different direction, perhaps. What is the legal structure of it? It sits under as an advisory committee, legal structure, or is there any, requirement for any? So it just sits in under as an advisory group.
Yes. It has no authority. It has no budget. There's no paid roles apart from obviously those who are paid from their various entities in whatever form. So there's no budget structure for resourcing as such.
And any resourcing would be contained within the implementation of the Senigrim, the Regional Prosperity Strategy. Mayor is the chair, and I'm listed as the executive officer, and then we've got very capable officers that would then provide that additional support as and when required. And anything that were recommendations that came from this that the council accepted, then it would need to consider in its normal budget deliberations or in its road programming or whatever it might be that where a recommendation might come from. Then council could consider that as required.
Okay, councillors, are we close to being able to move forward in this conversation? We will always have the opportunity to reconsider.
Councillor, I've already added an asterisk up there.
I don't think, so just for clarity, councillor, at present, this is still an officer's recommendation.
Yes.
It is not yet a motion of council. Therefore, the matters that we've been discussing, the GM has considered and where necessary added to her proposed recommendation for the meeting. I'm just sharing that for the benefit of the digital gallery.
Yes.
We haven't been able to see that dynamic occurring.
So
What we are considering as the recommendation has some adjustments from what you have in your report, but as it's still within the purview of the GM as a recommendation, it doesn't require an amendment process as per a motion.
So, councillor, to your point, under item 3, I've taken the liberty of whispering a few words to Sharon, and you'll see the asterisks there. I'm intending to, at the end of under chair, comma, and adding councillors as ex officio members and clarifying the voting processes. So in endorsing those terms of reference today.
Can I just suggest it's actually adding non-member councillors?
Oh, so, yes, that's a good addition. Thank you, Mayor. Non-member councillors as ex officio members and clarifying and clarifying the voting process. So noting that then officers will make those adjustments to those terms of reference prior to going out with any expression of interest. I am making them now. Oh. Well, I thought we did clarify it through all that discussion. I'm going to, in the terms of reference, make it more clear that voting will be by voting, by the members who are eligible to vote. But I'm adding it to that recommendation so that it's an instruction to us as officers when we implement that recommendation that we update the terms of reference prior to releasing them.
Thank you. Councillors, we're comfortable to introduce the recommendation. Councillor, can you use the microphone just?
Yeah, just and the 2-year review, Deborah.
So that's in there. It's on page 40.
Yeah.
Yes, I added that. I recall adding that when we were reviewing these, because the 2-year point is the midway in the time frame of the committee operating. Okay, are you up for the resolution, Mayor?
I believe we're up for the recommendation.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. It's a long one. Strap yourself in, listening online. So the recommendation before you, councillors, is that 1, council acknowledge the activities, initiatives and outcomes delivered as part of the Regional Skills Investment Strategy Reference Group and extend its thanks to the members of the business and industry and community organisations from tourism, hospitality, health and allied services and agriculture industries and members from Queensland and Australian government's departments who actively participated in the group. 2, that council endorse the establishment of the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance, noting this is an action of the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020 to 2025. 3, that council endorse, under the terms of reference, the inaugural chair of the Senigrim, I'm reading along line. 3, that council adopt the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance terms of reference and support the transition of its members of the Regional Skills Investment Strategy Reference Group to establish the inaugural Leadership Alliance under the new chair and adding non-member councillors as ex officio members and clarifying the voting process. 4, that council endorse under the terms of reference the inaugural chair of the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance is the Mayor of Senigrim Regional Council for a 12-month period, after which the chair will be appointed by the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership from its members and endorsed by council. 5, that council endorse under the terms of reference of the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance membership will be diversified by seeking broader representation from industry sectors, chambers of commerce and other relevant agencies and organisations through an expression of interest process and subsequent endorsement by council. And 6, that council endorse Councillors McInnes and McConnell, who were appointed by council to the Regional Skills Investment Reference Group, along with the proxy, Councillor West, to continue as council's representatives on the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance until such time that council conducts its annual review of councillor representation on committees and forums in early 2022, at which time councillor representation will be nominated by council and determined in line with the Senigrim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance terms of reference. No.
Can I propose a nickname for this group, please?
Sorry, Councillor, I'll just maintain order for a little moment long. We're short oxygen depletion kicking in here. I've been trying to think of one as well, but we might do that shortly over a brief break. Seek a mover, Councillor McConnell. Any additional questions? Any additional discussion, councillors? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
Yes, if I could please, Mr Mayor. I think this is a great move forward for the council. I see nothing but good things coming from this Leadership Alliance. If we can go by its predecessor, the RISES, this will lead the Senigrim into a prosperous business environment throughout the whole region, not just in one section. So I know, speaking with some of the other business owners on RISES, they are looking forward to this, looking forward to the expansion of the group, the inclusion of some of the other government agencies, and this is a great move forward for the Senigrim Council.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not? Put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I'm conscious it's now 3:15. We still have about, 12, 13 items to go. However, we are going to take a 10-minute break just to allow stretch and comfort. And if you need to consider letting people know that you may not be available as early as you had thought, please do so. We'll be back at 3:25 to continue with the next agenda item. Thank you for your wonderful work, officers.
Thank you, Sue Ann and Cam.
We'll adjourn. Good afternoon again, councillors, executive, and those still with us in the digital gallery. Thank you. Councillors, we move now to item 10.6, page 41 of your agendas, and GM, we turn to you again.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Item 10.6 today is the endorsement of the adopted infrastructure charges resolution. We're on version 13. I'm going to ask Mark Lohman, the Manager of Planning and Development, to please speak to this item.
Thank you, Deborah. 10.6 is a procedural matter that provides for a new version for the adopted infrastructure charges resolution. Infrastructure charges, they apply to new development, including subdivisions and commercial developments, and are used to offset the costs to council for the construction of new trunk infrastructure such as roads, parks and stormwater infrastructure. Each year, the cap on infrastructure charges is reviewed by the Queensland Government and updated via the planning legislation, fees and other amounts amendment regulation, in this case 2021. The amounts in the schedule have been adjusted to account for the latest producer price index for construction in accordance with the Road and Bridge Construction Index as issued by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. The adopted infrastructure charges contained in version number 12 have been updated to reflect the new maximum adopted charge in the planning regulation, and it is proposed that the newly adopted resolution is to commence on the 30th of November this year. The charges resolution continues to provide relief for not-for-profit organisations, particularly those operating from council lands. Other than that, in the changes to the fee schedules, there's been no other changes made to the new version of this document.
Councillors, any queries? Points for clarification? Councillor Enright?
There are a note on page 62 of the report, talks 11.3, the community organisation / other, in regards to the process of a case-by-case application for reductions or waivers. But my question is that wording prescribed, or does it need anything further? Or is this an opportunity to review that as such?
We did, in the 11 and 12 version, make changes for not-for-profits. It was quite easy to identify not-for-profits that are operating from council land, and those organisations are making improvements on council land for the benefit of the community. So they were quite easy to provide a general waiver for. When it came to looking at other not-for-profit organisations, the types of organisations are so broad, both in scale, their capacity to pay or not pay. We found it very difficult to actually prescribe criteria which would apply to not-for-profits. So on that basis, the last time we discussed this, we left it that the applications will be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and the criteria, would be really around their capacity to pay and their contribution to the community and the like. So it's just that we found it very difficult to actually provide a criteria, yes.
I acknowledge that, Mark, and my question is perhaps if it was challenged, someone were to submit an application for it to be waived, and we didn't have a structured criteria, then are we exposed to not being able to defend our decision?
So any appeal process will be through the P&E court as a challenge to the infrastructure charge notice. It's hard to say because it depends on the grounds that they apply. The infrastructure charges resolution as it stands does not give them a waiver, it just gives them the opportunity to apply. So I think we'd be still on firm ground, and basically council is, as a general rule, quite considerate to community groups, that are providing true community service. Some of the concerns were that there are organisations that are not for profit, which are effectively running rather substantial business operations, and that's where we found it very difficult to differentiate between the two. Look, any decision of council is always challengeable, but I would be confident that we'd be on firm ground.
Could I just ask the supplementary to that, because I was just struggling a bit to hear you, but if I'm hearing you correctly, the summary of that, if I'm trying to clarify, is the default position is that there is no waiver, rather than, and they have to justify the basis for a waiver, as opposed to a waiver being there and us having to justify it not being in place. That's about the difference in that criteria, as I hear you.
Yep, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Which I can see quite clearly as a differential in the eyes of perhaps the department or the court. Other clarifications, councillors? If not, I'm not going to hold open too long. It's a fairly straightforward administrative piece, I think, from my read through it. And we go to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you for your consideration is that Council adopt the Adopted Infrastructure Charges Resolution version number 13 to take effect on the commencement date of 30 November 2021.
CK mover. Councillor McConnell. Any further questions? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Wish to speak, Councillor?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.7, page 79.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Item 10.7 is related to MCU 20/124. It's a development permit for the material change of use involving a residential care facility at 60 North Street, Harrisville, described as Lot 162 CC 3601. And I'm going to ask Mark to introduce this item, and I'm expecting Wayne will provide some support as well.
Thank you, GM. So this application is for a material change of use involving a residential care facility at number 60 North Street, Harrisville. The site is 24 hectares and abuts the Harrisville residential area. The site will be operated by Wesley Mission Queensland and is they're an existing substantial operator of residential aged care, and they're operating 13 communities at present. The facility, as indicated by the applicant, is looking to provide local residential care for aged persons and supported accommodation for people living with disabilities. The development seeks to primarily provide care for local people and to reduce the travelling for visitors and relatives of those people in care. So I'll hand over to Wayne now to step through the detail of the proposal.
Thanks, Mark. The aged care accommodation consists of 36 beds, as well as it also includes a specialist disability accommodation facility consisting of 3 group homes, each with 5 bedrooms. Located within each aged care community is a central services building containing a cafe, the main kitchen, administration and back of house services such as laundry, staff room and storage. The development also includes a community building identified as the homestead and incorporating multi-purpose spaces for meetings, gatherings, functions, another kitchen, as well as space for visiting medical health professionals to consult with residents. The other uses associated with the lawful agriculture use of the property are not included in the assessment. To assist with water storage and capture of overland flow, a dam is proposed to be constructed in the northeast corner of the site, and waste disposal facility, wastewater, was be licensed by the state with the transpiration area in the northwest corner. Sorry. Along with the application was supporting material. The application, I must say, was quite comprehensive. Included architectural plans and specialist reports for land suitability, groundwater impact, noise impact assessment, civil engineering, stormwater and services, traffic impact assessment, bushfire and socio-economic impact assessment. The analysis of the socio-economic impact assessment confirmed that the project will yield a net positive social impact for Harrisville community in employment, supply chains, education, occupation opportunities, volunteering and local care services and accommodation. Minor negative impact in construction phase and regional amenity impacts was also identified, but was regarded as a temporary and readily manageable. The assessment was requested to address the planning scheme strategic framework elements, and a summary of the findings of that report was included in our report. The development provides employment for 27 staff, parking facilities include up to 46 spaces with 3 for people with disabilities. In the public notification of this application, a total of 8 submissions were received. 6 were considered properly made, and of the 6 properly made submissions, 3 were supportive of the development. So there's general support in the community for this proposed development. Some of the concerns raised included loss of agricultural land, amenity, particular smell, from what was mistakenly thought to be an effluent pond, which is the dam, and increased traffic. Also comments on Harrisville's capacity to provide services, medical services in particular. Apart from that, there were no critical elements to the proposal that conflicted with the planning scheme. Overall, the application was high quality and provided adequate information to assess impacts. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillors, any points of clarification? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mark and Wayne, I've believe it's in the interests of the community that we actually extend the footpath along North Street towards towards Queen Street. It is a narrow street there, and there's going to be significantly more traffic moving along North Street. It's and from a safety point of view, I think it would be.
Councillor, just beforehand, can we just do clarifications first? Perhaps what you're trying to clarify is there a capacity for us to require that of the developer? Is that what I heard as the clarification you're seeking?
Well, you can take it as that, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. We might just try that procedure.
Yeah. I was going to make a few overreaching comments for a start off, but I won't do that to you, Mark, either.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. There's some support for that, I understand, and we've had some initial discussions with the applicant, and they're quite amenable to receiving that as a condition. Not to say it will be accepted outright, but the footpath for the North Street on the east side we've included in conditions.
Thank you. Do you have an additional comment, or Councillor, do you have anything further, Manager? Otherwise, you have a further point that you wish to clarify, Councillor McGuinness? You had a couple there.
No, that'll do. I'll give other people a go first.
Councillor McCall.
Thank you. If I can just clarify, page 87 has a diagram of the site, and the land that backs up against lots 1 to 6 is classed as agricultural land. Is that incorrect? Pasture land, the green Say again?
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, but has it been? Yeah, before the houses. I've got a bit of concern with those houses there at your property. That land plowing and that sort of stuff. Is that what we mean by agricultural?
That's part of the agricultural use, and those impacts actually were identified, and they have been assessed in one of the specialist reports.
So those operations will be conducted in association with the operators of the home. So one would assume they're not going to be operated in the normal manner of rural operations in regards to time and dust and the like. And those rural operations are looking to complement the aged care and provide other outlets for them as well. So it's designed to be in association with the use, not in competition to it.
Yeah. So the homeowners at the moment are agreeable to that. It's a assume. Sure, you know what happens with that assume.
So
it's just that. So is there an option later if someone sells a house that someone that's living there can object to the dust and stuff coming grades?
The land at the moment is zoned rural and is designed to, is quite usable for all cropping and whatever. So there is still a requirement that people need to be respectful of their neighbours and the like, but yeah, it can be used for cropping or other rural activities at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Additional clarifications, councillors? Councillor Swan?
Yeah, just wanted to question the standard of the footpath that would be required at this development. What would be the width of the footpath that would be conditioned?
So the footpath condition is the same as the existing footpath. So North Street has probably about a third already constructed footpath. And so it's commensurate with that. So I think it's about a metre, maybe 1.2 at max. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell?
Would they be required to put that up to the current standard of 1.8, I think it is, Jen?
I would assume that the actual condition would state that it be constructed in accordance with registered professional engineers' advice, and I'd think that they would then assess what the standard should be given the use. So the reality of it is it'd probably be a 1.2 metre. However, I would certainly refer back to the registered professional engineer who's assessing what's required at that site.
Thank you. Further clarifications? Okay, so from those discussions, GM and manager, are there any additional adjustments that would go into your recommendation before we progress to the recommendation? Councillor McInnes?
Mayor, could I suggest that a word something like a reinforced concrete path must be designed and constructed in accordance with Council's planning scheme from the development boundary along the eastern side of North Street Road Reserve to Queen Street where not otherwise provided. The width must be of the footpath must be commensurate with the existing pathway along the southern extent of North Street.
So that's in there at number 21. Is there a variation to what's in there on page 84?
That's right, Mr. Mayor. So at the moment, the condition provides for footpath north of Miles Court, whereas the Councillor McGuinness's recommendation there is that would extend it right down to Queen Street, obviously except for where there's existing footpath.
So so I'm trying to clarify. So what is the wording to change 21 is what I'm trying to think what we're all just wanting. It is late in the afternoon. Just wanting to understand what is, because it's understanding the acceptability of, and you've talked about that, but what's the change to this wording in your recommendation before we get it on the table?
At the present time, it's to link with the existing pedestrian pathway, and rather than that, you have to Queen Street where not otherwise provided.
So I'm very carefully asking the officers to clarify their recommendation before we start dealing with this as a motion. Otherwise, we're having to deal with amendments. So that's why that's all I'm wanting is that clarified.
Okay, so the amendment for the benefit of council is on screen there. So we're removing, you would remove the words link with the existing pedestrian pathway to, so that it goes to Queen Street where not otherwise provided.
you're right to include that in your recommendation.
So that's your recommendation. So just to be clear, this is your recommendation to us based on the conversation.
I'm happy to put that forward, or the councillor can move it as amendment.
Yeah.
I'm happy either way.
I'd be comfortable, if the officers are comfortable, adding those words or updating those words in the conditions in the General Manager's recommendation to avoid the process of an amendment.
Thank you. That's the point of clarification, is just what we're dealing with, a recommended set of conditions at the moment, and it's your recommendation present.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, again, Councillor Swanborough, now we can hear you.
Look, I'm just taking up the General Manager's comments about the standard of footpath, and he indicated that he's going to take advice from the engineer, or a registered engineer, concerning it. I know we do have a design and construct manual. I don't know if it talks about what the development standards should be for something, but I'm not sure whether we can condition something to a lower standard. No, is that legal to do that?
Look, without knowing what the width of the current footpath is, I'm not saying that condition actually is not compliant. So if I had an understanding of the current width and an understanding of the predicted usage, I'd be able to answer the question. But right as it stands, I'm reasonably comfortable with what I see there.
Thank you. Anything else, councillors? Any other questions? If not, I'll ask the PM to introduce the recommendation.
Thank you.
And I won't require you to read the detail of each 21, but I'll get you to note those conditions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. For your consideration today is a recommendation that Council resolve to approve the development in respect of the following property: the real property description of lot 162 CC 3601. The address of the property is 60 North Street, Harrisville. Site area is 242,811 square metres. The proposal is a residential care facility, environmentally relevant activity and sewage treatment works. The currency period for the development approval is 6 years, starting the day that this development approval takes effect, and refer to Section 85, lapsing of approval at the end of currency period of the Planning Act 2016. 3, the conditions of approval. A development permit is given for material change of use, development permit, residential care facility, environmentally relevant activity, sewage treatment works, subject to the following conditions. And I note, councillors, the applicant shall submit in writing to council a minimum of 2 weeks before the use is to commence and complete a self-assessment of all conditions of approval for review. And outlined in the subsequent pages are 21 conditions. And for, sorry, just, oh, can't get my, sorry, I cannot get it to scroll. Sorry, councillors, I'm just having a bit of technical issues here. And 4, referral agency conditions. Refer to attachment 2, SARA Concurrence Agency response dated the 8th of February 2021, and attachment 3, the Environmental Authority sewage treatment works issued by Queensland Department of Environment and Science, being Environmental Authority EA 0002937. And 5, that advisory notes. A, advertising signs. Advertising signs may require an approval in accordance with council's local laws. Further information and the relevant application forms can be obtained by contacting Council's Health and Environment area on 075540544. And then, Mayor, with your indulgence, from B through to G, also included in the resolution today as part of the conditions.
6, 7.
And sorry, and 6, further approvals are required for building works. Approval is required for all building works associated with the proposed development prior to undertaking any building work on the subject property. And B, an application for operational works may be required prior to undertaking any filling, excavating and drainage works. 7, that the submitters be advised of the following. Submitters advise approval. Council has considered all matters relevant to this application, including your submission, and has resolved to approve the application subject to the listed conditions. Council is of the view that the development is competent and takes satisfactory approach in its layout and design commensurate with the stated conditions of approval. And 8, administrative action, that decision notices will be issued in accordance with Section 63 of the Planning Act 2016 to the applicants, submitters and referral agencies.
Councillors, I seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness, any additional questions? Any additional discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk, wish to speak. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I will. I think this is a great project for Harrisville. It's been a long time coming. It will allow, as the applicant said, to and the manager said, allows for older people who can stay there rather than moving away from the area. No reference either, you folks. Point of order, Chair. Yeah,
point of order indeed, councillors. Point of order indeed, councillors. Please treat your colleague with appropriate dignity. Maintain the decorum.
I'm almost as close to Calbar as Harris. And not only that, it will give employment in the area too. It's, I think, 26 people from memory that are going to be employed there, and no doubt quite a number of those will come for the area, which is every person employed here rather than going out of the Senigrim is a good thing, I believe, and it's a good project, and it's no doubt, if planning allows from a state government point of view, this will be extended over the years to come too. So heartily endorse the proposal.
Anyone? Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Councillor McInnes's comments. I think this is great for Harrisville. Been a small little town. Great for the employment there, but also the concept for our region. I think a care facility and a youth facility that incorporates working on the land is a great thing, and hopefully we might see some more of these types of retirement places and youth care popping up within the Scenic Rim. I think it's great to get people back on the land and introduce it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Any further to close, councillor? Put the motion, those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.8.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.8 deals with an update of the 21-22 Infrastructure Capital Works program. I'll generally take the report as being read and the attachment being read, but there are a couple of these items that I'd like to highlight. Probably the biggest thing is that the report drags out or actually teases out some of the exceptions, and more often than not they're of the negative nature, but we do have quite a number of projects that are running to schedule and reasonably within cost. It is also worth noting that this is a new method of actually reporting our capital works program. Previously it was done in a fairly rudimentary Excel program. With that, I must admit, there are still a couple of teething issues with regard to how we report this, and certainly I can see over the coming months that this method will certainly be enhanced. Something else I'd like to also mention, that there might be some differentials between the dollars that you see within this update and what's actually reported on the financials. That's around, this is a working document to ensure correct reporting up through the ranks, through to yourselves on how we're progressing within our delivery of projects. I really also like to highlight the volume of external funding that we've received. If you actually look at what's contained within this update, it's just slightly over half of the work that we're currently undertaking capitally is externally funded through various external avenues. So I'll take it that the rest of the report's been read and open to any questions.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just a quick one, if I could, Chair, to the GM. Page 139, the capital works footpaths. Could you just clarify what you mean in general?
I use that as a term where some footpaths, or the majority of the footpaths, are tracking on schedule or under budget. However, there are one or two exceptions, and I've noted the exception with Edward Street, Calbar.
Okay. Thank you. On the next page, 140, capital works facilities, majority of small projects are progressing. What percentage do you class as majority?
Almost all. So the reality of it is we have, when you go to the actual attachment, there are a number of smaller projects. When I say smaller projects, larger than 10,000 but less than $100,000 that are staged out over a period of the 12 months. And when I say progressing, whether they're at design stage, tender stage, or in delivery mode, they're progressing along the delivery timeframe that means that greater than 80% of them are on track or within the schedule that had been developed at the start of the year.
Thank you.
Councillor West.
GM, I'm on the printout, blue printout, and I noticed that you did mention that both that the public convenience program was on track, but I'm just wondering, the Sharp Park one, likely to be finished in time for Christmas? Or are you unable to comment on that?
I can comment. The current plan is that it is, but the reality of it is we need to look at what weather impacts may be with some of the, but I've certainly been assured all bar one will more than likely be substantially completed to a point that can be see an opening prior to Christmas.
Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'm just on the attachment as well, which is page 3 of 5. So line number 205. I'm going to take you meant that's Tambourine Mountain, not Tambourine.
Yes, I believe that some gentleman picked me up on that previously, and I did request that that would be updated. I will certainly ensure that the next version is correctly updated.
Thank you. There's also just a couple other, with the drop down, so was it number 219 on page 4 or 5, you can see this plus, so you haven't given us the next level down. So there's a couple in there where we're just missing that next level. You've done it on some, like 258, you've given us right down, but some of the others you haven't given it to us in the printout. So in future, would we be able to have those?
I'll explain that one first.
Okay.
Yes, it's the actually rolled out would just say minor works, because if you look on the side, there's one line missing, and it really would have just been a repeat of that line.
Okay. So it doesn't have a, just to clarify, it doesn't have another 20 lines.
No, that's correct. Yeah.
But if you go down to 271, jumps to 277, so there's 6 lines under the minor bridge rehabilitation, just so we can see those in future, would be nice.
Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to the GM regarding waste landfill transfer stations. Of the 140 of the report, I note in there a comment about this project has continual slippage, or may have continual slippage in the evaporative technology leachate management. Just wonder if you could expand a little bit on that one, please.
I will expand to a certain degree. Certainly we've had officers working with the Department of Environment and Science around it's a new technology that we were first looking at managing the leachate. To be open and transparent, the reality of it is that we need to be sure that we're not hitching our horse to one technology or one solution. So the reality of it is we're looking at changing the titling of it, and potentially there may be an alternative solution that may be different to what's actually listed there. Purely around the fact that given it's not a technology that's used widely, we are finding that the timeline to actually get it to a point where we can adequately install is potentially going to either add to slippage or the need to reaffirm what is actually a solution to the issue of managing the leachate that we have at the facility.
Sorry, just further to that question, given that we're heading into a heightened wet period, and we know that under those conditions from some prior experiences, we have high volumes of leachate because of the introduction of rainfall through the landfill. Just for the comparison of value here, what is the implication for us? What is the solution we currently have for zero discharge, maintaining that?
I'll double check that I've got the question correct. What we currently have is and if I'm heading down the wrong path, please correct me if I'm wrong. We actually have wells or drill holes that are built into each of our cells, and with the inflow of water, which when they're appropriately capped and everything else, when they've finally finished, there should be no inflow of water, but there is a certain amount of liquid that comes out of the waste, and we monitor those. But where we're actually on an active cell, when rain occurs, we certainly look as much as possible to divert the surface water, the surface flows. However, the water that falls directly on an open face will make its way into the actual waste and need to be treated. We're not talking small volumes. It can be up to 8 million litres. It's not a substance that you can actually just then willy-nilly apply anywhere else. Generally speaking, we've previously had to actually pump it into trucks and cart it to a suitable facility for treatment, whether that be a treatment plant or another facility purpose-built to handle that sort of waste material. So the thing is that and there is a reasonable cost with that, anywhere from 2 cents a litre up to 5 cents a litre, depending on the concentration of the elements that within that water that we've actually got from the or we've had to deal with.
Thank you. That's a valuable context for clarification. Further questions, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm referring to the smart sheet now. Note many of the headings. I'm just a bit interested in what the red highlighted cells are, what they indicate.
Yeah, so officers were originally going to remove the red, but the red actually shows an indication where there's a deviation or something that needs to be flagged for attention. So I think it's reasonably appropriate that remains on the reporting. It's used for each level of reporting, so really it's up to each officer to update what's on or their responsibility. There's probably about 20 rows that columns that are actually not shown in here, which actually talks about the reporting lines, who the direct responsible officer is, and general day-to-day commentary around how those projects are progressing, but realistically we want to highlight those that are where there's a slight deviation or an issue with regard to the information that's provided. And in a lot of cases, the red shows that the officer's current assessment is that we may be tracking over on the budget that's allocated to that project.
Further clarifications, councillors, just while you're contemplating? I have just one. I noted a comment earlier today about the high level of wet days already interfering with projects. Question perhaps on notice, maybe a bit hard to go through today, but across our capital program, given what we're already experiencing as wet days and what we're forecast to have as a significantly wet season, particularly if it's now been confirmed, I believe, in the media today, that's the case. Based on what your current experience is and what the prognosis is for above average wet days compared to what might have been in our planning, perhaps for a future date, just to understand what might be the scenarios for risk to our capital program delivery timing on a percentage basis rather than an individual project basis, and that probably takes a bit of time to talk to the team.
Oh, yes, I'll give a really high overview. There are programs out there that will give you a rough idea of the number of days that will be impacted, and I've heard more recently we talked about the Biodiversity Business Park and the potential for the remaining program to be interrupted by at least 51 days that will have some level of impact on the delivery. So yes, certainly each project will be different. Delivery of vehicles that's included within the capital reporting isn't impacted at all, whereas a drainage project or something like that. So, and I've said it before, some projects we actually align to the wet season, where we try to not be in building bridges at this time of the year, but unfortunately from time to time that's where we're at. We try to program them to start more later, May, June. However, then you're competing with the fact that you then running into carryovers. So happy to bring that back with a bit of a risk profile across each of the delivery areas, as each is impacted differently.
Thank you. Anything else, councillors? Not, move to the recommendation.
Thank you. The recommendation for this item is that council note the update of the delivery status of the 2021-2022 Infrastructure Capital Works Program.
CK mover. Councillor West. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? I'll just add to that last conversation and note, you know, the La Nina declaration or confirmation that's come forward certainly cast a shadow over some of those works, so it will be important for us and to start understanding those impacts and managing that early in our understanding and expectation, particularly with the already challenging world of access to resources for some of the projects. So thank you. Now, seconder. Councillor Enright. Councillor West, did you want to speak?
Just quickly, thank you, GM, for this update. It's certainly very informative and very concise, good for the community to be able to have a look at this. And certainly that printout is excellent for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Wishing to speak additionally? Not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Councillors, we go to item 10.9, page 148. GM Council Sustainability. Would you please introduce the monthly financial report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the 10.9 is the update as to Council's position as of 31st of October. I can assure that, given the date, there's nothing scary or eerily haunting in this report. However, 33.3% of the financial year has elapsed. It's fairly comprehensive in its nature. I take it as being read, and certainly open up to for further queries, but similar to Chris, I'll highlight some key points there. I think whilst the executive summary highlights a 2.766 million net operating ahead of our net operating result, being due to the fact that expenditure side of things we're 2.35 million behind, and we're ahead 413,000 in revenue. There's a number of contributing factors as to why that would align. For example, the fact that we're about 400,000 ahead of schedule when it comes to revenue. You can see there part of that, the growth factor with the rates and utility, $165,000 ahead, but that's obviously tempered by $88,000 in additional affording of discount due to one of the COVID stimulus initiatives. Fees and charges associated with refuse tipping and building and property related matters continuing to track favourably as well. Operating grants and subsidies, 309,000 higher than expected, and that's just the on a cash flow basis. And that's obviously offset by some budgeted revenues associated with that particular event that's had a number of postponements due to COVID, and that's still in the budget, obviously, to be undertaking in the new year. Long sunset, yeah.
Yes, I can confirm that has been announced and the tickets have gone on sale, and last count they were in hot demand. Almost sold. I think the camping is sold out.
And I think whilst there's and on the expenditure side, Mr. Mayor, whilst there's a number of dot points there that relate to some underspends, I think there's some positives to be identified in that. The training, whilst at 62,000 behind schedule, really the way that's phased in the budget is on a monthly rather than activity based, and there's a number of training that don't run sequentially on that basis. Workers' comp, our premium has reduced by 71,000. That's a positive. Obviously, given that's a positive to council as a direct result of lower claims and or associated insurance matters with workers' comp. We still have a continuing number of vacancies that are still left unfilled or in the midst of being fulfilled. There's a portion of the budget that's associated with some provisions around the enterprise bargaining. And obviously, there's an update to be provided to the council. And materials and services, 1.78 lower than expected, and that's certainly spelt out in note 4 in the report. Just a couple of other quick aspects. I know generally we refer to page 4 of 11 of the attachment. Statement of financial position on the balance sheet. In the past, there's been a query around the balance of the cash. At the moment, that does report at 61.476 million. That, when we take into account commitments and the like, and the adjusted balance would be around the 21 million, normalising a forecast result based on the current budget, the 2021-2022 budget fulfilment. And that really just allows council to meet our identified provisions, and also then having necessary working capital on hand to ensure council is liquid. Page 9 of 11 of the report. Similarly with the council expenditure by location. Previous months that the local spend within the Senigrim was being reported about 21%. As of October, that's now out of the $4.4 million spent for the month, 1.1 was spent in Senigrim, so that's now tacking on about 25%. So still a little bit to go, but we're seeing some of that normalise where the early expenditure on matters that weren't contestable in Senigrim are now being realised. Finally, in regards to the outstanding rates, which is the following page, 10 of 11, you will note that as a comparison to this time last year, 31st of October 2020 versus 31st of October 2021, there's been a slight increase in what was outstanding from the current levy, going from 1.95 last year to about 2.3. We're continuing to monitor that. Obviously, the continuing provisions around delaying of any actions and no interest on overdue rates is obviously resulting on people not, there's no emphasis around there. There is a disclaimer to that. However, any of those matters where existing legal actions are in place, then council is continuing to provide the necessary monitoring and follow up of those accounts. That's pretty much the update, Mr. Mayor. Open to any further queries.
Clarifications, councillors, to this report. Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just have a good to the GM. Under executive summary, there's always figures against all the dot points other than staff vacancies and timing for payments under operation expenditure. Was there a reason they weren't provided there?
We're still, obviously, we're still trying to get our full handle on what we can extract out of HRP. Okay. However, the budgeting wise for staff labour is still contained as a figure sum in the budget. So without identifying the necessary positions. However, we're trying to get to that stage where there's the specific areas where there are positions, but I don't think even that, I don't think you'll be able to get that on a monthly basis given the reconciliation, and that's potentially a periodic update.
Okay.
So, Councillor, just to expand on that, there are some complexities, as we've talked about before, in terms of the delegated officer's ability to request budget amendment from employee expenses to materials and services, whereby we are supplementing our existing labour with contracted labour or subject matter expertise brought in. And so we're working through at the moment with the human resource and payroll system. How do we achieve a balanced reporting view? So we have X number of vacancies against our establishment. However, sitting against those roles, we have contractors. Yeah. So that's what we're working through, trying to work out how we can present to you a really balanced view on what that looks like.
Do you know how long it will take you to?
There are a few elements to it. One is getting that process right, which we're working towards. But the other part is that until such time as we have worked through all of our realignment across all business areas, the data around establishment won't be accurate. So we're looking at potentially up until the end of the financial year to do all of that data cleanse against our existing establishment. But in the meantime, I can take the question on notice and pull together some figures around vacancies.
Thank you.
I think further than that, the part of the budget review process, you'll get some identification of where areas, there's key deliverables in those specific areas that require deliverable, where a supplementing of labour and wages to materials and services has been identified. So you get some sort of gauge in where there's some vacancies and some of the likes in that reporting as well.
Yeah, but the budget underspend in against that employee expenses is a really good indicator of how we're sitting as far as vacancies go.
Okay, thank you.
Further clarifications, councillors? Not, we'll move to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.9 is that Council received the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 31st October 2021 for the financial year 2021-2022.
Second mover, Councillor McGuinness. Any additional questions, councillors? Additional discussion? Seeker seconder, Councillor West. Wish to speak, Councillor McGuinness?
No, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak additionally? Not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Move to item 10.10 on page 163. GM, we're back in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.10, it's titled Clarification Regarding Advancing Grant Funds. I guess from the onset, Mr. Mayor, I could certainly just want to reiterate the purposes of this report and the subsequent following report. Yeah, I jotted down earlier today in some keen discussions around the Mayor Minute and observed, you know, where further clarity around legislative understanding and standing orders, and this is only going to be achieved through training and awareness. Yeah, and all we're trying to do is to mitigate the circumstances where those interpretations of the legislation, standing orders, you know, cause disruptions in the intended processes. So this is part of that process in that, yeah, there was a requirement. This didn't just get generated for the sake of generating it. There was a rationale as to why this was provided, and it was a request to be brought back so that yeah, the matter can be closed out. They say third time's a charm. The previous iteration was there was a requirement to seek approval from the department to attach their correspondence. The correspondence has subsequently been attached to this report. Nothing has changed in the content, and I'll take that the report's been read and followed through from the previous iteration of it, and with the attachment of that attachment.
Thank you. Councillors, as per that introduction, any additional points of clarification on this matter? Thank you for the introduction, and I think the observation that ongoing learning is an important piece. It's a very valid matter for us to keep considering. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, this was a hard one, Preston. This was a hard one for us because you always want to help the community groups out there, but we're always being told we've got to follow procedures, we've got to follow governance, and so we did on this one, and we've had another one since where we've had no flexibility to be able to assist those outside. So I think we've done the right thing in regards to governance, and I think we need to stick with that. But I do think we need to look at something where we have the ability somehow to fund these type of requests that come out, not all the time, but yeah, there needs to be something where we have the ability to fund local infrastructure projects outside of the grant process.
Thank you. Councillor, there's not quite a question of clarification, but yes, any other clarifications?
Look, just in response to Councillor McConnell, I'm very pleased that the letter has been tabled because it is a learning process, and the last paragraph of that letter reads that if the council had decided not to accept the recommendation to decline the Historical Society's claim for the money, i.e. the motion that the officer's recommendation was lost, the council could have considered a new motion to provide money to the Historical Society, but in a manner that did not include reference to deducting it from future grant funding. So that would have been
something that we really should have done in the day, and that was what we were asking advice on as to how we could go about this, and we unfortunately didn't get that advice, and so we got ourselves into a bit of hot water here. But I don't know if that's so. A point of clarification on that would be good.
Yeah, I can certainly provide a point of clarification, and certainly I've got our Principal Specialist Governance and Assurance, John Picalis, on board as well. But you'd recall on that previous discussion that was highlighted by Councillor McConnell just before around the avenues. I guess what this was taken is if there were provisions in our policies that aligned it, because it's always said, we've got to follow our policies in how council provides funding to these groups. Now, if we did have that mechanism, and I guess just going back slightly on what Councillor McConnell indicated, from those discussions, there is a commitment to set in place a process to review those necessary things to allow those, so that there is, at the moment, there is nothing in the policy to state that. And I guess the legislation indicates that you've got to have the clear mechanisms in place in your policy, how you're able to fund those, or how you're able to afford those funds. So the context of this letter is that if that was contained in our policy, then we could do an ad hoc payment, but we don't have any flexibility in our current policies.
And sorry, Councillor, just to clarify, you weren't reading the last paragraph of the correspondence, which confused me. The paragraph on the next page actually alludes to exactly that commentary about it would require a change in the policy to have accommodated that. So the paragraph you were reading didn't quite capture the full
You're right,
message.
I didn't look at the last paragraph there. But Mr Mayor, when I read the second last paragraph, which was the one I was referring to, I took it to believe that, if the motion was lost, then we didn't need to consider this under the grants policy. We could have just considered it as an ad hoc request, and then there may have been an opportunity to grant the Temple and Museum the money. And certainly, as far as I understand, we do get ad hoc grants for assistance from time to time, and they're outside of the grants policy, and we do make them.
Well, I'm not sure that last piece of the statement's quite as true, because we went through the discussion the other day about why we didn't provide one of the three requests, as I recall, for the reason that we don't have that provision in policy. So, so I think,
Mr Mayor, the one I was referring to was the very first meeting of the new council in the Tamborine Mountain Sports Association. We're $20,000 short in their funding, and they requested that council give them
I think
to make up
Councillor, you're misrepresenting what happened in that case. You are quite clearly misrepresenting what happened in that matter, and that matter happened in the context, and we've had this conversation 4 times now, but I'll try again. That happened in the context of a particular management agreement and shared accountability for securing the confidence of the underpinning asset and their capacity to service that was at risk. And so that's a very different context to the relationship that rests under something like the Temple Museum. So the further piece that I think has relevance in this dialogue is there are other things that are going on about understanding assets on council footprints and groups across the region that rest on footprints that we have an association with. Quite often things that come in as ad hoc come in because there hasn't been sufficient understanding of risk or asset management, and people get caught short and miss the opportunity windows that are structured into our program. But I think that's very telling that, as we've said on other occasions, if we need to revisit and have a process for ad hoc requests, we need to understand where that sits at a budget level, because council have been very clear about not allowing a pool of funds that aren't already allocated in a structured way. and that's part of what would have to be discussed if we're going to introduce a change to policy. We've had that dialogue a couple of times. That will be a matter that's brought back, as I understand it, for us to consider through various processes in the near future.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make another comment.
Yes, Councillor.
Just in relation to the Temple and Museum, there are so many similarities to TMSA in that they do have an agreement with council and they are responsible for maintaining the assets which are on council land. And I see this as no different, but we're going to have to agree to disagree, I think, on that particular issue.
Sorry, Councillor, can I just respond to that?
Yeah.
They're quite different agreements. I don't know how, I can't find another form of language to explain. You're comparing apples and oranges. That's the best way I can explain it. So this isn't about agreeing to disagree. It's actually about understanding when you have a different foundation to the agreement, different opportunities exist in the relationship. That's the reality. So we shouldn't try to muddy the waters. One of our challenges is about having the right structure of agreements going forward, and that process is going on. But at the moment, you're comparing apples and oranges, and it's not going to change where we're at. I think we should move on, and perhaps when we have that clarity at a future date, might bring better understanding. Do you have further clarification to this report today?
Further comment on the report, Mr. Mayor.
So you don't have any further clarifications you want from officers?
No.
So you want to have further comment? I'll open to the comment, Councillor.
Thank you. Look, I just want to comment on a few statements that are made in this particular letter, some of which I do not agree with, even though it's coming from the state. I had to take some exception to some of the hypotheticals which are in this letter, which I believe misrepresented what was said and done on the day. And as you see, there's a statement here. Perhaps if Councillor Swanborough had not been prepared to withdraw the amendment to the motion, the chair may have needed to warn the councillor he is engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct by breaching the requirements of the standing orders. But in this case, the matter was resolved with the need for any further action by the chair. Mr. Mayor, that's certainly absolutely not in accordance with the process in the standing orders. And I dispute that particular paragraph, because the standing orders make it clear that the chairperson may refuse to accept a motion if it is not within the meeting's jurisdiction and rule a motion out of order if necessary. Any motion that is vague, proposes an unlawful
Point of order,
action.
Councillor.
Yep.
Point of order. Read the paragraph above to put in context. You keep pulling a paragraph out of context, which is disingenuous from my point of view, because it destroys the context. The officer who's prepared this from the department has provided responses that look at what occurred and looked at other scenarios to try and help from an educative point of view. That's how I read the letter. So instead of arguing the toss about it, in what occurred on the day was quite clear that when it was realised that what was out of, so if you read the paragraph above.
I've read the whole letter several times.
Well, that's good, Councillor, but you're trying to read out to the chamber and to the gallery a particular subset, which is out of context.
I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, that under the standing orders of council, that it's the mayor's responsibility to identify a breach of the standing orders. And in this particular case, you identified that it was likely to contradict the motion, and that was agreed upon between Councillor Chalk and I, and we withdrew the motion. But there can be no allegation of a meeting breach had we have not withdrawn our amendment to the motion. That's just nonsense.
Sorry, Councillor, I think you're muddying the waters, and you know, this is someone that you've previously quoted as a very reliable source. So, you know, I don't know
Mr. Mayor, just for recap, on that particular matter, what occurred was an amendment to the motion was put forward. We took an adjournment to seek advice. Obviously, it was then realised that the amendment to the motion was contradictory to the original motion, which under section 15 of the standing orders can't be proposed. And once the Chambers was advised of that, that was subsequently pulled, given that the council would have been in breach of the actioning something that was in breach of the standing orders, which section 15 of you can't put forward an amendment that's contradictory of the original, because the original one was indicating that council not provide any funds, and then it was a
That is true, but you've got to read the standing orders in full, and it says in section 20.6 of the standing orders, any councillor may ask the chairperson to decide on a point of order where it is believed the other councillor has failed to comply with proper procedures or is in contravention of the standing orders. I mean, there's no, if you want to deal with hypotheticals, why wouldn't the chair have picked up that it was in contravention of the standing orders and ruled accordingly?
Councillor, I'm struggling for why you're having an argument with us about a statement we didn't ask about. It was provided as advice from the department. We didn't get to edit what they wrote to us. They chose to write to us. And I'm sure when we go to other correspondence, you'll choose to, you'll consider parts of that we didn't ask them to write to us either. You'll consider that at some point important information. All I'm saying is we don't get to control what they write back to us.
Yes, Mayor, but we do brief them, and I wasn't consulted at all when they were briefed, and they didn't consult me. And I'm just saying there are errors in this particular letter from the department.
Well,
and that's my point, and that's what I'm making today.
Well, Councillor, your argument's not with the chamber.
Mayor, I move that the motion be now put.
I'm not arguing with the
Councillor,
chamber, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Swanborough, I have a procedural motion that the motion be now put from Councillor Enright. Please have the recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, don't we have to vote on a procedural motion?
Sorry, yes. Who agree? Those in favour of put the motion? Thank you. Let's put the motion. That's unanimous. Do we want a division for that, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, I find that quite offensive, that comment, and I asked you to withdraw it.
Sorry, Councillor, I apologise. It's been a long day, and quite frankly, Councillor, a debate about the words of someone else's correspondence is not helpful to us. Please read the recommendation, GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.10 is that 1. Council acknowledge the redacted copy of the email provided by the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning dated 4th June 2021. And 2. Council note the explanatory advice pertaining to considerations of advancing funds and the subsequent statutory implications that could ensue.
Seek a mover, Councillor Enright. Further questions? Further discussion, councillors? Councillor Swanborough?
Mr. Mayor, I mean, I've always been in accordance with this recommendation. It's not a problem. I was merely making comments in relation to the efficacy of the advice received.
Councillor, if you're wanting to revisit comments already, I'm not going to allow you to keep wasting time. You've already made your comments. Please don't continue to waste the time of the chamber. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak, Councillor Enright?
No, thanks, Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We go to item 10.11. Page 169, GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similarly with the previous item, you can see the iteration of how this matter has transpired. This iteration now includes the necessary correspondence from the department, but also as an added bonus, I've included council's letter to the department that I drafted to provide assurance around the relaying of what the query was, or the clarification that was sought. Also, to avoid further concerns around ramifications of hypothetical, I will note that at the previous meeting when this was provided, that clarity did arise as to the requirement to go down a hypothetical line for the purposes of learning and awareness, and it wasn't just spruiked up by officers in seeking that matter. I will also point out the added content in here is that whilst the letter has been attached and the correspondence from the department does provide other dot points, there is a separate body of work that we've openly made commentary about around the standing orders and the review of those. However, in all aspects, when we talk about the agenda items, this particular agenda item relates to that particular matter around clarity of budget, and we're acknowledging that whilst the department has provided additional commentary, that will be revisited when those particular matters are provided in due course. And this matter does, in fact, intend to relate merely to that previous matter around the clarification of the word budget.
Thank you. Clarifications to the report as it is purposed today. No. Questions? Councillor Swanborough?
Yes, Mr Mayor. When it says Council acknowledged that the wording contained within that section 245J3C of the local government regulation does not limit the application to future budgets, there's nothing in there that says what it does limit it to. And I think from the letter, it clearly says it gives authority for council to consider the quarterly budget reviews in closed session. I think that was the essence of the letter, if I was not mistaken. And I was just wondering whether the item 3 should perhaps say that.
I guess in response, Mr Mayor, okay, I guess again relating to the original query, the concern was that the provision contained in the section 254J3C was only to future budgets. So I guess that's what we're seeking clarity. We're not circumventing that, but merely addressing that particular point. Obviously, when a matter, and to reiterate, when an author puts a matter or drafts a report and seeks consideration from council to discuss the matter in a closed session, it's ultimately the decision of the council as to whether or not they go ahead with that recommendation. And you know, considering all you know, part of the report, there are applications, or there are at times when a requirement is to be discussed in a closed session. So I guess back to Councillor Swamborough's query, it was only addressing, we didn't want to put a blanket coverage around that. It was really addressing the concern at the time that it only related to future, and I didn't want to, there was no intent to expand on that to limit the current application in the legislation. It was merely addressing that it was originally identified that the concern is that that provision only relates to future budgets, and that's why it's just saying it not limited to future budgets.
Can I just ask a further clarification? If I'm reading page 176 and 178 correctly, the third paragraph down on that page, which is the language from the department, is mirrored almost totally in point 3 as the piece of advice. So just to have that clarity of alignment with what message we've been given, I can see why you would stick to that form of words and not deviate from the wording from the department.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, the wording says basically there's a lot of commentary, about discussing issues in open council in preference to going in a closed session. But I think you're right in that third paragraph. It says it doesn't limit the application of the section to future budget. It does allow the section to be applied where appropriate when discussing amendments to the current council budget. Now, this is really significant for all of local government throughout Queensland, because up until this point in time, as we've said before, the view of the LGAQ and the department itself before this ruling has been that it does relate to future budgets.
Councillor, I have to call you on a point of order. Very clearly, the correspondence from the department, as you read through this, is that at no time have they provided that advice, and at no time can they find a record of that advice being provided. So we can go back and debate that, but that's actually what's there. That's also part of the correspondence from them, that they've never made that advice, and other local governments don't work on that assumption either. They follow similar processes depending on their standing orders, but they also consider amendments within matters within the current budget, as well as for the preparation of future budgets under this clause.
I wonder if you could just show me, Mr. Mayor, in that letter where it says that.
It's the same page, Mr. Mayor, page 176 of 178. Probably the second.
So it's the paragraph under that paragraph. Only applies to preparing. I'm not aware of. So the next paragraph says, I'll read it out, Councillor. I note Councillor Derek Swanborough advised Council's meeting on the 25th of May 2021. He had received previous verbal advice from the department that section 254J3C only applies to preparation of future budget. I am not aware of that advice or the context of such advice. However, I note it is usual for section 254J3C of the LGR to be exercised when a local government is preparing a new annual budget. So very clearly, that's one of the situations it applies, but it has never been stated that it is the only solution, and that's what her response is clarifying, Councillor.
Yeah, look, I can see how you're reading it with your set of glasses on, Mr. Mayor, but she's basically not broadening it to the extent that you're saying. I can advise the chamber that on the 14th of September 2020, in a Zoom meeting with Somerset Regional Council, the workshop was that we all attended says we will concentrate on changes to conflicts of interest and decision making in meetings. At the end of that meeting, and it's been recorded, I asked the question about this particular issue from the facilitator, who was from the Department of Local Government, and he clearly said that the interpretation of that section did relate to, was meant to mean the preparation of the future budget of council. And that's why I've always taken that particular view. And also, Mr. Mayor, on another occasion when the LGAQ were briefing us in the council meeting at the Boona office in a training session, I also asked the question where all councillors were present about this section and received the same advice. It's been my view, the department's trainer's view, and the LGAQ's view up until this point in time, that's how they think it should be interpreted. Now it has changed, which is fine. I accept that it's been changed, but it needs to be broadly advertised throughout all local government.
Well, Councillor, A, that's not our job, and B, I don't believe it has changed. The correspondence clarifies that was the identified position of the department, and they don't recognise what you're claiming is. So we can have that debate again about what's been said. The piece that's there as point 3 is clearly a replication of what the words are, advice from the department. So can we move on if there's nothing else to clarify for the matter before us today, noting that there are other matters that will come back to us at a future date?
I will add, Mr. Mayor, I think it's a new point now. Whilst this provision is here now, you know, we do make that conscious decision now to any matters that relate to budget are actually being discussed in open.
And I think can I just perhaps seek clarity from a governance perspective, GM, in the preparation of agendas. the role of the CEO in the preparation of agendas is to consider the possibilities within the legislation and take a conservative approach which lists things as closed and then allows it as the discretion of the meeting to determine whether they stay closed, noting the reasons provided for them to be recommended as closed. So it is always the decision of this meeting, never the decision of the CEO whether those matters remain closed. But the CEO has a responsibility to inform us so that we don't fall into a bear trap by trying to do everything in open and putting ourselves at risk in other jurisdictions. That's his proper duty, and our proper duty then is to consider that advice. Is that a correct position around how that translates into the agenda?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. From a governance perspective, that's exactly what is put forward. And at the end of the day, as long as clarity is understood by the councils around those concerns of needing to discuss in close is consistent, then ultimately the decision's up to the council whether or not.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just if I can comment too, as CEO, that's certainly the process that we go through in terms of the reports, the content, and whether it's able to be placed in an open part of the agenda. And if it isn't, and it is in a closed section, well then we would indicate to council why it's there and opportunities for it to be moved into open after that discussion.
Thank you. Councillors, are we ready to return? Anything further to clarify? Otherwise we return to consider the recommendation before us. We've clarified about the wording of point 3. Councillor, we move forward to progress the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.11 is that 1, council note the redacted copy of the letter provided by the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning dated 4th of August 2021. Council note the correspondence sent to the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning in seeking clarity around the budget matter. And 3, council acknowledged that the wording contained within section 254J3C of the Local Government Regulation 2012 does not limit the application to future budgets.
Seeker mover, Councillor Enright, thank you. Further questions? Further discussion? A seconder, Councillor West. Councillor Enright, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I'm happy to move this. Happy that this concern was raised by Councillor Swanborough has been appropriately investigated and addressed, and this matter be closed and then move forward.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just pleased that the department have released the letter and clarified the situation. I stand by the comments that I've made in relation to the industry's previous interpretation of this section, and I just hope that the department now puts out a bulletin advising of the changes to all local government in Queensland.
Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We have before us 6 items proposed for confidential consideration today. Item 11.1, enterprise bargaining closed under section 254J3B. Item 11.2, the proposed purchase of 3 property titles, McDonald Road and Long Road, Tamborine Mountain, closed under section 254J3G. Item 11.3, relating to consideration of an appeal, MCU 18175 development permit for material change of use for tourist facility in brackets health retreat and tourist cabins, 1 to 3 Lahey Road, Tamborine Mountain, closed under section 254J3E. 11.4, City Deals confidentiality deed, closed under section 254J3I. 11.5, 2020-2021 Infrastructure Capital Works Program Delivery Quarter 3 Reporting Closeout, closed under Section 254J3C. 11.6 Release of Confidential Report Procurement Exception 2020 to 2021, closed under Section 254J3G. Councillors, before I move to go into seek a motion to go into closed, are there any concerns about those matters proceeding in closed? Not, a seek a motion to move into closed forum. Councillor McConnell, seconded Councillor West. Those in favour? Thank you to the gallery. We will be leaving you now to go into closed. I'm not sure how long we will be there, but then we will return into open to close out these items. Back at midnight. Well, so hopefully not, but thank you to the gallery. I can't give you a predicted time of return, so you may have to just sit and wait, but we will be proceeding until we close out these items because we have a significant already scheduled day tomorrow. Thank you. On. Righto. Those in the gallery, we are returning, and I now seek a motion, councillors, to return into open session. Councillor West, seconded Councillor McConnell. Those in favour? That's unanimous. We deal with item 11.1. GM, would you please introduce, noting that Councillor McGuinness has left the room. You'll want your microphone on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 11.1, recommendation is that 1, council note progress made to date on enterprise bargaining to establish a new agreement. 2, council note the Chief Executive Officer's delegation to enter into a proposed agreement and to apply for certification on council's behalf. 3, council note the Chief Executive Officer's financial delegation to enter into contracts and other arrangements necessary or convenient for performing the responsibilities of a local government, subject to the constraints of the long-term financial forecast of council. And 4, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Senigrim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, council maintain confidentiality and this report not be released.
Seek a mover, Councillor McConnell. Any further points of clarification? Discussion? Seek a seconder, Councillor Enright. Wishing to speak to your motion, Councillor?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Vote those in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Please retrieve Councillor McGuinness. We move to item 11.2. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 11.2, the recommendation is that 1, council commence negotiations to acquire land on Tambourine Mountain for future strategic purposes, and 2, the Chief Executive Officer provide an update to a future ordinary meeting detailing the options available, and 3, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Senigrim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, council maintain confidentiality over the contents of this report due to the ongoing negotiations of a commercial nature.
Councillors, I seek a mover. You, any additional questions? Discussion? Seconder, Councillor McGuinness. Wish to speak further, Councillor? No. Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? With the motion, those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 11.3. GM, we'll turn to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Recommendation for your consideration is that 1, Council agree to resolve the appeal generally in accordance with the mediated proposal, and 2, that pursuant to Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 in brackets Queensland, Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to take all steps necessary to resolve Council's interest in the appeal of MCU 18/175 development permit for material change of use for tourist facility in bracket health retreat and tourist cabins 1 to 3 Lay Road at Tambury Mountain, and 3, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Senigrim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, confidentiality be maintained and this report not be released to the public, noting that at the conclusion of the Planning and Environment Court mediation process, a decision notice will be issued to the applicant and will be publicly available.
Seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Further questions? Further discussion, councillors? Seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness. Thank you. Wish to speak to your motion, Councillor Enright?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Councillor Swanborough?
Mayor, there's very little that can be said when this has come out of a confidential briefing. So I'd just like to say that, look, I'll be voting against this because I essentially believe that Council perhaps should be pursuing this matter through the legal options.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Motion. Wish to close at all, Councillor? Put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Division called. I'll call the division. Those in favour, Mayor, Division 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against, Divisions 1, 2. Move to the next item, item 11.4. Screen. Microphone on.
Is now. The motion before you, recommendation before you is that 1, Council note the update of the proposed inclusions for the amended South East Queensland City Deal, some of which are relevant to the Senigrim region, and that 2, Senigrim Regional Council Mayor and Councils commit to ensuring confidentiality of matters raised in this report and future briefings, enabling the Chief Executive Officer to sign a deed of confidentiality on behalf of the Council, and 3, that in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Senigrim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, Council release this report at the expiration of the deed of confidentiality, being subject to the advice of the Council of Mayors SEQ.
Seek a mover. Councillor West. Any additional questions? Additional discussion, councillors? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell, wish to speak to your motion, councillor?
No, thank you.
Anyone seeking leave to speak against the motion? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 11.5 is that 1, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Senigrim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, Council release in the minutes of this ordinary meeting the report of item 11.5 in the confidential agenda of this ordinary meeting dated 23rd November 2021, quarter 3 reporting closeout, and the associated attachment being the report of item 11.2 from the confidential agenda of the ordinary meeting held on the 25th of May 2021, Infrastructure Capital Works Program Delivery, quarter 3 reporting, and 2, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Senigrim Regional Council's Standing Orders Procedure CM03.01 PR.01, Council acknowledge and release the 2020-2021 Infrastructure Capital Works Program Q3 delivery statement.
Seeker mover, Councillor Enright. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? Seeker seconder, Councillor Chalk. Wish to speak further? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? With the motion, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Almost there. Item 11.6.
Thank you, Sir. The recommendation for item 11.6 is that 1. Council note the report of item 11.2 in the confidential agenda of the ordinary meeting held on 11th of May 2021, titled Confidential Report, Procurement Exceptions 2020-2021, as a redacted version, forms part of the report item 11.6 in the confidential agenda of this ordinary meeting. And 2, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Senigrim Regional Council's Standing Orders Procedure CM03.01 PR.01, Council released the report of item 11.6 in the confidential agenda of this ordinary meeting, inclusive of the redacted version only of the report described as item 11.2 in the confidential agenda of the ordinary meeting held on 11th of May 2021, titled Procurement Exceptions 2020-2021, by publishing in the minutes of this ordinary meeting. And 3, in accordance with 22.6.3 of the Senigrim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM03.01 PR.01, Council resolved not to release the unredacted version of the report of item 11.2 in the confidential agenda of the ordinary meeting held on 11th of May 2021, which was a further attachment in the report of item 11.6 in the confidential agenda of this ordinary meeting.
I seek a mover, Councillor Enright. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? Seek a seconder, Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak to your motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? We put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, executive, and thank you, supporting officers, for your diligence and patience in working with us through today. To those in the gallery, thank you for your endurance, and we bid you good day at 7:01.